Dun, 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 dun. I waited till I saw the sun. Dun, 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 dun. Don't know why I didn't go. Dun, 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 dun. Left you by the house of fun. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know why I didn't go. I just don't know why I didn't go. When I saw the break of day, watching hill streams every day. Corey's here, not a biotope. I'm not a purist, yes I know. Oh wait, I'm streaming? Whoa! Holy! 1 second. 1 second. I hit the streaming button. I didn't know I hit the broadcast button. Yo, yo. Yo, yo. What is up, beautiful people? Was just getting things set up, but here we go. Here we go. Hey kid, don't quit your J job. Hate to break it to you, Mexicali. My bad, my bad. A little bit of a. We'll just pretend that was intentional. How's it going? This should be a fun stream. I'm back home. I got the camera busted out. Look at this hill stream. It's got some damn dirt on his forehead. These are from the swap a little bit ago. We'll be seeing some other fish from the swap as we go about the day. But, you know, got to start with the hill stream. What's up? I thought there was an angel singing. Shut up. The Wooming are looking fire. Yes, indeed. I think they're looking quite well. I was singing some Nora Jones, you know. Y'all don't know about that Nora Jones, do you? My heart is drenched in wine. Dun, 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 dun. She got like the jazz piano, you know. But you'll be on my mind forever. Ever feel like something has been on your mind forever? Well, perfect segue, because there's been something on my mind recently. Okay? If you know me at all, this is like when a fucking accusation drops and the person's like, yo, the people that really know me, they know that I have been thinking about Buce. I've been thinking about Buce. And Bamba sent me this photo today, and it was like sending a crackhead the most immaculate crack kit ever. Like organized, padded little container, you know, perfectly clean spoon, got the syringes, blowtorch in there, like, yo, how could I resist? So immediately, I was like, I guess if I stream today, I'm already thinking about Buce. So I guess that today I'm gonna be reading about Buce today. And I know we talk about the fish. Well, there'll be plenty of fish discussion today. I've had some fun breeding updates. Actually, I've had a lot of breeding happening. My green cories, the Aeneas, just laid a bunch of eggs. I've been waiting for them to lay eggs forever. They just laid like a bunch of eggs randomly. So I probably should go pick those before they get eaten. I've got like 50 plus gold laser cory fry going. I got my second Procatopus species, the Yabasi location. Just got some fry of theirs popping up, and of course I had some more of the Simless popping up. Yeah, I still got the Epistle fry floating around, the Drakenfell side, of course. What else is going on? I don't know. I got some stuff going. The Sturby laid eggs again the other day. They look a bit more promising than the recent ones. It's been a good time for the breeding endeavors in here. At least, you know, as far as the fry, I could always slaughter them before they reach their full potential. You never know. I do gotta find and set up. I got a new monitor for my camera because my old one broke, and I gotta set that up. But that will probably help me film things a bit easier. A couple of fish said, Yo, he said, I'm driving home right now. Don't trigger me till I'm back home. Aquatic said, Jeffrey said, am I pronouncing Buce wrong? Buce is correct. Yo, I thought you said not to trigger you. You're already talking about pronunciation. Like, this is low hanging fruit. Latin root is for bison/buffalo head. Pause. Okay, well, I mean, listen, buffalo head is what it is. I got some Buce papers I want to read. Now, the premise of this is that I know nothing about Buce realistically. Okay, so we're kind of flying in blind here, but I've been told that's how you guys prefer it anyway. So, you know what it is. It's like weaponized incompetence. You know, that's kind of how I look at it. Like, if I just say I'm completely incompetent, then I don't have to have any responsibility for anything that I do or do not know, right? I'm glad that you all agree that this is a working scheme that we can pull. So let me just adjust a few things so I have a bit more space for the camera to breathe here. We're gonna do a little shifting, all right? So just give me a second. We're gonna do a little bit of shifting. Because I know you guys aren't going to actually read this anyway, so, like, that's the problem. Okay? I know you won't actually read it, so I'm going to give the camera some more space. Jorge said, what's up, Two Fish, Nick, Jeffro, Louise, Zebra, Jody, Jesse, saying hi to everyone. We got the Fish Fam link up in here. Wow, even the robots are attending to hear about the abuse. You already know, man. You already know. Shout out to my AI brethren. Yo, what am I talking about? Okay, so a couple things with the abuse, some questions I want to ask and answer today. Well, first off, they're always talking about the abuse is growing slow. Now, I'm sure that's, like, true. I'm not questioning if that's true or not. But it's more just like, what exactly is the growth potential here? Like, you know, is there any way to speed it up? Like, what is there anyone that's done some, like, A/B growth rate testing that I can look at? All right, we'll see if we can discover that organically as we go. Then other questions that I've been asking myself is, you know, you hear a lot of talk about the different species. Are all the abuse different species or not? Or is it all just, like, one species? You know, I hear people mention that, so I'm kind of curious if I can see any commentary on that. But on that front, above all everything, I just want to know more about what the heck is out there when it comes to abuse. Like, what exactly do we got going on here? You know, is it just the ghost brownie that's the holy grail, or is there something cooler that I need to be aware of? Because, like, there's no one in the chat right now that knows anything about plants that can answer these questions for me. So obviously I have to just go and mindlessly stumble around as if I have no resources to my disposal to answer these questions besides the internet. So, without further ado, Louise said, hello, just jumped in the car, but saying hi to everyone so I don't miss anybody. Yep. All right, so let's see where we can get started here. Now, if we don't trigger a couple fish at all during the stream, it'll be a total failure on my part. So I apologize in advance if I don't happen to make that mark. I'm going to do my best to not let you guys down. I'm going to do my very best. Whew. Okay, let me find my tab. Also, how was everyone's holiday season and all that? You guys doing good? I don't know what Louise was talking about. She was like, does anyone else feel like the host of this channel has put us on the detox diet or something? Like, bro, what are you talking about? I have no idea what Louise is talking about. Like, she's just yapping at this point. Like, a detox diet. Now, I did stream yesterday. If you missed it, I did stream. I had some copyright issues on the recording that I need to, like, edit the copyrighted material out. So I'll do that, and eventually, and the VOD will pop up. But otherwise, you shouldn't have missed the stream. That's kind of on you. I'm sorry. It was an exclusive stream. Jorge actually came on and talked to us for a while. So, you know, it was kind of a special one. So, yeah, you definitely missed out if you didn't make it. So, sucks to be you. At least there's research goals this time. What do you mean this time? What are you talking about? You did members only. No, I didn't do members only. I did not do members only. Don't try to put that on me, Louise. It was not members only. What's up, Beto? You haven't been alive in a hot minute? No. I mean, look, it's not like you guys would have had time during Christmas to watch a stream. That would be ridiculous. That'd be absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so this is one paper from July 2025. All right, now, sucks to be you as wild. I mean, I'm just speaking facts. Now, if the title of this doesn't get you to leave the stream, I warned you of what the stream was going to be like. So I don't want Big Steve with his big ass mouth coming in here talking about why is it all this nerd stuff on the stream? Too much nerd stuff. Look, I warned you, okay? I warned you. This is kind of a you get what you get situation. Like the customer service, I'm not running a retail fish store, okay? It's terrible. The customer service is terrible. But hopefully enough of you people will also be interested in this. I'll also be able to explain what I'm reading to me. Zebra said I was getting worried. I was about to call for a wellness check for you. Don't cancel a wellness check, man. Please. Please. I could use all the help I could get. Okay. If the Green Box God could do a live stream, then so can I. Well, come on. I didn't wait a month before I streamed again just to announce my reduction price. You know what's funny? When a product increases in prices, it's all the tariffs. When it decreases in prices, it's well, we took a look at the pricing. All right, buddy. Well, some of the other people that sell the exact same eggs maintain the same price the whole way through. I don't know, man. Yo, are the freezers worth it? We're gonna have to find out. Also, I remember when it wasn't a profitable product. I'm doing this for the love of the game and the hobby. Anyways, morphology and phylogenetic analysis of Bucephalandra from Borneo Island based on Matt K. ITS and RBC capital L. What the hell did I just read? And yes, I'm incredibly easy to bait. Now, what I like about papers, you go into it thinking, well, I'm not a scientist. I'm not going to understand anything in here. And you may be right for a lot of the part. But the good thing is that a lot of them, you're actually supposed to explain every single bit of what you're talking about so people can come in and understand it. And you contextualize it for them. So you're not like assuming they just know anything, which I do appreciate. Because the beginning of the abstract here, and this is coming out of Research Center for Applied Botany, National Research and Innovation Agency, oh my gosh, Department of Biology, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, University of Indonesia. There's a whole list here of places it's coming from. I'll put the link to this in the chat. You mean we largely blind for tariffs that we never had, then realized we finally made a profit, so we could put our prices back to normal? LOL. Sounds about right to me. Yo, now, this is okay. I have to make this is a public service announcement. Now, I love to hate so much. It's one of my favorite hobbies, and everyone knows on the stream, I love to hate on Aquarium Co-op. But guys, some of you you've gone beyond me. Okay, I'm not talking specifically to Louisa. Some of you've gone beyond me. Okay, we have to make sure that we're balanced. I also need to know some good companies to talk about too. So for every time we hate on someone, we also have to bring in something that we like, something positive. Okay, it's the balance of the force. All right, we can't go full dark side. Like, have you noticed if there's a stream where I rant about something a lot, the next 3 streams are me just reading papers, okay? It's the balance of the force. That's my short public service announcement. You have to balance the hate out, or else you just become obsessed. You know what I mean? Player haters ball MVP? Yeah. All right. Now, to the Bucephalandra. Bucephalandra is a genus of endemic plants in Borneo. It is highly valued in the aquascape community because of its significant economic potential. Swiss Tropicals gang in the chat. Let's go. This study aims to identify the species types of 6 Bucephalandra sp accessions from Borneo through morphological characteristics and evaluate their genetic diversity using matrase K, that's MAT-K, internal transcribed spacers, that's the ITS, and the ribulose biophosphate carboxylase / oxygenase large subunit, which is the RBCL markers. The observed characters include the morphology of the leaf, stem, and root. Phylogenetic trees were constructed using the unweighted pair group method with a arithmetic mean based on each matrix of the respective marker and on the concatenated matrix of all markers. The characteristics of the leaves, stems, and roots vary among the 6 accessions. The accessions are identified as B. Goliath, B. Forcipula, B. Diabolica, B. Kishi, B. Pubes. Are you for fucking real right now, dog? B. Pubes? Come on! This is the best we could do? Alright, well, yo, strike that off the list. And B. Minotaur. Now we're talking. How did they put B. Minotaur after B. Pubes? Besides, you know... No, wait. Is it alphabetical order? LMNOP? Yeah, I don't know what's going on over here. Based on respective ITS and MAT-K sequences. Not only clusters them into 3 groups, but also differentiates B. motilenia from other Bucephalandra species. Alright, so we're getting, hopefully in here, some clear, distinctive species of the buce, that they're actually different. Stephen P. says brownie, red, pink, blue, pumpkin pie 2027 buce is where it's at. Ooh, okay. Giant said, if you're not feeling the terror, someone ahead of you in the chain is eating them. Sounds about right. Okay, let's see. So, each species displays distinct colors, leaf shapes, and leaf edges that are both attractive and eye-catching. As an aquatic plant, Bucephalandra is highly favored by aquascape enthusiasts at the local, national, and international levels. It is used as an elegant decorative element with high value in the market and becomes a focal point for the aquascaping community. Couplefish says most small varieties in the hobby are in the Diabolica group. Jesus, we're never going to get rid of this Diabolica word, huh? Oh yes, my buce is literally Diabolica. Okay. Are there any pictures of the bee pubes in question? That remains... there has to be pictures in here somewhere, right? Okay. Maybe... I see some diagrams. We might have to look at the bee pubes. Let me pull up a thing off stream real quick. Bucephalandra pubes. Okay, hold up. We good? Yeah, we good. Holy. Alright. So here's some pictures from Borneo Aquatica of what they say is bee pubes. And, you know, it's definitely buce. Not really understanding the name. This says Bucephalandra diabolica var Paris. So I don't know why that's popping up on my... You already see the problem. We search one species name and we're getting like all these other species popping up. So the image search is pretty useless. But at least Borneo Aquatica has at least one picture where they're confidently saying, yes, Bucephalandra pubes var palm tree. And you got two little flowers there. Mixed, I don't know, watch no pubes. Yo, sucks to be you then, man. This is the buce. This is the buce network, the Bucephalandra network right now. All right, here we go. Here comes the education, the things that I avoid to learn. Bucephalandra belongs to the Arceae family. Its natural habitats are on the riverbeds. It also attaches to rocks, clings to submerged tree roots, or grows in areas exposed to water in the tropical rainforest of Borneo Island. It is robust, slow-growing, and has a fascinating appearance. Oh, fascinating. Fascinating. Ah, I see. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Give me a second. I'm just moving my little chat window so I can actually see what all the degenerates are saying. Give me 1 second. Alright. So, fascinating. Currently, nearly 32 species of Bucephalandra originating from Borneo are known. In large-scale trading, the commercial names of Bucephalandra sp are often based on morphological characteristics, leading to uncertainty in species identification. Over the past decade, DNA molecular research has played a significant role into plant taxonomic discoveries. For example, using the ribulose biophosphate carboxylase oxygenase large cement RBCl and maturase K and Lina sp and Spirulidella sp. It's also beneficial for morphological investigations. Okay, all this DNA analysis, you know, I'm not buying Buce from anyone that's not doing DNA analysis at this point. Like, I don't even know, like, you could be saying you're giving me the Minotaur, but really I'm getting the pubes. And that's just something I can't stand for. Okay. In this study, the diversity of Bucephalandra sp accessions for Borneo Island is analyzed using DNA markers, etc., etc. And here's the materials and methods. Jeff Rose says 32. I can only name 5. I think I can only name the one that Steven said. And yeah, no pubes, Steven. Steven said brownie, red, pink, blue pumpkin pie. I mean, that basically covers all the ones that I know. So they collected 6 aquatic plants from their natural habitats on Borneo Island, Indonesia in 2022. Based on their morphological characteristics, the plants were identified as endemic Bucephalandra species, namely B. Goliath, B. Forcipula, B. diabolica, B. Kishi, B. pubes, and B. minotaur. Now, I feel like B. Goliath is one. Oh my gosh. Buce Goliath. I feel like this is what. Damn! $34? Holy! Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Is Goliath for the size of the price tag? My God. It don't even got a brownie or a year in the title. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Buy 3, save 5%, $99. Yo. Yeah, okay, I might have to stick with the pubes. That one said it was $5. I mean, understandably, but still. Buce Forcipula, let's see. Bucephalandra Pearl Gray. Steven says I just renamed them after buying them. I like that. I like that. You might be honest. You really might be honest. What is it? I substitute your I reject your reality and substitute my own. Shout out Adam Savage. Mythbusters was such a great show. All right, here we go. So yeah, this one looks a little bit cooler. Let's look at B. diabolica. There. The Buce Buce diabolica. There we go. Okay, this is more my speed. Okay, this is more my. Yeah, this is more my speed. This is what Buce is. It's got that blue, that brownie, that fire, as they say. This is what a plant's supposed to look like. This is what a plant's supposed to look like. I'm about to throw out all my plants that aren't Buce, actually. Yeah, see, Aquatic says that one doesn't look very Bucey, but that one does. Yeah, so it kind of makes sense that one looks Bucey to us, though, because Cobblefish did say most of the ones in the hobby do fall under that group, so of course that's the one we're going to recognize as looking like Buce. Okay, so here's the sampling locations. Do you know how to read a map? I don't. We got the latitude and longitude, where they collected all these in Indonesia. How many are known? I think they said 32 species are known. Okay. They're detailing exactly how they took the DNA material. And here we see the morphology of leaf and stem of 6 accessories of Bucephalandra sp. So, Goliath, we have here in figure 1. Look at this, kind of looks like a leaf I would see falling out the trees or something. B. Forcipula, Yep, that's kind of lining up with what we just looked up. This is number 2 is for Scipula. Bucephalandra is number 4. Sorry, number 4. Diabolica is number 3. So yeah, that's kind of Buce. B Minotaur is number 5. I feel like number 5, this leaf looks Buce to me as well. Johnny said B pubes is all we care about. Skip to that. No, wait, B pubes is number 5. My bad. That I was about to say. Minotaur is number 6 because it's got those big leaves. And then B5 is pubes. I see what you care about. Also, we have roots. So they said all the identified species have similar leaf colors, except Diabolica, which has reddish leaves. Bucephalandra sp. Stem is round and varies in color, i.e. brown, light green, dark green, and reddish brown. These variations in stem pigmentation might indicate plant adaptations to specific environments. Nodes and lignin are present in all species, indicating that structural properties are required for stem strength and stability. Root colors vary among species, i.e. white, greenish white, light brown, and yellowish brown. Okay, so we got different colored stems. Johnny said we need to fund science so we could get some actual color pics in the study. It's weird because the crib one we did the other night had a bunch of great color photos of all the different localities of P. tenuideus. And then you think like a plant is pretty freaking easy to take photos of, but apparently we don't get the colors here. So with the leaf and stem characteristics in table 2, which is over here, it shows that B. diabolica has the smallest leaf and stem sizes, while B. Goliath has the largest sizes. B. forcipula has the shortest root, while B. minotaur has the longest one. This result slightly differs from the findings of Wong and Boyce, which might be due to some samples being collected at different periods. Thus, each sample exists in specific conditions of the environment and plant populations that influence its morphology. Based on the morphology data, we identified 6 accessions and conclude they're named, yes, B. Goliath, Forcipula, Diabolica, Kishi, Pubes, and Minotaur. So I'm going to expect you guys to remember all these species, all these 6. Okay, that's definitely going to be in a future quiz. I wish glowfish would chill on the fish and figure out how to make Buce glow. Bro, I do not want glow plants. Although glow plants would definitely sell like crazy. They might put all the other plants out of business. I ain't gonna cap. Alright. Let's see. What else can we get out of this one? So, I mean, this paper basically just exists to identify these 6 species. So I feel like it's a good place to start because this is like the introduction. You know what I mean? This is like a taster for us. So let's see what else we got going on in the Buce world. Perhaps something with pictures. Okay, we got pictures. All right, strap in. On to the next. Glow duckweed is in my glow arowana tank. Glow duckweed in my glow arowana tank. Johnny, you're such a troll. Glow duckweed tank. What the hell? Oh my god. All right. Light spectrum effects on micropropagation and gene expression of Bucephalandra in a temporary immersion system for sustainable production. Come on, guys. Come on. Let me spit some game to you. This is December 1st of this year, 2025. All right? Hot off the presses. Okay? They mentioned Bucephalandra dark green wavy mentioned at the very beginning, so I'm just pulling this up on the screen just so we can hold up, just so we can see what they're even talking about at the beginning. Okay, Bucephalandra species wavy dark green is a commercially valuable ornamental aquatic plant with limited propagation potential due to low multiplication rates and acclimation challenges. This study is aimed to develop an integrated tissue culture protocol by optimizing disinfection procedures, basal media and plant growth regulator, temporary immersion system, conditions, light quality, and rooting and acclimation methods. Surface sterilization using 0.1 to 0.2% HgCl2 or a two-step 1.2% NaOCl protocol significantly improved explant survival and reduced contamination. Bro, you guys stop looking up pics on Google for buce. None of them are accurate unless they're in the paper. Well, when we get to the paper, we'll see them, bro. But I'm trying to get some examples of what it could look like. Listen, why don't you make a website that has all of these buce with a photo on it that's accurate, okay? What are we supposed to do? That last one had photos that wasn't in color. Now, this one has some photos that we will get to. But you're telling me stop looking up the pictures for abuse? Tell these scientists to buy a goddamn digital camera, okay? All the chicks on TikTok, as I've been searching, you know, they're bringing back digital cameras. That's what the people want. Get one of these scientists to grab one and just go absolutely bananas. Let's blow up the Google SEO with it, all right? That's my challenge. Send cameras to Indonesia, scientists, all right? Can we get this campaign started? I mean, I'm sure they actually already have them, but maybe they'll get the hint if we send them a bunch. All right. Steven said, I'm glad smart people are hard at work solving the abuse crisis. I'm serious. Okay. So, reducing contamination, etc., okay? MS medium supplemented with 5 milligrams benzoylminopurine produced the highest shoot proliferation on solid culture media. In TIS, 6 immersions per day for 2 to 3 minutes yielded optimal shoot multiplication of biomass. Wait, so when they say temporary immersion, they're like saying immersing it for like 2 to 3 minutes? Okay, what? Blue, red at a ratio of 70 to 30, 70 blue and 30 red. And pure blue light enhanced chlorophyll content, photosynthetic efficiency, stomatal opening, and unregulated key light responsive genes. Rooting was most effective in 1/4 or full strength MS medium with 0.3 milligrams of naphthalinic acid. Okay. There's one site that doesn't exist. The Google pics are not accurate. That's why the papers talk about cultivation don't even use the proper scientific names. Oh my gosh, man. I hope you're not still driving, man. I try not to trigger you until you got back. Okay. This integrated protocol supports efficient micropropagation ex vitro establishment of Bucephalandra sp. Wavy dark green, facilitated its conservation, ornamental use, and sustainable export in line with SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. Zebra Aquatic says it's typically on a timer to immerse them. You doing the temporary immersion already? All right. So the introduction, they just mentioned the non-scientifically named wavy dark green that's often used for aquarium design. Recently, there's been an increasing demand for these plants. The increasing global demand for ornamental fish has significantly increased interest in aquatic plants as enthusiasts seek to create natural and aesthetically appealing environments for their aquatic pets. This trend is particularly pronounced in international markets such as Europe, Asia, and the United States. Wow, so specific. Okay, aquatic plants are also widely used to enhance gardens and indoor aesthetics. The rising popularity of indoor plant decoration, desire for green spaces have fueled the expansion of the aquatic plant industry. All right. Noticeable examples include Anubias, Cryptocorn, Hygrophila, Vallisneria, and Echinodorus. Among these, Bucephalandra, a slow-growing genus endemic to Borneo, has attracted significant attention due to its diverse leaf morphology, adaptability, and ornamental value. Wong and Boyce described 19 species of Bucephalandra, highlighting the remarkable diversity of the genus. Now, this last paper we just said Wong and Boyce got something wrong. I bought some Bucephalandra thick. Yo, come on, Steven. There ain't no way that's it. It looked a lot like my Brownie Blue, but with an OF account. What the hell? My Brownie Blue or Bonnie Blue? What the? Okay. What's up, Sketty Nona? How's it going? Actually, bee Kishi pics are accurate, but has very distinct characteristics compared to other species groups. Okay. These small RCA plants grow attached to hard substrates such as rock and driftwood, making them especially suitable for aquascaping, etc. Plant tissue culture, or micropropagation, offers a powerful method for propagating rare and slow-growing aquatic species. In vitro cultures enables year-round production of uniform, disease-free plantlets and supports conservation by overcoming limitations associated with conventional propagation methods, such as rhizome division and low germination rates. However, micropropagation eliminates pathogens and algae commonly found in wild species, ensuring high-quality plant production. Once the optimal culture medium is established, the next challenge involves scaling up plantlet production to more efficient systems. Numerous studies have reported successful micropropagation of ornamental plants using various explants such as the rhizomes or shoot tips of Anubias barteri. Okay. For fastest growth, medium light, and foliar feeding unless you have TC equipment. Okay. At some point, talk about care requirements and tips on how to keep mine barely doubled in volume in 2 years. I don't know. It sounds like it might be doing pretty good. Okay. In Thailand, this paper in 2019 reported that Anubias barteri broadleaf cultured using temporarily, I'm already forgetting the immersion. At 6 5-minute immersions per day, showed significantly better shoot proliferation than cultures on semi-solid media. Similarly, Echinodorus aflame has been propagated via TIS under national innovation programs. Okay. Light quality. Here we go. Am I buying the Chihiros? Is another critical factor influencing plant development during in vitro culture. The advent of LED technology has enabled the delivery of precise light spectra that enhance photosynthesis and morphogenesis. Research has shown that specific red-blue light ratios can improve shoot multiplications and various physiological traits. Another essential element in micropropagation is the composition of the culture medium, which must be optimized for each species in terms of macronutrients, micronutrients, vitamins, and plant growth regulators. What's up, Cam Jam? Thank you, ma'am. For Bucephalandra sp, optimal in vitro conditions are not yet fully established. Propagation of this plant through tissue culture often encounters problems at various stages because the plant is small, grows in environments prone to microbial contamination, and has delicate tissues, with surface sterilization to obtain aesthetic explants for tissue culture is difficult. Moreover, this plant exhibits low growth and multiplication rates. Yep. Okay, let's see. We're starting to repeat ourselves here. Because LEDs have been shown to benefit in vitro plant growth, the effects of LED lighting on plants' growth, multiplication rates, expression of light-responsive genes, and key physiological traits were also investigated. These comprehensive findings will contribute to the development of a scalable and sustainable tissue culture system for Bucephalandra sp, supporting both commercial production and species conservation. What's up, Jody? What is up? Just tell me how to make money with Buce already. Let's go. So they conducted these experiments from October 2023 to December 2024 at the Plant Tissue Culture and Molecular Biology Laboratory, Faculty of Agriculture Technology, Burfa University, Sakio campus. In vitro cultures of the wavy green were initiated from apical meristem buds collected from healthy, disease-free plants. The apical buds were first washed thoroughly under running tap water to remove surface debris. Sterilization was performed under aseptic conditions within a laminar flow cabinet. What is that? A laminar flow cabinet. Let's see. Oh yeah, 2K for the flow cabinet. I'm into it. I like this. Looks very sciencey. Okay. It really does seem like it looks like it's like a HEPA filter filtering the air coming in and out. So some kind of sterile workspace, some air purification situation going on here. Okay. Surface sterilization involved various treatments, and I just pressed the button that made me lose my place. Yeah, I'm about to scream. That should help things, right? Should definitely help things. Okay, surface. I just pressed the button again as soon as I found my place. Yo, someone hold me back. I'm about to attack this computer. Alright. Surface sterilization involved various treatments using sodium hypochlorite and muric chloride, either individually or in combinations. Looks similar to tissue culture science, and then Publisher says it is tissue culture paper. Nick, you can make money on the Bucephalandra rare on this description. It's all rare, man. This is all rare. It's a slow-growing plant. So here's the different treatments that they did. In treatments 1 to 4, explants were immersed in 0.6% sodium hypochlorite for 5, 10, 15, or 12 minutes. Treatments 5 to 8, explants were immersed in 1.2 of the sodium hypochlorite for 5 or 10 minutes, followed by a second sterilizations, by 5, 10, 15, or 20 minutes. Then treatments 9 to 11, explants were first treated with 1.2% of the sodium hypochlorite for 5 minutes, followed by a second treatment with either 0.05% or 0.1% of the muric chloride for 5 minutes. And then treatments 14 to 16, explants were immersed in 0.05%, 0.1%, or 0.2% of the muric chloride alone for 10 minutes. Nick says, don't forget to attach them to a rock or pebbles and wood. That helps a lot. Okay. All treatments were preceded by initial rinse in 70% ethanol for 1 minute. The commercial bleach used as the sodium hypochlorite source contains 6.0% available chlorine. After sterilization, explants were rinsed 3 times with sterile distilled water, each rinse lasting 1 minute. Am I not rinsing my plants enough? Like, yo, maybe I should just go crazy and lose my mind rinsing plants. Let me back the camera up just a little bit. Because, like, you know, maybe I shouldn't have been laughing at the people reaching their plants in this time. They might have been honest. They might have actually been cooking, perhaps. Maybe I should start bathing in bleach. I don't know what's out there. There's this girl very popular on YouTube who simplifies tissue cultures. It's interesting, but seems difficult to do. I have no idea. Okay. So the sterilized explants were then transferred to Murashig and Skoog MS medium, supplemented with 0.2 milligrams of benzoylaminopurine, 30 grams of sucrose, and 8 grams of agar, with the pH adjusted to 5.8. Cultures were maintained at 25/23 Celsius under a 6/8 hour light/dark photo period using fluorescent light at an intensity of 36 umol. I crashed the rare houseplant hobby video. That's what I assume they're referencing. The number and percentage of surviving and contamination-free explants were recorded at 2-day intervals. Explants obtained from the meristems after 4 weeks of cultivation were used for subsequent multiplication experiments. All right. Let's look at the root induction. After multiple shoot formation, individual shoots were transferred to a full-strength, half-strength, or quarter-strength MS medium, as well as MS supplemented for adventitious root induction. Cultures were maintained under a 16-hour light, 8-hour dark photo period at around 25 degrees Celsius using 40-watt white fluorescent tubes. Each treatment was replicated 3 times with 10 shoots per replicate. After 4 weeks of cultivation, the number of roots, root length, and rooting rate percentage were recorded. It's more time/money consuming than she makes it out to be, Zebra says. Nick said, my mail to you got rejected last night. Tried again today. Hope you find it okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So this is how they looked at the effect of the immersion situation. So the effect of immersion frequency and duration on the growth of the Bucephalandra wavy dark was investigated using a temporary immersion system, which is the TIS bioreactor. The optimized nutrient-rich medium from previous experiments were used. 5 sterilized plantlets were placed into each bioreactor unit containing the prepared liquid culture medium. In the first experiment, immersion frequencies of 3, 4, 5, and 6 times per day, each with a 6-minute duration, were tested. In the second experiment, using the optimal immersion frequency determined from the first, immersion durations of 2, 3, 4, and 5 minutes were evaluated. All cultures were maintained at the 25 degrees Celsius under 16-hour light periods with the same intensity as before. Each treatment was replicated 3 times, etc., etc. Each plant species responds differently to light types, which directly affects the development and growth of the species under tissue culture conditions. Therefore, these plants were cultured under LED light sources, which allowed precise control of wavelength and wavelength ratios compared to fluorescent lighting. 5 plantlets were cultured in each bioreactor unit containing the liquid medium supplemented based on prior optimization. Immersion was set at 6 times per day, each lasting 2 minutes. So here we get into some of the light spectrum situations. So here is PPFD and PFD analysis as measured by the LI 180 spectrometer lighting analyzer color photometer. So we'll get some color photos. They got the color meter. I just want to see what this thing looks like. Yeah, well, this is the Spectro 1000. Oh, goodness. Okay, here's the LI 180. This looks a bit more reasonable. He's even holding it up to some plants. Look at that. Ben, can I have a free fish tank? I'll give you a free fish tank for some buce, Ben. Let's make a trade. One of the quarries were mean mugging. That's funny. A spectral light distribution of red, blue, blue-red, 70-30, and 30-70, and white fluorescent light is in A. So we see this spectrum here. Red light, blue light, blue-red light, blue-red light, and fluorescent light. In vitro culture in the temporary immersion system under different light quality treatments, red, blue, blue-red, again 70-30, 30-70, and white fluorescent light. So here they are. They're little immersion cultures. Kind of looks like 2 sets of upside down water bottles. The lighting, oh, you can see some buce with the fluorescent light. When it's not purple, you can actually see the buce in there. Okay, they go through some chlorophyll measurements. Chlorophyll and carotenoid contents were extracted with minor modifications from this method from 2018. For each light treatment, 0.2 grams of fresh leaf tissue was placed in a vial and extracted with a 10 milliliter of solvent mixture of acetone and ethanol, a 2-to-1 ratio. Samples were incubated in darkness at room temperature for 48 hours. Absorbance was measured at 663 nm. Each analysis was performed in triplicate. Okay, this is quite a lot of effort going into this. The effectiveness of various surface sterilization treatments on shoot tips of Bucephalandra sp wavy dark green was evaluated using different concentrations and exposure times of the hypochlorite and the muriatic chloride. Treatments with the muriatic chloride alone at concentrations of 0.05 and 0.2% for 10 minutes consistently achieved 100% survival with no signs of contamination, demonstrating the superior sterilization efficacy of the HgCl2. What's up, JP? So here you can see a graph with the survival percentage of the wavy green with different treatments. So let's see. So remember they had the treatments like numbered, like treatments 1 to 5 and 9 to 11 and etc. And you can see the ones here at the end that have all the ones with the muriatic chloride. They all are at 100% it's actually pretty significant. The ones, so A is the one with the muriatic chloride. All the ones that have A in it are significantly better off than the ones that just have any of the other letters. F, very very appropriate that F seems to have achieved the lowest survival at 20%. So F in the chat for that. Here's some more photos. Figure 3, the in vitro propagation acclimation process of the buce. So in figure A, we have a survived plant after surface sterilization with 0.05% of the muriatic acid for 10 minutes. So we got our little survivor here. And then B, we have the multiple shoot formation on the MS medium supplemented. Okay, over here. So yeah, I guess I see the multiple shoot formation. C, we have growth response in temporary immersion system with immersion frequency of 6 times per day. So I'm assuming with growth response, I'm assuming that they all start off as this little one and they're showing us the progress. D is the growth response with immersion duration of 2 minutes and frequency of 6 times per day under blue-red 730 treatment. That looks like a nice little chunk of buce. E is root induction in 1/4 strength, the MS medium without additional oxygen, showing the highest root number, 7 roots per explant. Look at that, that's a lot of roots. Sutton Road Aquatics says, finally someone's live. Man, we always live, man. Come on, come on. F, acclimatization in purite substrate to provide optimal aeration and drainage conditions. Then G shows them acclimatize to grow in aquarium display for ornamental purposes following in vitro propagation. So they got a nice little buce carpet here over in G. Definitely, they did not hire an aquascaper for this one. I think they need to get a couple fish in there. You know, maybe a Bamba, you know, maybe the fish butcher if the budget's running low. But we see a nice little tub here of buce. I would love to see a tub of buce. Acclimatization. Oh my gosh, this is a lot of numbers. I cannot do that. Okay, we got the nutrients, the effect of different nutrients and stuff, effect of different light qualities. I want some more buce photos, man. What's going on here? What's going on? Oh my gosh. Let's see, what did they conclude here? I want to get to some of the breeding updates soon. So basically, this study, in conclusion, and again, I'm going to put the link to this in the chat if you want to read the whole thing. But in conclusion, this study establishes an approved and efficient micropropagation for Bucephalandra SB wavy green by integrating critical parameters including explant sterilization, plant growth regulator optimization, temporary immersion system, light spectral modulation. Results indicate that a temporary immersion system with 6 immersions per day for 2 to 3 minutes in combination with a Muriatic and Skoog medium supplemented with 5 milligrams /LBA and a blue-red 70-30 LED lighting ratio significantly enhanced shoot proliferation, chlorophyll accumulation, and expression of genes associated with photosynthesis and energy metabolism. Root induction was effectively achieved using low concentrations of NAA, while acclimatization in well-drained sand substrates resulted in high survival rates. The study provides novel insights into light-regulated gene expression in aquatic ornamental species and supports the application of blue-red LED systems in advanced in vitro platforms such as temporary immersion systems. The developed protocol offers a scalable and environmentally sustainable strategy for the commercial propagation and international distribution of Bucephalandra wavy dark green, contributing both to the biodiversity conservation and to the expansion of the global ornamental plant industry. Wow, guys. I think I just became a licensed nursery just now. You just watched me get my license. All plants sent out from here, furthermore, are legal and totally thumbs up by the law, just by me finishing the skimming of this paper. But it's actually pretty... The temporary immersion thing is kind of interesting. Like, just the idea of... I mean, I guess it makes... I know some of the buce, like, are immerse temporarily throughout the year. So I guess on a very elemental, like, I wonder if this would help it. I doubt that really has anything to do with it. 'Cause, you know, I don't know if it's like 2 to 3 minutes a day that it is that they're temporarily immersed, or if it's seasonal. But just the idea of doing that on a timer is kind of interesting. The idea of the different lighting ratios, they go pretty in depth in that, so that could be something interesting for people to look at on their own if you really want to try and copy some of this. I think the most applicable thing to me from this, well, one, the acclimation substrate stuff is kind of cool with the sandy substrate here in the tub. That's something that I think you could do realistically on your own. Like, if you're buying a bunch of buce or something, and I'm sure many of the escapers and stuff already do this, but yeah, you could get a tub with a sandy substrate. They said it improves survival. You probably are interested in doing that. If you shell out the money for a bunch of buce, you can get them in an appropriate tub and acclimate them that way before putting them in your aquarium. Sure. I guess the other thing, the sterilization stuff, I guess, is something I need to look at more, because I haven't really thought about sterilizing my plants that much, but they went through a lot of effort to sterilize this buce, and it seemed to be something that was, I mean, they're doing tissue culture, I guess, you know what I mean, but I don't know, if you're trying to do it on a nursery scale, then yeah, it might be worth it to go for this uric acid. I'm sure it's so easy to say. Why am I saying boost like that? What do you mean? What's up, Bamba? How's it going? How's it going? We just got finished. I'm a licensed nursery person now, because I just read whatever I just read. Apparently that's all it takes. So I don't really know what to tell you, man. I don't really know what to tell you, but that's kind of how it is. Now, I'm be honest. This paper has been referenced so many times. I'd be remiss if I didn't check it out before we finished. And more importantly, there's actually some damn photos in this. Beto said, "What about bleach?" Is that whatever the other one they used? The survival rates were significantly lower. So, I mean, like I said, let me post the link to the paper one more time, but I do always recommend people to actually go read it for the specific things, because then you can go down the rabbit hole thoroughly. Now, this is an older paper. We've already read one that disagreed with the identification of some of the species of buce in here. This is from Wong and Boyce. Wong from the University of Malaysia and Peter Boyce from the University of Florence. And this is a paper called, I can't even read this honestly, Studies on Schmidtschmetaglottidae of Archaea of Borneo, new species and combination for Bucephalandra. What's up, Big Steve? How's it going? How's it going? So here they went to the account the accepted 27 species, of which 19 were newly described and 3 were transfers from congeneric Microcasia. Now, in the first paper we read from this year, I think they said there's 32 accepted species of buce at this point. But I think the photos here will be pretty interesting. So here they show what they say is Bucephalandra micrantha, and in photo A we see a plant in cultivation. Now this is a buce, okay? This is a buce. I don't know what that buce pubes is, like the one called pubes. I didn't like that. I did not like the 32. I had 40 plus for sure. Are they 40 plus accepted by science? Or are they the 40 plus you've been scammed by the 2019 brownie birthday cake buce purple splooge? You know what I mean? Now, I like how this looks quite a bit, I'm not gonna lie, compared to some of the other photos. But what's cool about this is we're seeing some really nice photos of the flower of this plant. So we have B and C, figures B and C, which show the inflorescence at pistillate anthesis. Now I'm going to look up what that is. Pistillate anthesis. What is that? I know it's going to be a specific time. All right, the University of Texas Austin says anthesis is a period in which at least some florets are opened for sexual activity. Holy. Okay. And let's see, AI, Google AI says pistillate anthesis refers to a specific time when a pistillate flower, a female flower with only pistils, no stamens, opens, making its reproductive parts receptive to pollination. Not sure how accurate that was, but at the very least, yes, I think we could safely say this is when the flower is ready for action. When is the next auction? ACM should be having their auction. Is it the second Sunday of the month? Okay, I'll look at what the upcoming aquarium events are in a little bit. I'll go through my list, but there's the usual auctions should be all coming up soon. A couple fish says 32 species accepted. SP Bamba has variants not accepted species. Okay, so yeah, there are different varieties. You know, some of them might just be varieties of one species. So it's not a different species, but it's a different. What would you call that? What would you call that? Okay. D is an inflorescence at staminate anthesis. Lower spathe artificially removed to reveal the entire spadix. Okay. I will look up what a spadix is. Okay, spadix is a type of inflorescence having small flowers borne on fleshy stem. Spadices are typical family in the Arceae. The arms are aroids. The spadix is typically surrounded by a leaf-like curved bract known as a spathe. Okay. Not illegal, but not ID'd scientifically. Papa has illegal areas. I like that narrative. He's a criminal. Some variegations or genetic mutations of. Oh no, he's got genetic mutations. He's got monstrosities. So they're rare, yes. C. D, okay, I went through that. And E is an inflorescence at staminate anthesis viewed from above. Note the almost fallen spathe limb. So we get some nice macro photos of these different parts of the buce flower, which at least gives me a little bit more confidence that they may have identified these correctly. You know, they at least look at the flower. So let's look at this diagnosis for this one species. How do they go about differentiating these? So Bucephalandra micrantha is most similar to Bucephalandra belindae, differing by the little branched, shortly creeping stems rooting profusely, versus stems much branched and elongated, not rooting along their length, by spadix intersticed with C.3 solitary green staminoids versus intersticed with a complete whorl of white staminoids. Wow. The description is herbs, very diminutive, 1 centimeter tall, obligate rheophytic, occurring as extensive dense mass. Now, what's interesting is yesterday, I believe when we were looking at we were talking about rheophytes and stuff recently. But what's interesting is they describe it as an obligate rheophytic. Oh, we were talking about this in relation to hill streams. So we're talking about the hill streams and a different thing, and the rheophytes and stuff. So a rheophyte is a plant that lives in fast-moving water currents in an environment where few other organisms can survive. Rheophytes comprise two main groups: obligate rheophytes, or true rheophytes, and facultative rheophytes. Apart from being adapted for fast currents, the survival of obligate rheophytes are dependent on the oxygenated water brought along with fast currents for survival. Facultative rheophytes are just adapted to survive in areas where fast currents run through, but are not dependent on them. So this is as far as the care as far as the care goes. And Bamba said rare enough, rare enough that I could sell out. Bamba's he's slinging the Buce on North Howard Street. I did. Yo, I was trying to buy some Buce from him and he sold out before I could get any. You know, I don't know if he was in a rush because the agriculture people were coming, or, you know, wildlife services. I don't know. But listen, Howard Street, lock him up. Lock him up. So yeah, as far as care goes, Beto, I know you're asking about different care tips or whatever. One thing that's kind of interesting though is, hey, the idea that some of these might actually need strong currents. They might actually require this. That's kind of an interesting concept. I don't really think about when it comes to plants. I know some plants need more flow. I know flow is important to delivering, you know, nutrients around the plant more evenly and stuff, but yeah, obligate rheophytic, occurring as extensive dense mats with roots strongly adhering to substrate. Bro, they are damn near an Anubia. Stop the yapping, unk. No, that's cap. First of all, the Anubias ain't. Where's the Anubias at? I know there's Anubias barteri in the Wari River the other day. Is it in Borneo? Cause the Anubias not over in Borneo. Yeah, Anubias barteri, West African species. Is there Anubias in Borneo? Let's see. Anubias congensis? Let's see what this looks like. Man, this don't look like no Buce. It don't look like no Buce. A couple fish said Anubias also a rheophyte. That could make a lot of sense. Is Java fern too? Because the one photo that we saw with the Java fern, it was along kind of a flowing riverbank. It was by the water, but it seemed like quite a bit was outside of the water, at least at that time. Well, when low water levels occur, obligate rheophytes often quickly begin to flower to take advantage of these occurrences. As soon as the water drops, so do the rheophytes' pants. Holy. Okay. Remarks. Bucephalandra micrantha is one of a group of species with very narrowly oblong leaf blades with undulate crispulate margins. The other species described are B. belindae and B. catherinae. It is not yet clear if they constitute a natural assemblage, although differences in spadix appendix staminoids suggest that they do not. Let's check out Bucephalandra spathiofolia. Oh my goodness, this reading is just so hard. Steven said, yeah, not sure why the trade name started using the term epiphyte. That does seem like a pretty big difference. Dang, I threw away the spray bar I made for oysters. Didn't think I'd use it again. And a couple fish said a lot of gripping rhizomes are rheophytic. Alright, got the grip. Diagnosis. Bucephalandra spathiofolia is immediately distinguished from all other species in the genus by spathulate leaves and globose brain-like spadix appendix. Herbs tufted, small, 4 centimeters tall, obligate, rheophytic, occurring as small clumps with roots strongly adhering to the substrate. Erect and much branched from the base, leaves ascending. Slightly longitudinally ridged, adaxally deeply canaliculate, reddish brown, sheathing at extreme base, wings extended into a reddish brown, narrowly ligular portion. Okay, let's see what kind of remarks they have on this guy. Oh, we get a picture of each species. Let's go. Putting the aquarium fish in the background is a big improvement. Well, I haven't been at my house, so that was kind of a limitation. But yes, I do find the background being the live fish by there. This is actually the tank by me too. Is nice. I do enjoy that. Oh, have they eaten all my Cory eggs? It don't look like all of them. Maybe I should put some more food in there. I've never put out a large spray bar, but I love my Nano Shark Pro Eternal Filter spray bar. Yep. If you got a Meta trash can for a filter, hit me up. A metal trash can for a filter? Oh yeah, I do have a metal trash can. I have a small metal trash can. I think I do. Test lyrics for a rapper. Alright, this one looks alright. This looks dope. I want this buce. I want a big carpet of this buce. I officially love this buce. Okay? Yo, Bamba, you can roll by, man. You know where to find me. I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here. Well, I'm here now. This is... You have some? What is he? Illegal? Or not? I like that. You know, this inflorescence is looking a bit cooler to me. I don't know what it is, but this one's looking a bit cooler. So A, this is the plant in cultivation. Then we see the inflorescent at pistillate anthesis. D, we see the inflorescence at staminate athesis. Spathe artificially removed to reveal the entire spadix. Note the globose brain-like appendix. Are you noting the globnose spathe-like appendix? Is it clocking to you? Is it clocking to you that this is a brain-like spathic appendix? Like, yeah. Globose brain-like appendix. Okay. What is going on here? We have some dead buce specimens. What they do to our buce? Oh, this is terrible. Nah. This looks like you went in the wrong drawer at the Crystal Chick's house. That's what this looks like. This must have been right under the giant pinboard of bugs. Bathyfolia isn't in the hobby that I know of. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. Okay, etymology. The epithet is adopted from the unpublished name Microcasia bathyfolia. So it looks like there's this other plant group, Microcasia, that some of these used to be. Used by Engler on a label on the holotype specimen. So they're showing us, this is, oh, is this figure 3? Yeah, holotype specimen up here. So you can see it had the Microcasia label on it. So I see. They were held hostage until they died. They abused it. That's terrible. They abused it. Yo! No. We can't have a boost on the stream, man. It's gonna get taken down. Is combined from the Latin feminine noun spatula, a paddle-shaped stirring tool. Oh, no, that's just sexist. And the Latin neuter noun folium, leaf, referring to the spatulate leaf blades. Steve said I have needle-leaf java fern. Yeah, I do too. That's a good one. Bucephalandra spathifolia is one of the most highly distinctive species yet described, offered a good example of species well differentiated as living plants are often impossible to describe solely on the basis of herbarium material, even when it is adequate and fertile. And they do include keys for identifying these for anyone that wants to do this exercise. I'm hoping to do, I want to do a stream eventually on Bucephalandra identification, because I feel like I have a Bucephalandra species and that paper is pretty good. So I think we could do an exercise, like if I can get some right photos, we can go through and just look at each, go back to that paper again and just see if we can line up each little characteristic key they say is indicative of each species. But if you want to do that exercise yourself, they have some keys here for each species that identify, like this one, appendix ellipsoid, accounting for 2/3 of the spadix. Appendix globose, or bullet-shaped, to the conoid, accounting for 1/2 of the spadix. Appendix bullet-shaped to the conoid. Leaf blade elliptic, margin smooth, petiole long and well-defined. Pause. Yes, if this sounds fun to you, please jump on. Bamba ain't got beef, maybe chicken nuggets and not beef. Bamba said, Big Steve, I'll hit you up. I need hella needle-leaf java fern. Alright. We got more illegal plant deals going on in the chat. This is just crazy. This is just crazy. Wait, is this where it stops? Or are we not looking at the full text? Give me 1 second. You might not have the full text here. I see. This is just a short little excerpt of it, maybe. Let me see if I can find the whole thing. Large, smooth, long, well defined. Jesus Christ. Let's see. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. There's much to be done. There's much to be done. Please, PDF, load. It's taking a while to load, so I'm optimistic. This could be the big one. This could be the big one. Actually, man, I'm excited to go through the quote-unquote reading report, because I think there'll be some fun things to look at. Steve said, I almost ordered some pea buffers from Aquahuna that I remember. Wait, how many pea buffers do you want, Steve? Do you really want to buy some pea buffers? Because I probably got some extra pea buffers. I don't think I'm going to get around to setting up the breeding for them soon. So, I probably owe you. Moneyless Maven Aquatic says, hey chat, hey Nick, thanks for stopping by my stream earlier. Of course. Gotta stop by and see what the Mavens are up to these days, man. Yo, Maven was filling up some tanks, kicking up all the substrate. Oh my gosh. It was quite a dramatic stream going on. Okay, there was a lot to be considered. It was a good time. I got it. Okay, new link. I'm putting this link in the chat. Let's see the 10-gallon. No, that's fine. Actually, my computer's on top of it right now, so I can't show you. Sorry. You just have to come by and see it. You have to come by. Okay. Bucephalandra acantha. Description: small, robust, obligate, bryophytic. Herbs to 17 centimeters tall, occurring mainly as individual plants, only occasionally in small patches. Okay, this is important because I want the buce that's carpeting and in bunches. Right here is saying to me that it's occurring in small patches, mainly individual plants, only occasionally in small patches. Get it out of here. I don't even care about the rest of this. Look at this. Look at this pathetic buce. If I wanted this, I get a sad Anubius or crypt or something like that. Okay? Your fish room's open to the public? Fuck no. Fuck no. Are you for real, dog? I like my life. Actually, I don't, but open to the public. I've heard how the fish store employees live. I'm not trying to make my life that. I'm not trying. I've seen the relatable content on TikTok. Just the dumb questions alone, I couldn't last one day and everything. I ask enough dumb questions. If you gotta add dumb questions on top of my dumb questions, I don't think anyone can handle it, honestly. So here in this buce that I think is actually horrendous. I think this is a pathetic buce. This is just terrible. Get it out of my face. But we see it's in the habitat in figures A and B. C and D, we see the inflorescence at early pistillate anthesis over here. And then look at this, man. This flowers looks funky. In I, we see the inflorescence during staminate anthesis with reflex interstice staminoids clearly visible, blocking entrance of persistent lower spathe. So check this out. Yo, Papa said that's Bucephalandra. Yo, it is Bucephalandra. Also, by the way, guys, I need to go live on TikTok one more time so I can have guests on my TikTok. So I'll probably go live on TikTok at some point today. I'm never gonna mention it again for the rest of my life, but just in case you're extra bored, which all of you seem to be, that's all I have to offer you. The diagnosis of this next one, Bucephalandra aurantifica. Yo, at least in the other one, the names were easy to read. Minotaur, pubes. You know what I mean? Like, I can read that. what are they doing with these? Some of these names I can tell they're named off of some like scientist, either themselves or a scientist wife or something, because it's like Catherine or whatever. Some of the killifish are straight up just named out of the collectors after the collectors' wives. But this one is Bucephalandra aurantitica. Like, bro, can we just please? A couple of fish says they legit cock block themselves with the interstat stamina words. Okay, so that's what I was thinking, because I didn't quite go into the full flower stuff, but I did take note of when it said that it was visibly blocking the entrance of persistent lower space, so no longer open for business. I'm walking around shopping with my girlfriend, just typing on my phone like a madman. I get it. I'm definitely this is definitely some potential rage bait waiting to happen for you. Jacob said, "What up, Nick? Love me some Buce." Same. Well, some of these. The description of this one is small, obligate, rheophytic herb, 18 centimeters tall, stem, erect, occasionally somewhat decumbent, and rooting with active portion sub-erect, 1 centimeter in diameter, leaves many together, erect, arching. How many times are I going to say erect? Jesus Christ. Weakly carnate, very deep red, sheathing at extreme base, wings extended into a narrow triangular lingular portion, 3 centimeter long, blade, lanceolate, elliptic, sometimes slightly oblique and or weakly falcate, 7 to 9 centimeters long, x 1.5 to 2 centimeters wide, coriaceous, semi-glossy, dark green, adaxily, pale yellow, green abaxily, base subcurate, apex acuminate, and apculate for 3 millimeters, margin undulate, midrib abaxily prominent, red, adaxily slightly raised, primary lateral veins, 4 on each side, diverging at 30 degrees and running to a rather conspicuous marginal vein. Now, you may be wondering to yourself, I know you know what none of these words mean. Every now and then we're looking up a word. Over time, as we go through these, I'm hoping that we'll just pick up on what some of these words mean over time. I'm not going to try and look up every single one every stream, but just like if it's like exposure therapy, if I just keep like exposing myself to these words, eventually I'm gonna start getting into it. A couple fish said I got 4 primary lateral veins. If you know what I'm saying, I have no idea what the fuck you're saying. Girlfriend came before the asbestos. She got years before the recreational hazards came into my life. That's funny. Jacob said I want the Buce brownie ghost. Couple is cheating with his asbestos rock. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Okay, this one looks a lot better than that other one. Now this still gives me kind of a crypty vibe. You know what I mean? Like the Buce that I think of as being like those small patches, you know, selling in the mats and stuff. This seems to be more like individual plants. You see it in its environment, attached on a rock, right by the water. You have to imagine it's like immersed at some points. This one's got a very cool looking flower though. I like this one. The plants and habitat. So we see the plants and habitat here on the rocks, and then B, inflorescence and habitat. Note presence of several chrysmolid beetles. What the? Oh my gosh! Yes, there's beetles in here. Oh, now that is crazy. Johnny Tropical Fish said what variants of bee pubes are in there? Bee pubes lice. Bee pubes blue. You love beetles? No, I actually really dislike the image of that, but it's interesting that they made us note that. They said the several chrysmolid beetles are suspected pollinator. Okay. C, inflorescences at early pistillate anthesis. D, inflorescences at staminate anthesis. And in H, we see spadics at staminate anthesis, spade limb fallen naturally near side of the lower spade, artificially removed. So here's the full collection. Did I see that Jesse said something I missed? I might be hallucinating. Oh no, he did. Hey yo, what's up, Jesse? Hope you had a good dinner. Jacob said, Bamba, I'll detail your car for some Buce. I'm a professional. Oh man, hold up. Hold up, time. Drive down to Mississippi. Let's see. Description. Diminutive, obligate, rheophytic herb, 3 centimeters tall. Occurring as extensive mats of weakly rooting interlaced stems with much of the plant hanging in the water flow. Okay, now this one looks... This could be fire. Yo, write this one down. What is this? Yeah, Bucephalandra orientica. Yes. Yes, let's do this. This one, I would like this one. Okay? That's all I gotta say. Bamba said, if you want to work for me for a few hours, I'll give you some boost. Man, what a trade-off. Yo, look at this. Yo, this picture's awesome. It's on a freaking waterfall. Hold up. Bucephalandra belinde. Oh, this is the one that kind of looks like... this is one of the ones that has the characteristics I like. And check this out. Figure A and B is plants and habitat. So this one is just in a goddamn waterfall. Look how dense that is, bro. That's like a couple $1,000 in Buce right there, right? Come on, man. Come on. You got to tax them on this. Mick said that's how they grow. Now, listen, not all the pictures we've shown have had them in this much of a cool... It's been like on a rock next to the water. This is the first picture so far, right? It's like... I'm expecting to see like a hill stream loach climbing up, you know, there's some rocky music, and just like going past the views. But this is pretty dope. It's crazy how thick it is. Like, this is a carpet, man. This is the mats they be selling. I want the real Buce mat. I want to stick it right on a waterfall. Now I just want to make a tank that has a Buce. A waterfall with Buce growing underneath it. Nah, this is what I want now. Alright, we got to put this on the list. This is on the list. Bucephalandra belinde. I like this one. And also, its flower looks exquisite. Look at this E. What stage is this? E. Inflorescence at staminate anthesis. Most of the spade limb has been shed with remaining portion reflexed. And they've got a tasteful little water drop there on it. Like, come on, man. Come on. Yo, they did their thing. This is 2014. Yo, no one has taken some nice quality photos to update the description since then like this. I mean, I haven't done that much searching, so they probably have, but still. A couple fish, that one is definitely in the hobby. I feel like I definitely recognize these leaves. Let's see what to say about this one. Carpet in the wild is a microhabitat itself. Indeed. Small but robust, obligate, rheophytic, 6 to 14 centimeters tall, sometimes forming patches up to 50 centimeters across, stem creeping and rooting with active portions erect, branching repeatedly. Branches up to 10 centimeters long and 1.5 centimeters in diameter. Leaves, many together, totally 6 to 8 centimeters long and 1.5 millimeters in diameter. Adaxily, I'm gonna have to look this up. Canaliculate. Having a groove channel or narrow furrow lengthwise on the surface. Let's see. Yeah, having a groove or grooves. All right. Yeah, I'm tracking. I'm clocking. I'm standing on business. Adaxily caniculate, bright reddish purple, sheathing at extreme base, wings extended into a very narrowly triangular portion, a 3 centimeters long blade, elliptic to the lanceolata, 6 to 9 centimeters long by 2.3 to 3 centimeters wide, rather thickly coriaceous, weakly glossy, dark blue-green with a major veins, paler and reddish adaxily, base cuneate, apex rounded and apiculate for 4 millimeters, margin markedly undulate, midrib abaxily and adaxily prominent, strongly reddish abaxily, primary lateral veins, 5 on each side, diverging at 25 to 60 degrees and running to a marginal vein. Interprimary veins much finer, secondary venation, adaxially obscure, abaxially fine, inflorescence solitary, occasionally two together, separated by a foliage leaf. So there's all the details on that. Do you have all messages? When did Bamba say? I worked for a couple hours. I don't see this comment chat, but I heard you. 11 comments back. Jacob said, Bamba's funny. I really work at a car rush. I've been there for 3 years. Very nice. Okay, this is a controversial boost for me because I've been kind of shitting on the boosts that look like anything except for what my ideal version of what a boost is. But now I'm wondering, maybe I just don't need a Nubius or Crypts at all. Maybe I can do an all Buce tank, and it's gonna have all the appeal of all those other plants, but it's just gonna be Buce. Because look at this thing. This looks like a little like a Nubius type plant. You got the broad leaves. You got the green. And you know, it's just this place right here on the rock. Some tasteful water splashes. We got the typical flower here. Let's see what they want us to note. Okay, in F, it says the spadics at staminate anthesis, spathed, artificially removed. Note the interstice staminoids and staminate flower, the K, have reflexed. So that's what they would like us to notice in this diagram over here. I have someone messaging me on Marketplace. The lowballing the hell out of me. I don't know. Boost is a good plant to make you mad that you didn't buy a Chihiro Slight sooner. I'm definitely buying a Chihiro Slight this year. And I'm going to put CO2 on the 40 beer. And I'm going to try and make it look halfway decent. That's what I'm going to do. Got all my views on eBay, found a good seller, didn't pay a ton. We need to saturate the market. Whoa, saturate the market, bro. We gotta keep scamming these. We gotta keep scanning these motherfuckers. Come on. Come on, let the scam continue. No, I'm joking. It's worth it. Okay, so this is Bucephalandra catherinae. It does kind of have like a Nubius look to it. Let's see, ecology. Bucephalandra catherinae is known exclusively from basalt riverside boulders under wet upper hill forest, 600 meters above sea level. Known with certainty only from one type locality, but see under remarks. Okay. The eponymy dedicated to the botanical artist Eleanor Catherine in recognition of the painstaking illustration work she undertook for the genera of the RK project. Okay, so that's a nice little nod to someone who did a lot of work with the plant. I feel like I have seen this one. A couple said Catherine also in the hobby. Remarks. Morphologically, very similar plants are known from shaded riverside granites at Nanga PO, some 450 kilometers to the southwest of Bucephalandra catherinae. These have yet to flower, and cultivation and confirmation of the identity is not yet secure. Alright, let's look at Bucephalandra chimera. Diagnosis. Bucephalandra chimera most closely resembles B. auranthia, but may be distinguished by the spreading, not upward arching, staminate flowers and by the ascending decay horns. Man, they took a picture of the most disgusting looking plant possible. Like, this thing looks like shit. If you got this shipped to you, all these holes in it, you'd be like, what the? Trying to scam me? But they made up for it by some really nice photos of. What I like about these photos is they didn't overexpose it. Like that, to a lot of people, this is a little bit like, can you make the photo a little bit brighter? But it's nice because they preserved a lot of detail in here. So well photographed, I must say. So we got the plants in habitat, and here's a bigger picture of their habitat, which we haven't gotten a wider view. Don't even really see the plant from that far away, but interesting context. It's only known from the type locality which it occurs. It occurs on granite boulders. Okay, so we all need some granite I guess. Catherine is my least favorite buce. Okay. I feel like normal people don't get these to bloom without high quality light. And then Steve said all my buce and prop boxes are blooming, but that's cheating. I wonder if for the temporary immersion you could just like have a prop box with like a drain thing on it and just fill it up and then for like 30 minutes, then drain it. Something like that. Okay. I'm gonna go through the photos a bit more. Oh, okay. Okay. Now see, this is more what I think a buce should look like. Okay. It's on the edge a little bit because it's not quite as thickly matted as I'd like, but it's a little bit green. You know, where's the purple, man? Where's the brownie? Where's the ice cream birthday cake? But I get it. This is Bucephalandra diabolica. Okay, so that's why it looks like a buce to me, because this is what a couple of fish said. It's one of the more common species. Stephen P.A. says it's 99% aesthetics regarding the light, but it's significant. Yeah. I'm going to have to raise some funds. Through robbery. So, Bucephalandra diabolica. Its flower does look, to me, pretty different than a lot of the flowers we've been looking at. Like, even the spathe, to me, I'm assuming, is that what it's called? I forget. But one, the flower looks like a lot shorter to me. Two, like this little part here has been like had more green to it. It says, yeah, pistillate anthesis note slit at top of the spathe limb. And then over here at F spadix just before stamina anthesis spathe artificially removed. Note the staminoids are beginning to lower. So yeah, it looks. I don't know if it's just the stage they took the photos of, but the color looks a lot different on the spathe, I think it's called. And then it looks a bit shorter to me than some of the other ones we looked at. Okay, let's look at Bucephalandra elapicta. Occurs on sandstone riversides and stream boulders under open lowland per humid forests at 150 meters above sea level. Colorfish said you don't need to duck them, just spray them and that's plenty wet enough. Okay, that's good. Shade my eyes. Nah, this thing isn't a buce. This is a crypt in disguise or something, yeah. Oh no. Man, look how fat this flower looks. Look at that. Look at that bulge, boss. You know, this thing's looking crazy. It looks like corn on the cob. What is going on? Spadix at the onset of stamina anthesis, spathe partially artificially removed. Note that interstice staminoids have lowered and that the decay of staminate flowers have reflexed. Okay. In the figure G, Spadix at pistillate anthesis, spathe limb artificially removed. Note that interstice staminoids are still erect and staminate flowers decay have yet to reflex. Okay. So I think this is what's reflexing here. You can see it's like closed up. I think. Honestly, both of these kind of look a little different. Staminoids have lowered, and the decay of staminate flowers have reflexed. Alright. Yeah, I'm not so sure about this one. Although, I do wonder, does the type of rock that they're attached to matter? Like, is there some kind of rock minerals or nutrient things going on there that they benefit from? Like, do I need to put a certain species on some damn granite or something? Like, do I need to go and raid some kitchen counters? You know, some nice kitchen counters. When you drop in that fish house video, this guy, Theca, not VK. Okay, the CA. Yo, who invited the plant police? I'm joking. The plant police. No, I'm joking. Okay, they CA. They CI. They CI. They CA. No, that's helpful. That's helpful. Bucephalandra Goliath. The leaf blades of Bucephalandra Goliath are most similar to that of B. ultramafica. But Goliath differs in its overall habit, having considerably elongated, pendant, naked, stout stems. Here's some Bucephalandra Goliath. Now this is a nice little photo here. You see him on the rock next to some flowing water. This is what I like to see. Okay. Now the Goliath itself, I don't know, man. But this flower looks nuts. Look at how it's curling all around. That's kind of cool. I can't hate on that. That's a little bit cool. Bucephalandra Goliath occurs in granite waterfalls under humid lower forests at 250 meters above sea level. So far only known from the area of Nanga Pino and Nanga Taman, where it's scattered and highly localized. Derived from Goliath of Gath, one of 5 city-states of the Philistines, a giant Philistine warrior, and used in allusion to the robust and large stature of the species. The long, stout pendant stems, forming dense curtains of growth, are immediately diagnostic. The leaf blade is also highly distinctive, although the leaf blades of Saba, Bucephalandra, ultramafica are superficially similar. Okay. It wins the award of easiest Buce name to say so far. Okay, let's take a look next at Bucephalandra carangas. The spadix of Bucephalandra carangas is somewhat reminiscent of B. elliptica, although readily differentiated by the abrupt transition into the narrowly cylindrical staminate flower zone, with the base of the appendix truncate and by the excavated extended staminoids at the appendix tip. Ecologically, B. carangas is unique in the genus, indeed in the entire schismatic long... they got me. Schismatoglotidae by being restricted to carangas. A small, solitary, obligate rheophytic herb, 13 centimeters tall, but in exposed situations only half this height. Okay. Stem creeping and rooting, 1 centimeter in diameter. Alright. At ecology, carangas is a rheophytic on whitish sandstone rocks and waterfalls along oligotrophic streams under open lowland to lower hill carangas. Tropical heath forest at 25 to 360 meters above sea levels. And a couple fish chiming in to say it's so annoying to grow long term. Carangas is derived from the name of the vegetation, tropical heath forest, to which the species is restricted. The word carangas translates as land that cannot grow rice. Yo, someone was so fucking salty. The rice farmers were so fucking salty. They're like, land that cannot grow rice. That's all they had to say about this shit. It is from the Iban language. It's the only Bucephalandra species so far known to occur in carangas, a habitat not usually favoring rheophytes. Plants in exposed situations tend to be dwarfed with stiffly coriaceous leaf blades and with the margins noticeably recurved as compared to plants in the shade, which are inclined to be larger with softer textured arching leaf blades. When brought to cultivation, these exposed situation plants grow on to resemble the shade-dwelling individuals. Searching a wholesaler here, they got RM Bucephalandra Thea Red. That sounds cool. That does sound cool. Nick with the wholesaler list. Just at the end of the year, I've started being able to see more wholesaler lists, and it is definitely helpful. That looks cool. So, what? Couple fish. You can tell me, so I don't have to do any work and learn for myself and exercise my brain. I noticed one of the things about Buce that does make it look cool, especially in person, is the shimmering effect. I'm not necessarily asking about the shimmering effect, but these, like, the little white dots that kind of help it look like a galaxy. I noticed that was on the Leganandra Bleeding Heart I had too. What is the word for that? Those little white dots, like, they gotta be something. But I feel like it's part of, like, the glittery effects some of these plants have. Jacob says, I really like your cories. Which species is that? These are stirbai coriodoras. Cute little guys. Cute little cories. Alright, where's my tab with the Buce? Yes. Cam Jen says speckly. Okay, I guess, technically. Now, they did say this region is not that favorable to rheophytes. I mean, the pictures of the plant in the wild don't look incredible. Unless, if this is them over here, but that doesn't look quite right. That looks like a whole different plant, so.
I think that must be them kind of up here. But yeah, if so, again, this like if someone sold you this plant, you might be like, damn, you gave me the plant that's looking a little bit disgusting. A couple of fish says there's definitely a name and term for it, but I can't recall it right now. We got him! We got him. He doesn't know it, man. He doesn't know it. Tony Sands 7009 said, good streaming, my friend. Greetings from Spain. Appreciate you for checking in the chat. I need to get my way up to Spain. We were just reading what were we just reading something? What was going on in Spain? Was that the one with the invasive crayfish? I can't remember. I can't remember. I'm surprised, man. A couple of fish. You didn't know the name for it, man. My faith in God has been shattered. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's take a look next. Bucephalandra kishi. This did pop up in the one we read earlier, and they confirmed that this was one of the 6 species they confirmed to be legit. Bucephalandra kishi occurs on riversides under open canopied upper hill forest over granite, and at above 1,500 meters above sea level. I think that's the highest so far. The species appears to be a facultative rather than obligate rheophyte. Okay, that could be useful. That could be useful. Named for Haruyuki Kishi, ardent collector and skilled grower of aquarium plants. All right. I take everything I said back about naming. The plants have been named much more thoughtfully than some of these fish. A couple fish said iridophores. Oh, plants have iridophores too? That's crazy. That's crazy. Mix talking about Bucephalandra biblis plus green velvet, Thea green, common Thea plus Lamadou plus Ketagang. Iridophores on a plant is very fancy, and that should be a whole topic on itself. Oh gosh, man, how much reading do I have to do? Holy. The silver spots and the blue are caused by different size and shaped iridophores. Huh. Okay. Let's see what we got over here. Yep, this is the kishi. Okay. So back to the kishi, having leaf blades with primary lateral veins adaxillally conspicuously raised, this highly distinctive species is reminiscent of juvenile plants of Aridarum birdie complex, although the inflorescences are quite different. In wild populations, there's considerable variation in the leaf blade color, and plants with deep red or deep red-black leaf blades have pink space, whereas plants with green leaf blades have white space. The individuals with red-black leaves and pink inflorescences are highly ornamental. Stephen P. said we've talked about it on Wet Your Plants too. Oh my goodness. Wow, look at that. I didn't know you guys talked about plants on there, man. I thought you just abused cats. Yo, why I go on the Stephen P. stream? They got the cat in the Christmas jacket, and the cat is not having it. He's going. Yo, if the cat was in charge of Christmas, we'd all get cold. Tony Sands said the fucking aquatics is universal. Very true. That is so true. That is so true. Stephen P. said that cat tolerates nothing. I mean, for not tolerating nothing, he committed much less murder than I might have expected. Okay, so pictures of... Oh! Hold on! Okay. Okay. Now this Bucephus, again, you know, they said it's about fish. In the wild, fish get sick, they get beat up. They actually may not look that healthy. Not all of them. It's not like a wonderland, and you know, oh, they do terrible in our takes. But no, sometimes the nature of the fish have pretty awful lives. Honestly, like even your most incompetent fish keeper, like perhaps could provide the fish with a better life than the wild, where 70% of them get eaten, another 10% viciously decimated by predators, and then the other 10% like they just killed themselves out of depression. You know what I mean? Like relatable. I'm seeing this with the plants a little bit. Like some of these photos, the plants they're looking like I'm taking care of them. they're not looking the best. But the leaves on this thing look awesome. The patterning is fantastic. I like the color. Yeah, this buce, even though it is a little bit of the wider leaf, which I've been hating on, it is bunched together nicely, where it does look nice. It does look nice. Like I can see this being a nice little bush. What do they call it? A mid to foreground plant. You know what I mean? I could see that. So here it is on the rock, and we get a bit of zoomed out of its environment here. So again, on little rocky streams. Have to imagine the water levels perhaps get a little bit higher at some points. They said the inflorescence was particularly ornamental, and I guess I do see what they're talking about here. So let's see. D and F, inflorescence staminate, anthesis, spade limb beginning to shed. G, spadix epistolate. Wait, he told me how to pronounce this. Baceae. That's something else. I'm totally getting myself distracted. And then in J, spadix post anthesis, spade limb shed naturally near the side of the lower spade, artificially removed. Note color changes to stigmas and they see A. Right? They see I. Yeah, this thing looks pretty wild. Look at all the colors in this inflorescence here. Bickham said, by the way, what is green velvet black? I have no idea. Yo, shout out to the people spamming the I'm seeing the reactions. Just so you know, when you do the reaction, I'm seeing all sorts of. I don't even know how to describe some of these emotions, man. It's just it gets me all worked up and teared up and overwhelmed. Like, I don't know. There's a lot being felt. Ooh, Bucephalandra Minotaur. Okay, I've been waiting for this one. Another name that I can actually pronounce. Bucephalandra minotaur is distinguished from all other species by staminate flowers with daceae horns much shorter than the daceae. The sinus between the daceae not or only barely extending to the front. The staminate flower and the staminoids of the lower 1/3 of the appendix flat and morphologically identical to those of the upper appendix. Small, obligate, rheophytic herb to 20 centimeters tall, stem erect, older plants with stems shortly creeping and active portion suberect, 1 centimeter in diameter, leaves many together. Yeah, this is a nice plant, man. This is a nice plant. Ecology: it occurs as a rheophyte on the Cretaceous granites of the Schroener Range at 165 meters above sea level. Only known from the type locality. I'm actually kind of surprised at some of these buce. Like, they're like, there is not a single other buce within 1 billion miles of this buce. So it's not necessarily like there's a bunch of different species next to each other in some of these, which I think is kind of interesting. A lot, like almost all of them, it's like only known from the type locality. So a lot of variation here. Etymology: from the Latin Minotaurus, from Greek Minotauros, the Minotaur of Greek myth, a monster with the head of a bull and the body of a man. The epithet here coined to reflect the staminate flowers, reflecting its staminate anthesis, each to resemble a bull charging head down. Bucephalandra minotaur occurs along the flanks of the Schroener Range with an area of quite extraordinary biological diversity, where it co-occurs with numerous undescribed species of aeroids and doubtless other undescribed species too. Commercial's name is Gigant. Now, this is one of those things where I feel like when it's like flowing and stuff looks much cooler, but just on its own as one plant, I'm not really feeling this suberect plant here. But let's see. I just want to see if it looks like if we see the bull charging down anywhere. So they say the staminate flower reflecting its staminate anthesis, each resemble a bull charging head down. Where is that? You guys seen a bull charging head down, man? Computer. Enhance. Man, I feel like some of these people identifying plants, they're smoking the plants too while they come up with these names, because it's like, if I look hard enough, do I see it? I'll be honest, I do not, but I believe him. I'm sure it's there. I'm sure it's there. Okay, I'm going by picture now. I need a boost that I actually want to look at. Hold up. Okay, here we go. Here we go. What's this? Bucephalandra pygmaea. Come on. I know how to pick them. Bucephalandra pygmaea. Pygmaea is an obligate rheophyte on shale or very occasionally sandstone along streams or waterfalls under moist or humid lowland forest at between 10 to 55 meters above sea level. Malaysian Borneo. It's actually located in a couple different places over here. If you hadn't guessed, its name is an allusion to the stature of the whole plant. So it's a small piece. Pygmaea, of course. Okay. Pygmaea also up there with diabolical for most common and most types. Might be number one, actually. Oh, whoa. Forget everything I was just saying. Because before we do this, we gotta do the pubes. They got pubes. Diagnosis. Bucephalandra pubes is uniquely diagnosed in the genus by the pubescent staminate flower. That's where it came from? Pubescent staminate flower. That was enough for them to call it Bucephalandra pubes? What's wrong with these people? What is wrong with these people, man? Small obligate rheophytic herbs to 12 centimeters tall. In older plants, creeping and rooting with active portions sub-erect. Tiny pubes equals tiny hairs, whatever you say, man. So here's a picture of the crypt pubes. I'm disappointed. I think this looks like shit. I feel like this inflorescence makes me uncomfortable. I don't know what it is. But, yeah. I don't know. Would you buy this? Would you buy this Buce? Around the pubes? Is that some damn slugs next to it? I don't even know. Known only from type, locality, Latin pubes, downy, especially of reproductive parts, used in allusion to the pubescent staminate flowers. Pubes are one of the most readily identifiable species by virtue of the pubescent staminate with very short horns. Also found Bucephalandra SP needle leaf. That sounds pretty good. Pubes isn't in the hobby that I've seen. Okay. Well, this one that I thought actually looked cool they say is overall most similar to Pygmaea. Here it is on the rocks. I just like anything that's kind of in denser mats, basically. It got the smaller leaves and the darker coloration. I do feel like this inflorescence has some very nice, very nice kind of red to slightly pinkish tones going on here. Very classy looking. It's a rheophytic herb, 2.5 centimeters tall, occurring in extensive patches. See, I want all the ones that occur in extensive patches. Well, Godzilla is a variant of Pygmaea. Godzilla is shit. I hate it. Wait, is Godzilla the one I hate? No, it's Goliath. That's the one that I said I didn't like today. Yes, Goliath. I don't think we've looked at Godzilla yet. Yes, branching repeatedly, stems, leaves are pressed to the ground, scattered along stems, known only from the type locality. Bucephalandra sordidula occurs in the upper Cretaceous granite rocks along rivers under humid lower forest at 200 meters above sea level. one of the most distinctive species of the taxonomically troublesome Bucephalandra pygmaea complex by virtue of the remarkably long peduncles and the salverform lower spathe. Bucephalandra surdidula is one of the few species to flower with the plants fully submerged, the long peduncles raising the spathe and spadix above water. The other is B. belinda, as in that's the other species that also will flower fully submerged. So if you're looking for some buce flowers, some submerged buce flowers, here's two species to look for. Ooh, okay, hold up. Oh, we might be cooking with this. This got some of the leaf shape of the ones I don't like, but it's bunching and creeping along in a way that I do like. So this is Bucephalandra titana, immediately recognizable by the very stiff leaf blades, which are adaxily punctate. The slightly brain-like spadix appendix is somewhat reminiscent of B. moliensis, but the glossy interstice pistillates are diagnostic. They're obligate rheophytic herbs, 3 centimeters tall, forming patches up to 25 centimeters across. Let's go. Stem creeping, rooting with active portions, semi-erect, branching repeatedly. Branches 0.5 to 3 centimeters long by 0.5 to 2 millimeters in diameter. Usually bright reddish. Leaves many together, densely arranged along stems, mostly semi-erect, sometimes oppressed to the substrate. Here we have some photos of it in its environment, and I do think it is delightfully patched together, and the stems are super red. Like, this is a cool looking situation here. This looks nice. Now if you were like a real plant person, had like these walls of plants and stuff, this would be a cool one to see grown out, you know, along a little waterfall feature, as they say, because the red stems against like a darkish stone with the green, that's a lot of nice contrast. And here we got the iridophores shining. Now Steven's gonna have to come on. You know, Steven, you never come on the stream before. Maybe you gotta come on. We gotta do it a plant iridophore stream. We have to break it down one more time, and then we'll do plant trivia. We need a plant trivia. Kahoot. Kahoot. Steven's Revenge. Plant trivia. Whew. Very cool. And even with the inflorescence, like you see that red stem coming up all the way to the flower, which is kind of nice. It's kind of satisfying. Ain't gonna lie. So ecology, Bucephalandra titana is rheophytic on exposed but mossy basalt river rocks under humid upper hill to lower montane forest at 900 meters above sea level. Only known from the type locality. From Latin adjective titanus, from Greek a reference of the leaf blades, so I guess the Greek word is stiff or rigid. It's another member of the diverse Bucephalandra pygmaea complex. It is easily distinguishable by the rigid leaf blades, which are unique for the genus and seem to be an adaptation to the exposed habitat that the species favors. Its commercial name is Penelope. I wonder why. Ooh, what is this? Bucephalandra ultramafica? Ultramafica. Okay, unique to the combination of deeply ridged petioles, narrow, deep green, glossy leaves, and a bullet-shaped appendix. The leaf blades are somewhat reminiscent of those of B. Goliath, but B. ultramafica never develops long pendant stems, diagnostic of B. Goliath, and the spadix appendix and appendix staminoids are of different form. The current as individuals are small clumps, and I don't like that as much, but the small clump does look nice. Look at the undersides, kind of, well, those leaves are dying, I guess. I was gonna say I like this color, but no, they're dead. Well, rest in peace. But the dark green color is really nice, and this clump is decently thick. And look at this, they did a long exposure photo of the water flowing here for us, so we get this nice silky effect. Yeah, come on, that's nice. C, D, E. That's kind of interesting looking inflorescence. Kind of got a cone shape going on here. F. Detail the reflex interstice staminoids closing entrance to the lower spade. And then over here, H. Spadics at stamina at anthesis. Spade limbs shed naturally near side of lower spade artificially removed. It looks pretty cool. Looks pretty cool. Alright. Man, we have looked at a lot of freaking buce. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? This is more. This is kind of cool. So, I'll post a link to this in the chat one more time. I'm gonna stop it there for the boost because I don't know. I don't know if I can boost myself anymore. I feel like I've challenged myself enough. Right? Come on. Let's look at some fish. Let's look at some fish. Come on, you plant people are never happy. Like, come on. This is enough for the plants, right? Right? I want to show you guys some fish. So, that's what I'm gonna do. So we've been looking at the stir-by here. We've been looking at the stir-by. We've been looking at these 40 over here. But there's some other things going on. Although I do think this tin mail is kind of looking appealing. I'm liking it. I added like this big flat rock back there, which has been kind of nice. I need my lens color here. So, help with some of this light. Okay. So, I moved some fish around. I do still, the great reshuffle, as John would call it, is still kind of in progress. We are moving a lot of fish around. Over here, we have, let's get the National Geographic one right now, man. That was kind of nice. I like pulled up just as this thing was eating something. It's like, well, over here we have, I got the Striptosimian. Over here, this is the female. Then I got some of these nice little cories in here that I'm a pretty big fan of. I think I have 6 of them I got from Fishing Friends. I kind of wish I got more of them now because I need more of them, I think. And then I moved my 173Es over here. And I have a bunch of caves set up for them. So they're having a good time just chilling out in their caves, hanging around. Average only 1 trigger for paper, I think. Pretty solid. I love Buce. Yeah, yo, couple fish. Come on. How is this for some Buce content? Not bad? Come on, I'm an amateur Buce enthusiast. How much abuse did we do here? Did we abuse the audience too much? I'm a rheophile for fish and plants. I'm starting to become one as well, not gonna lie. I can see my LFS can order Microsorum crocodilus, Microsorum diversifolium. I'll post pics in a Discord for you as a reward. Oh, thank you so much, kind sir, for rewarding us with a humble brag in the Discord. Oh my goodness. What would we do with that belt? I do appreciate it. This guy. This guy. Okay, I'm building up straight because I'm going to have to move my whole little computer setup here, so I want to show you guys some of the breeding updates here. Next, I had my Grammadoids Pucallipeensis is guarding eggs now. Very nice. That does sound very nice. It sounds like an exotic pistogramma, or pistogramoid. Pistogramoids is what you said. Yeah. Okay. Give me a moment. So, gotta put this thing up here. And
we're going to look at my little hatching trays. You know, I got the 1.5 shallows, the hero tanks, the rimless, and I use them for hatching eggs. But we've had a decent amount of eggs being hatched around here, and I actually need to go collect some eggs and set up my third one, because I got a third tray. And in here I have some from the, you might remember the ACM auction. I got the Galaxy out of Singleston. And I got the orange laser quarries, and 2 of the orange laser quarries did happen to spawn and lay some eggs. And I was in the process of moving the whole group, but I only had 2 in there at the time. The 2 of them managed to lay, as you might be able to tell, quite a few eggs. So I got those guys in here. I'm not sure when exactly. I need to figure out. I might move them to one of the 2.5 gallon tanks. But the nice thing about these shallows is like 1.5 gallons is actually kind of nice. It's not like the most water volume ever, but it's not like I have them in a very tiny container. They got a decent amount of surface area over here to swim around compared to some little hatching tubs I could have them in, which is why I like the shallows, because I do feel like the fish probably benefit from having some as much exercise as possible. And I'm not saying this is like a lot of space, but for a hatching tray, I feel like this is relatively nice. Of course, I have the characteristic aquatic isopod population in with the eggs, as is now my standard practice for taking care of eggs and helping them all hatch out nicely. They've definitely made a big difference for me when it comes to the Procatopus eggs, I would say. They helped a lot. Which, now the Procatopus, I'm kind of off of picking them, and I did read one old forum post, and I'm going to disturb these fry to move a little so you can see. And let me know, what's your guess for how many of these orange laser, I guess, gold laser, I'm pretty sure they're the same. I think Cheryl was in here saying they're the same. They're sold as orange laser. And those guys swimming in the back are very cool. Fry, recent new fry for me. I'll talk about in a second. But yeah, give me your guess of how many of these guys you think are in here. It seems to be a decent amount. I saw 1 or 2 deceased fry, but for the most part, seems like I have a healthy population so far. Haven't had too many issues. So I'm hoping that this will be one of my first quarries that I have a bunch of, because I did initially have a ton of the Aeneas, the green quarries, but that was way back, and I need to actually collect those eggs from them. Some of them got eaten, not as many as I thought were by now. That was way back, and I haven't repeated that success since. So easier to keep oxygenated in low surface. Yeah. So that's another thing with the shallows. So I feel like there's a few things that I know that eggs seem to benefit from, and definitely not all eggs are the same. So I do think some fish, they definitely have eggs that are more, at least in my water parameters, seem to be way more resilient. Like for instance, rice fish eggs seem to have a pretty high hatch rate for me. Like they seem to do great. There's all sorts of factors. It could be fertility. It could be the actual structure of the egg. How resistant is it to bacteria growing on it? What the actual substrate? Some of the egg surfaces are great substrates for bacteria and biofilms and stuff. But oxygenation, right? And the shallowness really helps with that. And I know with some killifish, people really swear by hatching them in shallow containers only, basically, to help with certain issues. So I feel like these shallow tanks really seem to help with a few common challenges when it comes to fry. for me, the main benefit of them is what you're seeing right now. They're really easy to see into. That's the main benefit. Now, it's not quite, you can see, like, I have to bend over to look exactly in it, just a little bit. But if I do stand back here, I can see into most of it without having to bend over. But I really value, one day I'll have only low iron glass tanks because I think it makes a very big difference in being able to take care of things, how well you can see them. And I think that's why, while technically lighting isn't like critical, there's been a couple times where a tank I didn't have the most lit, or ideally lit, once I did make it easier to view into, I noticed some things that I've been missing. So, you know, when it comes to the eggs and the fry, I like having these tanks. So, in the back, and again, I would love to see an estimate of how many of the laser quarter fry you think are in here. But in the back, it looks like there's 3 killifish fries swimming around, and those are some Procatopus, but they're not the Procatopus that we've been looking at most of the time. These are the Procatopus. I think it's the Yabasi red. So this is a different species of Procatopus for me. I've been growing out these adults for months and months. I got them a while ago. I probably mentioned on the stream. And now they seem to be laying eggs. I think I got some eggs of the Scriptosimians too, which I've had for a while. But I'm excited because I'll have my 2 species of Procatopus. Now I just need those red line lamp eyes, those other lamp eyes, and then I'll be pretty set. So there's an improvement I want to make. At the Clash, I got a tank that had these weird, I think they're like air stones that are like pancakes. It looks like something like screwed together, but it's got like a line in the middle. Yeah, the Yabasi red Procatopus is what these should be eggs of. Now, I probably shouldn't have them next to each other, although I haven't had really issues with my fry jumping, but probably shouldn't have them next to each other. So I might change that, but I'm not really too worried about it. I do have lids on these. I will say that the adults do look pretty different to me. So I don't think that'd be one to be able to mix up too easily. So I'll show you guys actually while we're at it. So over here, you can see some of my Procatopus I've had for a while. So that's my big male, and I've got like a school of like maybe 11 in here that I mainly breed from. But I am gonna, when I get my space stuff situated, I am going to kind of split up some things. Like, I think this guy looks pretty nice. Alright, so that's these guys. Now this other species is over in this 10-gallon for now. And if they come to the front, you'll see what I'm talking about, and the fact that they do look pretty different. So I feel like you can probably tell the difference just from that slight appearance. The elongated fins and also the striping in them is pretty distinct, and that's one reason why they're really nice. They got kind of fancy fins. But as you can see, I got a lot going on in this tank right now. A lot of different little experiments, so it's kind of hard to see into it. I had some blue-green algae pop up in here too, which was kind of annoying. John in the Discord, he asked, he was like, I'm embarrassed to ask, but anyone else had the problem? And he's kind of in my area. He's like suddenly popped up, so I don't know if there's more phosphates in the water recently. And ever since he said that, I've been having that pop up in a few takes. So maybe something did go awry with the tap water around here recently. Okay. So over here on the right, a couple fish that I dumped some boost in the Discord. I'm gonna pull it up in a second. Yeah, I love the low iron shallows for the baby tanks. I just got a third one at the swap, so I'm gonna have to set that up. What's up, Jose? Just keep track of the plants and fry. Gotta be impossible to separate the females apart. I mean, I'm gonna avoid that. I'm gonna avoid that scenario at all costs. But the females do actually. They look a little different to me. But you know, I should be fine. I'm collecting the eggs pretty differently. Yeah, keeping the plants, etc., etc. So we should be all right as far as that goes. So this is where I'm hatching the Procatopus eggs, and I just took all of them out and put them in a tank for them to grow out in. And I've been splitting up I had them in like 5 different tanks of this. Goldfish said we used to scrap low irons and do HOB breeder boxes with low iron. Oh, we should scrap. No, you're right. That would be actually pretty dope. I'm gonna have to put SBC on that. That'd be cool. But I do like these, and I think on this table I might be able to fit 4. But the nice part is just also being able to look from the top as well. Now this one I've had running a bit longer, and you can see the isopod population is a good bit more mature in here. Now, for now, I'm kind of keeping them a low light situation. Partially, I just haven't set up a light. I think it will be higher light eventually, but some people say that light encourages the growth of certain bad things. So maybe my laziness will have a side effect of something positive. Now I'm seeing 1 or 2 deceased gold lay. I'm seeing looks like 2. So I'll have to leave those out of there. But I did do a water change on this earlier today. With this many fry, you're gonna have to expect a few. What's up, Liquid Zoo Only Fins? How's it going? Let me look at these pictures of the buce that yo, Cuttlefish said buce science isn't worth reading. Oh my gosh. Here we go. You could better cultivation. Oh my gosh, yo, Cuttlefish hates buce science. This is crazy. I was looking for the picture dump. I saw a hate on this entire stream. Oh gosh. What are we supposed to do, man? You can't keep the freaking people happy. I spied agenda, yep. Nick can't hear you when you move away? Am I not on the right audio source? I should be on my headphones, but I guess I'm not. Let me see. There we go. Yeah. That should be better. Thanks for that, Jose. See, no one else cares enough to tell me when something's going wrong. I love it. I was just referring to trying to use them for anything hobby related. All right. Yeah, cover your hateful tracks. Better? Yeah, come on, guys. You know I'm not competent. You gotta tell me. I can't even find this damn photo dump. Better, much better. Gee, if it's that bad, why do you say anything? Oh my gosh. I've conditioned you to expect so little from me. Okay. So we got some boost photos of a couple fish. I'm pulling up in a second. I'm pulling up in 1 second. Right after I finish blaming everyone for my flaws. Ooh, we even got an inflorescence picture. Okay. Listen, it's plant day. Notice I don't think he posted it yet. Let's see. So here is one photo. Ba-bam. And ba-bam. And then finally, appropriately scaled. Ba-bam.
Look at that. We got the LED reflection flexing on us. I see red. I see blue. And I see Bucephalandra too. I know. That was pretty slick, right? All right. Other breeding progress as we admire the Buce. Let me go find what is going on. Now, I've been working on this tank slowly, and my camera's like dying, so this will be the last breeding update for a moment while I switch the battery on my camera, and then we'll look at more of these Buce photos. But I do still got the Panduro Apistogramma in here with babies. In a second. So there she is in the back, and the color on these guys is just outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. She's been a very attentive mom, very active in patrolling. Her kids are probably in the moss, and it hasn't been too mean to the male. You can see the males here, not super beat up or anything. He's looking pretty good. They maintain distance a little bit for the most part, but I haven't had too many issues. You can see baby's starting to get a little bigger. I wish I didn't have the I'm conflicted on the green neons being in here. I mean, I didn't really necessarily plan for it, like, but that's why I had this wood floating to eventually sink. I just want to make more splits in the tank. Now, this plant has been growing out pretty nicely, creating some bushes. But again, I think moss in with the pistogrammas and other parenting cichlids seems to be really nice for decreasing stress because she keeps moving them. Look at this. She keeps moving them to create these like ceilings so she can usher the fry in underneath the moss. And, she's moving it around like that. So really big on keeping covered areas for the fry to go underneath. For now, I'm liking the neons because it just seems to keep her on top of her game. I'm going to see if we can actually see any of the fry. I don't think she has like a ton, but it's also been hard to tell because she does keep them in like little plant patches for the most part. So I'm trying to wait and see if I see any. You got Hong Soy fry yet? Don't think I have Hong Soy fry yet. They're definitely going around, looking like I might have some soon. I think SVC might have some eggs. Oh, Mick said the Banshee, not Panduro. You're right. Sorry, my bad. This is the Banshee, not the Panduro. The Panduro have fry too, but that's the other tank. Thanks for that, Mick. Yeah, this is the Inca 50. I kind of like Apisto. I'm not the biggest fan. Oh my gosh. Finally, someone captured a UFO and trustworthy photo. Wait, really? Where's the UFO photo? And also, that's so random, Nick. We're talking about fishing over here, talking about disclosure. Come on, man. Okay. The pair he got was premium? Yeah. Yo, I can't stand Steve, bro. The way that he talks about himself. He just loves everything he does. Oh, he's got the Steve sweater. He's got the he's got, a couple fish is Connor is his name. Our friend in Alaska. So I don't think you've met him in person. The LED light in the Buce photo, UFO slides, that's the essay. Steve said, I'm the coolest guy I know, just ask me. Yeah. Oh, man. I've been working on this tank quite a bit. I got a lot of plants and stuff out, but I also moved the rivulets that were in here because it was kind of making things a bit crowded. Now, I was hoping to get the my F1 cribs babies in here. But check this out, man. My Australs, they just like, they're substrate spawners for me. See? Australs just, they just ignore the mops. So, I'm pretty much all sand for killifish. A lot of killifish. I like just using, I think I might just go to just trying to get some sand egg collection setups like I'm doing for the Colaris. Because this is a lot easier for me. But you can see these guys going around spawning in the substrate. Give them some moss as well. I mean, they have a ton of moss. They have a ton of moss and they have a ton of mops and a ton of roots. They have all of that. And it's like sand. I don't know what to tell you. I love it. SVC said they're definitely fire. No fry yet from the Hongsloi, but the females have been hanging out in one of the glass caves. SVC is always lurking, always listening. Okay, here's the male Drachenfelsi. So I've had a weird thing happen with a couple of my dwarf sticklers recently. And it's happening with the Drachenfelsi again, where the male seems to be taking over, taking care of the fry, like, and keeping the female away. That happened here. And it happened with my dwarf pikes too. So I don't know what's up with that. This is a tank of regret for me, man. I wish I never bought black shrimp. It's like I don't feel like doing the work to keep these guys looking good. I really don't. I really don't. I don't even feel like doing the work of cleaning the glass, as you can see. But I just want to get my reds and blues to be like my yellows, because my yellows have been going nuts. All right. I definitely want to do I do want to do the Drachenfelsi and the Riggenbaki with the Brachytopus tank after seeing that they were all collected like in the same area together. All right, here's some more buce. I feel the same about pumpkin shrimp, culling all the time. Yeah, I can't. I don't want to be culling the shrimp all the time, man. That's why you're supposed to buy like nice strains or whatever, so you don't have to do that work. All right, here's another buce picture loading up. So black shrimp for sale at the next auction, you say? 100%. Now the problem is this tank is burned because they had so many babies. You know, it's kind of over. It's going to be a while before I could safely put another Neo color in. So here's some more. Is this all buce? More plant pics from a couple of fish. If this is all buce, none of these are buce? Yo, you sent non-buce pics? Now this is abusive. This is abusive, if anything is. What are we talking about? All related, but none are buce? Bro. So you got us the fake Gucci, the fake Louis belt. Now tell me this inflorescence is buce, man. Tell me it is. My concerns. Mick asks, I can't even pronounce that. Yeah, Beto, you started something with the abusive. I feel like you're onto something. No, the inflorescence does look nice, though. And this one's got to be buce, right? This next one with the flower, like this got to be buce. 1 second. Do we have any mods in the chat? If it's not buce, like, can we ban a couple of fish? Aridarum and Bertanthus in the group pick. All right. Look at that. That's cute. Now tell us, is this buce? If it's not buce, the cup flower is buce and that one is too. Oh, that was close, man. I was going to have to commit a crime against humanity. Well, a crime against one human. All right, here we go. What is this plant? Who knows what the plant is that's being held in this next photo that you're about to see in 3, in 2, and now just in 1? What plant is this? Who knows? Who knows? Aegretithis? You never made bin mod? Absolutely not. Absolutely did not make bin mod. Can you imagine? This would turn into a digital panhandling bonanza. Everyone from across the world would come into the stream just to ask, can I have a free fish tank? And you know, I was on TikTok. Ben's got a TikTok account, and I came across a post where he commented, can I have a free fish tank? I'm not going to lie. I kind of felt cheated on. I was like, bro, you're asking other people for fish tanks besides us on YouTube? All right. Beto is guessing Pastegamon octopus. I was going to guess, is it a crinum? The leaves remind me of crinum. It could be one of those buce. It's just so big. Pause. Needle leaf something is JP's guess. What's up, Jesse? Okay, Jesse's a mod, so if we need to ban someone for being for abusive chat, then we have a. Okay, Finistratum, also buce related. Okay, I said Crinistratum or whatever. And use Finistratum is basically the same thing. So I would say that I was right. I win. Where's my participation trophy? Anyone? All right. Now this is what I like. Hold up. We got some serious pictures coming up here. Look at that. Now is the what is it? Was it the lathe? Did you clip it for those photos so we could see it? This isn't Boost, but good diagnostic pics. What's up, Ben Him Aquatics? How's it going, Ben? We're looking at some Boost. New Local Austin says it looks like corn. I don't think it is corn, but I understand the sentiment and how this could be diagnostic. And yes, this was artificially removed. Cam Jen says okra. So wait, what plant is this? Is this a buce? It doesn't look right to be a buce. It can't be a buce, right? I just look at all these buce pics to learn nothing. I feel like it's missing where's the spiky, the brain, what is it? The globe something? It's not buce. I learned something. I learned something today. Let's go. Come on. I looked at a flower thing and I said, it's not buce. Yo, what the hell? Jose said to P-Bod, you have to do sexual favor, Jesse, to not do that, just to be clear. Yo, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? The people that are mods they're just some day ones, man. They're just day ones. They were there in the early days of the stream. That's all. That's all. They're right time, right place. There's only a few people, I think. There's only like a couple more people where I probably should make the mod. But I don't want to water down the mod. Like, only a few people should be mod. No staminoids, no spider. The CA, you're correct. Brush stroke, no staminoids, and no spike. The CA. Yep. We're on to something. So what is this? Is this like an Anubias flower or something? Let's see. Maybe this is a crypt. I'm trying to tell what this thing is. Yeah, Jose is crazy, man. What the heck? Funk's lollipop after 2 hours. That's so crazy. Alligator fern is Cam Jam's guess. Alligator fern. Okay. Anyone else? Benham, you got a guess? Come on, where's the plant nerds? Which plant is this? We know it's not a buce. I know that really narrows it down. I know. It could basically be almost like it could be almost only two things or something. Like the options are just so limited. Um. Okay. Let me see if there's more photos while we decide what this plant is. Oh man, we got another one. Okay, this one kind of looks like a boost. You guys will have to tell me, but Pure's Glovia, Pure's Glovia. Okay, that agrees with Lollipop. And what's up, Joe? Yo, what's up? What's up? Then him. And here we go. The next photo after I sneeze. Whew, that came quick. I was not ready for that. Okay, I think this is a boost, right? I'm not gonna pull up the paper and play ID, but do we think this is a boost or something closely related? I feel like maybe this could be one that's actually a boost. Anyone recognize it? New Local Austin says some of these OG mods got some talent, like Monster Fish Girl and Zen. Myrtle was a link fountain. Mm. There you go, Mick. At 64, you earned the little crazy title. Mick is definitely a little crazy. Well, when you don't ever sleep, you're bound to burn a couple of brain cells, right? Make him said, dang, couple of fish is the master of plants. No, I think that out of everyone that's come in and out of my chat, a couple of fish is still the plant god to me. Okay, I don't think anyone else I've interacted with has a wider knowledge of plants in general. Because he knows a lot of just beyond the typical. Not like a casual plant fiend. He like has a problem, you know. Looks like a crypt. Crypt, Jacob says. JP Jeffrey says Steven. Well, I only relatively recently started watching Steven stream and interacting with Steven, but a couple of fish I've talked to a lot. So now see Steven on his stream, you know, sometimes it's hard to tell how much plant knowledge, you know, beyond the trolling that he be doing, the cat abuse. You know, then all of a sudden he puts himself on a pedestal, like an animated pedestal pops up, and he's like master of the trivia gods or something, and then he's like drawing photos and having people guess. Like, you know, sometimes I ask myself, like, is this stream about plants, or is this just a sick ego trip? I'm joking. I'm joking. A couple of fish, lots of plants, and then a couple of fish said, a couple of plants is my girlfriend's account. Yep. So see? Yeah, I think Mick has fried quite a few brain cells from staying up until 8 a.m. every day and then going to the pub. I don't know what's going on, man. One time he was like, yeah, man. Yeah, watching stream, just got back from the pub. Go Manchester or whatever. Yep. I'm about to head out again to go watch some rugby. Jolly good time, isn't it? You know? And my sub to a couple link Nick, a couple fish doesn't make videos, I don't think. I don't think there's videos on YouTube for you to check out. Wait, Benham Aquatics has a guess, a real plant guess. Anubias avzeli. Let's see. Anubias avzeli. Okay. This plant does bear some resemblance to the plant that we're looking at. Hold up. Give me a second. I'll get my little screen share going again. And maybe we'll get a real answer. or confirmation. But this is the Anubias over here. It just got some longer things going on. Wait, a couple of fish said this is Buce Nanka Pin O from an older collection, I think 210 or 2011. I have to check emails. Oh my gosh, he's got to check emails. I guess we're lucky he doesn't have to check his a physical letter or something at this point. Like, let's see, Bucephalandra Nanga Pino. We have one here listed as Tangerine. I guess that does kind of look similar. $24 for the pot. So we got some luxury boost going on over here. I'm feeling it. I'm digging it. But I think the Anubias was a good guess. Ben Him said, "What's up, Mikim? What's up?" It's not the one in tissue culture though. No, I was just looking for a reference point. I know that probably wasn't the same one. You know what? I'll never look up a single boost again. You know? Never again. Okay, who can guess? I feel like this boost should be guessable by many people in the chat, except for me. I have no idea what it is. But you guys guess what boosts are in this photo. And look, we even got some did I say evanescence? Bro, that's not what it's called. I've totally forgotten what it's called at this point. A couple of fish that got this one from Liquid Creations when they closed. He brought them from wild collected from an exporter in Nanga. Very awesome. Mick said many awesome plants. Yes. So which plant is this? Okay. Which plant is this? We'll get a little bit of an enhance. This is 2 types. Stop giving it, bro. They're supposed to realize that for themselves. Come on. Now I do like how thickly this plant is growing on the left, right. You know what? We're not going to talk about it. I do like how thickly this plant is growing on the right. I like the color. I would buy that plant. I would. $5. Okay, we got Brownie Boost guess from Johnny. We got Boost Mastodon from Beto. We got Boost Rainbow Marble. Is that real? Oh my goodness. There's a lot of boosts out there. Now, it does say there's 2 different types. So there's one type on the right and one type on the left. Now, after reading all these papers, I really don't have a great guess. Because honestly, only a few looked like this. So it's got to be from that one family that he said is very common in the hobby, right? The one on the right, that is. The one on the left, I just don't remember all the names well enough to give a good guess. I'll be honest. Mick says Brownie. I think Brownie is probably a good guess for the right? All right, couple fish. What are we looking at here? Benham guesses Bucephalandra Ketagang. Ketagang. Ben 3 racks on a new chain. My bitch do love Buce, man. Ketagang. I just copied Johnny. You just copied Johnny. Really, Mick? That's the best you can do. I'm looking up a photo of Ketagang. Ketagang round does kind of look like it could be one of these. It's not a crazy guess. I was thinking of the Ketagang that's like all spiky, but there is one they sell as Bucephalandra Ketagang round that looks a bit more like some of these. Okay, we get green apple leaf and ginza. So we don't even get species names from these. Just green apple leaf. Like this is like a gum flavor or something. Also older collections from wild plants. Okay, so we had no hope of getting that one right. No, most aren't described. Well, bro, get to describing. Like, yo, can you tell us? Like, is it adaxal to
to the interorbital, undulated, semi-erect, 90 degrees, you know, cutaneous, dichotomous Earth. Like, what's going on here? Why don't you just describe it? You got it. Come on. What happened to science? All right, next guess. Let's see if any of these are described. Will these be on test? There's 6 species from today that will be on the next Kahoot quiz for sure. For sure. Okay, let's see. What do you guys think of this one? What could this be? Come on. Someone's got to know what this buce is. Come on. What's the buce? What's the buce? Tell me the buce. Don't tell me lies. Just tell me the buce. I haven't been taking notes. The next Kahoot quiz will be another one that I will make as annoying as possible. There will be, it's not all going to be references to stream topics, but there's a few stream topics that'll definitely be on there. New Look Lawson said, I have no idea, but I am interested more than sports for sure. I feel like I'm missing something. Mick said it's 3 a.m. here, bruh. See? I plead the Fifth. Mick, you don't got no Fifth Amendment in Sweden. There's no Fifth. Shut up. You ain't got no rights. Get out of here. What do you think this is? I'll be honest. I'll be honest. All that a couple of fishes told us is there's no point in trying to identify anything. He said, give up. Don't read any papers. Don't Google anything. So, like, why are we even trying to guess his buce? He already told us it's impossible. You know? George Collin, you gotta know rights. Always, see, you always got the music references totally ready. And I do respect that about you. Man, there's a lot of really nice buce going on. I might have to make a purchase from Alaska one day. You know? Do you think I'll need heat packs? I like this buce they sent a photo of. This is what I like. Tiny, it's kind of growing dense. This is cool. Is there the buce like called mini coin or something like that? I would say that's my guess for this. I have no idea what mini coin is, but I just like that the name matches to me. Isn't there a buce coin thing? That's my final answer. All right, you guys make your guesses. Forgot all the species already? Yeah, I don't remember how to say a single one. Okay. I'm still trying to remember how to say Vacier or whatever the hell he's talking about. You know, it's hard. It's hard. Dang, that's a small one. Mini coin sounds familiar. That's what I'm saying. Like that it came to my mind because I feel like this gotta have mini in the name somewhere, right? Like it's got to. Because it's tiny. It would only make sense. I'm trying to get the RoboCop in this little corner here. It's not working out. This is a brownie type. Brownie blue mini. But how was I supposed to guess that when it don't look blue or brown at all? I feel so catfished by this. Like, brownie blue? I don't know. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it at all. Not even a little bit. All right. Very nice buce, man. You definitely have me. I want to up my plant game next year. Okay. Nick, you need to do a stream with a couple as a guest. I agree. We're supposed to do another stream, but you do know I've done more than one stream with a couple fish, right? When we look at the the competition aquascaping tanks. A couple fish is the one that is usually coming on board. Well, speaking of which, let me know when you're down to do another one of those. I think another competition has come out since we last did one that we can check out. Okay, slight break from plants. Let's look at some more breeding things going on, or just general fish things going on. So I have had my first plecos that I bred grow up to have babies. Now, this is an interesting milestone, mostly just because, you kind of think of plecos as taking a little bit longer to reach adulthood. So, I bred some plecos and I kept some around long enough, mostly by accident. I wasn't actively paying attention to these plecos that much. They've just been around because I had so many the first time. But the baby albino plecos that I originally got my pair from Frank Cowherd. I bought a pair of albino plecos from him, adults, and I believe they were $15. Now, looking back, I kind of wish I got the lemon blue eye pair he had for like $20 or $25. Looking back, just because people are always asking for lemon blue eyes these days. But in this cave, which I will shine a light in, you will see that there is a large amount of fry in there. And I have not hit transition, so you saw none of that. Give me 1 second. So there you go. There's the Pleco dad in action. And I don't want to do this for too much longer because I don't want to stress them out too much. But I'm trying to show you that there's quite a lot of Plecos in there. So I haven't decided if I want to pull these or not, because the thing is, the Plecos do come out pretty large. So it's not like, I mean, they're small enough that some things can definitely eat them, but it's not like, they're the easiest target ever. So they're in this cave right here. And I've been working on trying to make this tank look nice slowly over time for a while. And I did do a pretty drastic change recently. I added these black river rocks on the side, trying to get that verticality going, I got my patch of plants over there. I got my black rocks over here that I need to keep piling. And then I did fix the flow some. I got the Epistogramma Agassiz Alicure in here. And I have some pairs that are doing all right. There's one male that seems to be like the male odd out, who seems to be getting beat up a little bit, which is one of the motivations for me working on these rock piles. Now, where the rocks were was just pure plants, so it's not like there's been a lack of cover. But I want to get the rock piled all the way up to the corner on the right, kind of covering the sponge. Then I'll do like a path going diagonally, kind of in the middle where the camera's pointed right here. And then on the left, I've got my little glass cave from SVC. And I think there might be some pisto eggs in there right now, or soon will be, because I saw the female cleaning pretty viciously. And then we just got the banded barbs. Or what else is right now? The only thing in the tank, I got the banded barbs, I got the Epistos, and then I got my gravid platinum half beak. I'm hoping that she'll drop some fry again. The fry that she had before, I still got a couple of them. I lost a few, so I definitely would like some more. But I think I'm gonna have to move her to honestly, bro. If ideally, I'd kind of want to breed the platinum half beaks in a 75. I'm not gonna lie, and the reason why, they're not like super big, but because they just stay at the surface so well. they do sometimes go lower, but the fry definitely stay at the surface. I just like to have more space to break up little pockets for the fry to go into. Because otherwise, the only other way to do it would be just letting like some floating plants like redwood floaters cover a lot. But then they also do need or they do seem to like having some open space. So I just feel like, yeah, the half being, I would like to put in a longer tank. But these are mostly fish that have pretty small mouths, and I have a lot of rocks in here. So I kind of feel like I think I'm just gonna let the plecos take their shot because I'm not necessarily dying to have 100 albino plecos, and I don't necessarily think that many of them will get eaten. And this is kind of the approach I took originally when I had the first batch of them, and that seemed to turn out all right. Johnny said, "I want some. Take them." You need to repot a ton. I think I read that. Need to go back and watch. Often I miss. So I miss a lot when lurking. Yeah. Shirley chose not to get the Luminas for a gift card, so go for it. It's easy to breed. Ooh, I do have some Luminatus. Add Micranthenum ambrosum on top of the rocks pebbles, and you got perfect fry hatchery for Luminatus. Could do that. I kind of have the Luminas in a situation like that, but they're in a smaller tank for now. I would love to get all these small fish into big tanks that are super planted up, and then I think the odds of these passive fry arrivals would be a little bit higher. I need more Saswasher tang too. I'd love to put a ton of Saswasher tang into a tank like that. My Panda Cory school has been growing a lot. I feel like this is one of the main successes over the last year as far as I haven't really been able to focus enough to just like breed the Panda Cories, but I have consistently taken some Panda Cories to the auction throughout the year, and I've consistently added them to added pandas to the school, and we finally got this tank. So it's not green anymore. That's right. I got Steve's Hong Slory in here. And this is one of the tanks I'm kind of working on making a little bit nicer. We've made a lot of progress. I got the sword on the left there I like. I got the Myro. I'm working on getting the pink Rotala kind of growing in the middle. And then I'll have the Myro patch. And I got the whatever sword plant. Mini Valsinaria type plant this is. Honestly, bro, I need to remember. I don't know which ones they are. I've mixed them too much. I know some of these tanks are just full of Tanganyika and Val. I would like to know which tanks, like which ones are the Tanganyika and Val, because that kind of sounds cool. So it sounds special. Yeah, Tanganyika and Val. Ooh, you know what I mean? I know I have a lot of it. I just need to remember which ones it is. What's up, Fish Cafes? How's it going? Store by Me sells Panda Cories for $6. That's not bad. Panda Cories for $6 is pretty good. I'm trying to remember. At the Clash, I feel like there are some where the pandas were like $10 or something. I don't know what their typical price is. Yo, I haven't looked up fish in so long. Let's see what people have been getting in, man. Have they updated their sites for the new year yet? Yo, I'm kicking my shoes off. We got the fish cam on. Let's look up some fish, man. Let's look up some fish. Oh, wait. In the title. I put something about fish retailers in the title. Hold up. Nick, these totes make great half-beak breeder tank Sterilite 32 quart latch box clear plastic bin with lid blue roulette. Yeah, but is it low iron and rimless? Like, come on. Steve said, and? Are you responding? Yo, Fish Cafe said the like button is lonely. And Steve said, and? What a freaking piece of work. This guy. He's like the Grinch, man. Steve is really the Grinch. I mean, are we surprised though? Probably not surprised. You know what, Steve? You don't get to know who the best fish retailer, online retailer 2025 was. Now, the problem is, I actually haven't ordered from all of them, so it's kind of hard to say. But I thought more of a question to pose to everyone, and we'll discuss it as we're looking up these the new fish arrivals. Didn't mean to send it. I dropped my phone. Yo, shut up. Yeah, these little sterilites are cool. I do like these. I do like these. $49. I could buy one more shallow with that. All right. So, macrofish best online retailers for 2025. That's the only thing I haven't talked about yet. Oh shit, we've been streaming for 3 hours. Let's go. Artist working. All right, stream over. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Not yet. Let's see what wet spot got in. Now, the good thing about checking wet spot is now I've learned enough that whatever wet spot has on the new fish arrival list, everyone that has a Cichlid Exchange account, they might be getting in. So this is helpful on the local fish store front because I've been able to just go to some local fish stores and see that they've been getting them in. They're $9 for one at Wally World. Oh my, Wally World. I think I pulled this up the other day a little bit. We got the rubber lip plecos. Ooh, green discus perus, Symphosodon aquifasciatus. That looks nice. Yes, filamentasis. I want to breed filamentasis this year, but I have to really pare down the species I have. I might have to throw a fish giveaway. I mean, I want these fish, but for the right price, I'll let go of them. Yeah, I just need to hang a bunch of nets in the fish and have people come over and just take everything. Blue Phantoms, okay. Mel George and Jeff is making me want angels again. Yeah. Ooh, this is cool. Yeah, man. Chandramara. A fish with two of the same names in a row. That's how you know it's a banger. The gold hovering cat. Let's see what Glacier has to say. In 1822, the most comprehensive book on the fish life of the Ganges River in India to date was published. The author was a Scottish physician. This is such a build-up. Just tell me about the Francis Hamilton, who was in service of the East Indian Company. Hamilton made detailed drawings of all the species he found in the Ganges. His draftsman, Halder, a young Bengal, was honored for his extraordinary achievements. 200 years later, it immortalized. The melon barbs had the generic name Halidaria since 2013. Among the many species Hamilton discovered was two small catfish species. The Hamilton named Pimladois chandramara and Pimladois rama. To these days, these two species remain virtually unknown from a scientific perspective. Well, they wrote this in July 2022. But check out these tiny little clear hovering cats. It's like if a little Corridori pygmaeus mixed with one of those weird ass the Synodontis. There you go. That's what I was looking for. So Shinodara, they remain around 5 to 6 centimeters, prefer to swim in open water and are diurnal. They are droll and funny aquarium inhabitants that are completely peaceful against take mates and disregard plants. They're social animals best kept in groups of 10 to 20 species. Any common ornamental fish accepted. Water temperature between 16 and 26 Celsius. As company are suitable zebra daniels, rosy barbs, dwarf gourami, which all occur in the same habitat. Any drinking water is suitable for the above species. Come on, this sounds absolutely fantastic. It's a great fish. It's a we've been reading all those Indian aquaculture papers. It's a great fish. Put them with some of those cool other You know, the gourami and the other things they listed. Mid-schooling, kind of tiny 5 to 6 centimeter cat. Like, I'm into it. I'm into it. Are we going to start seeing the rise of these Indian fishmen? Butterfly cat, Erythistes hera. What in the world? So this is some kind of anchor cat. Indian butterfly catfish. So the Indian shipment came in to cyclic exchange. Let's go. Also known as a moth catfish, a rare, fascinating bottom dweller collected from the cool, slow-moving forest streams of India and Bangladesh. Its wide wing-like pectoral fins and cryptic mottled coloration give it the appearance of a tiny underwater moth or bat when viewed at rest. Extremely peaceful and shy, and thrives in highly planted aquariums with soft, slightly acidic water, subdued lighting, and gentle flow. Its slow movements and camouflage make it a perfect fit for quiet, naturalistic tanks, especially nano or biotype style tanks that are rarely seen in the hobby. This wild collected gem is a must-have for aquarists who love oddball species with character. Damn! Cool little fish, man. Yo, the cool tiny catfish coming from India. The government stimulus incentives are hitting. Average adult size 1.5 to 2 inches. Peaceful and reclusive. Best kept alone or in groups of 3. Pretty dope. Pretty dope. I don't care about this rubber lip pleco. Get out of here. Yo, give me another dwarf catfish. Let's go. You sound like Bane before puberty. All right, buddy. You're on thin ice, or see, this is why I can't be like Jorge, where he gives everyone with a pulse mod, okay? Because I need to be able to have some control around here. Yeah, so malcontents like you can be taken care of appropriately. Jesse, get him. 25 centimeters. Yo, this is not a dwarf. Nah, it's not a dwarf. The catfish looks cool, but what's this false advertising? Like, this African bagrid is a nighttime predator, so tank mates need to be over 3 inches to escape its clutches? Yo, what? This is crazy. Oh, no. Yo, calm down, Johnny. This is not dwarf. This is not dwarf, okay? We've been bamboozled. This ain't a real dwarf. It's a fake dwarf. Okay, Stenodontis nigriventris. No photo. But it's an upside down catfish. I am interested in those. I got interest. 4 inches. That's not bad. 4 inches. That's not too big. Egg layer omnivore. It's from Central Africa. You know I love the African fish. Nick, focus for God's sake. What happened to the pepperogramis? No, those are still the plans. Those are still the plans, okay? Calm down. I'm just appreciating these fish, Vic. God damn. I'm still more interested in those. But no one has offered me those yet, okay? No one has said, here they are for sale. I would love the peppermint gouramis, but all these fish importers are bums. They don't want to bring in the good stuff. No. They don't want to bring in the peppermint gourami. No. They want to bring in the great, the cichlids, the cool loaches, and now these cool catfish. I get it. No, there's cool. But come on. Let's get the peppermint gouramis in here. I think Johnny said the Biotocus did pop up on a list, but they don't want to shout out the bread for them. They said we need to buy more fish. So, I'm gonna do my part on that front coming up here. Once the fish funds. Oh, speaking of which, I don't think I ever officially said, but just so you guys know, because I think it was last month, people kind of went crazy donating a bunch. I will say, unfortunately for, my more responsible financial obligations, 100% of that money did go to the vendors at the swap recently. So just want to thank you guys for that. So when you see the loaches, or if the jelly bean tetras, and some of these other fish. That was directly from you guys and also for the vendors. All my money I spent was basically from donations, and then I got reimbursed for my paying for the incorporation fees, and then a little bit of the last from my last check. So all that combined, we were able to support the vendors at the swap. So appreciate you guys. Now check this out. Appropriate tank mates include Pelvichromis or Anomalochromis. Jesse said, "Yeah, thanks everyone." Shut up, man. I did get quiet. I did get quiet a lot at Jesse's table. That's that support. The jelly beans are doing all right. I'll show you some jelly beans. I've just been feeding them. They're in a relatively low light tank. I think one or two lamp-eye killifish might have snuck their way into there. But let me see if I can show you guys. I've been saving all my live food portions for them. So for all the new fish, for everything we've been reading, and this is just general. It's not like I just started doing this but I've been saving my live foods for mostly the newer fish, I would say. Yeah. Let's see if I can get my camera up here. Sutton Road said, "Didn't you get J barbs? I just picked up a group." No, I let Aaron get the J barbs because he's already been really successful with breeding barbs recently. And also they were $80 a bag. He got both of them. Now, if he was going to get one of them, I might have gotten the other one. But he was down to get both of them, and I do have interest in him just being successful breeding them. I think he'd have a better chance than me, and he lives close enough that if he's successful, then I will be able to benefit from his success regardless. So I was like, you know what? I was going to buy them if he didn't buy them fast enough, but when I did my last pass where I was going to yoink them, he had actually gone back and bought them. So, but congrats on getting yourself a group. I think the J barbs are pretty dope looking. Ugh. Yo, Sutton, you doing the wholesale bandits? No, it's crazy, Nick. I had fish from Jose at your swap too. Wait, really? Which fish? I haven't had any breeding from Pelvichromis for Laffy. Joey's back, Nick. Talk to regarding the Biotocus, not Johnny, right? No, they got to prioritize. Had 5-6 phone calls in a row. Oh, that sounds fun. Let me see if I can get these jelly beans on screen, so you can see some of that green's coming in on the body. See the orange standing out pretty well on the caudal. They're swimming around there, and there were some panda guppies. And then you can see the lamp eye shadow in the background. Jody, I shall require that Angel I've been meaning to order now. I have acquired a bigger tank. Ooh, we do need to see what's up at the Tropical Fish Co. website. But that's part of the problem, Nick, is I do want to focus. So, kind of like beginning of the year, I'm going to have to make some fish purchases, and I'm going to have to really not make any. I'm going to have to get rid of some fish because I want to be able to focus more. But you can see the jelly beans down here. So, look how much moss is on those rocks, bro. I love those rocks. Sorry, algae. Look how much algae is on those rocks, man. The whole group of J bars I got with the 2 people. That's funny. No, I think J barbs had the potential to be one of those ones. I would order them every time possible if I was ordering fish. I think J barbs are at least among the super fish nerds. They seem to be piquing a lot of interest. They're improving colors. Nice, Nick. Thank you. No problem. Yeah, no, I'm ooh, I can't show you right now because I have them in the 2.5, but the ocean blue Neocaridina I got from Jesse look very nice. Very, very nice. I'm actually more excited about those than I thought I would. I have my strain of Neos, but I forget what they're. It's nice to be able to start over and be like, yeah, I got the award-winning ocean blues from Just One More Fish. Come on. See, yep, Jesse said because they're award-winning. Exactly. And of course, I'm going to say that every chance that I get. All right. No. Let's see. Borneo sucker, assorted. Everyone's getting in the assorted. Shark banjo cat? What the hell is this abomination? This thing looks absolutely hideous. I'm not going to say sorry. What is this? Why is it, when it's popping up on Prime Aqua Pro Shop, it looks like a Bass Pro Shop knockoff logo like that? That's when you know. Only the degenerates want this fish. I got a bad hit of J on my phone from my LFS that all swam away after we fed them with microworms. Yeah, get this ugly ass fish out of my face. Okay, no, moving on. $80, yo, 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 eat my ass, bro. That's all I gotta say to that. Gold tetras, cardinal tetras, ruby tetras, royal trout, Daniel, Borlilis Bakeri. Let's go. Marketable name, royal trout. Here we go. We got some nice brown body, white tips on the dorsal, on the anal, on the ventral. I just said anal twice, right? Two nose, green body, greenish dots. It's kind of giving a bit of a, you know, inlay Danio kind of a vibe, but the body is broad. The body is wide. The spots are banging. Look at this photo. This is the blue spotted hill trout. So these are some of these hill trouts. I think Jesse had some of these recently. Yeah, these look nice. These look nice. Looks like they get a little bigger by my standards. 4 inches. Suitable for tanks around 30 gallons or more. Yeah, it's probably a very nice active fish. I do want to put my orange Findanios in a bigger tank because they're very active. I'm thinking I have plans about that, but I gotta think about it a bit more. Okay, we got the panda barbs. Yeah, I've been seeing the panda barbs around. They're cool. I think I like the melon barbs better. Are they the same thing though? Hold up. Let me just see if I'm making an ass out of myself. Now this is saying red panda barb, aka the melon barb. I thought that there was an actual panda barb though. Let me see. Well, this is why common names are a problem. So I was almost positive that there was a panda barb that was not the melon barb. Jody's got the just one more fish link in the chat. Thank you, Jody, for that. Fish capacities by Ocean Blues are overtaken by 29. No complaints. Jesse, you got a site where people can buy your award-winning shrimp. Are the shrimp actually on a site? Let's see. I don't know. Jesse, you answer this. I feel like I got to be top 3 people that have been on his ass about updating the site with the fish that he actually has for sale. And I know that he probably does not have all the fish that he has listed, but there is more than just mystery snails on here now. So we got the Campoma 42 Endlers. We got some leopard cactus pleco 200. Holy, this pleco better be massive. It does look big. Ninja woodcats, those are cool. We got some hang-on planters. Now I think Fathom Aquatics printed a bunch of these things here, if I'm not mistaken. We got hang-on planters and we got potted plant holders. The red cap moon tetras, those are good, kind of less common tetra. Now this is the one you guys want to kill me. I already know. You've mentioned this is an electric catfish. Okay, electric catfish. Um, they're 8 to 10 inches. Gotcha. They would fill the. Okay, okay. I like the description. Dangerous. Can and will shock you. Currently 6 inches. Yeah, Alex did make those. Hella great product. Okay. You got a lot of plants in as well. Look at all these crypts. Ooh, Retrospiralis. That's a crypt I've been wanting to do. Maybe I need to make a just one more fish order because it's like cool. It's like red. I want to do more tanks where it has that flowing effect where it's like all growing at the top and moving with the water. I just think that's very satisfying. Baby tears plant, banana plant. Yo, nah, fuck that banana plant. Fuck that banana. I hate the banana plant. Something wrong with this thing. I'm not just salty. Long ago, I ordered one and it didn't work out for me. Banana plant aquarium. There's something wrong with this plant, man. I don't know. It's disturbing. Just message me if anyone wants something. Just message me. So much easier, bro. Fix your website if it's easier. Than Anubias Nano Gold Club. What's the difference between retro versus regular spiralis? It's a good question. Is it color? I don't know. Is the regular spiralis red? This one looks kind of crinkly too. Well, here we go. Potted crypt spiralis tiger. I'm gonna guess that its color and assorted medium/large angels. Jesse has one electric cat. I don't know if he has more than one or not. Zumora catfish, zebra stripe barbs. I did look at these. He had some with the swap. They were intriguing. It is something a little bit different. I thought it was like a tetra or something at first. But yeah, zebra stripe barbs. Is retro another name for tiger? The tiger is red? I have no idea. I have no idea. Jose just recently he saw the electric. Oh, he was just here recently. Saw the electric catfish. Gotcha. Big brochure. Orange Venezuelans looking nice. These are some hill trout, right? Also, Radium CF Eubangians. Still got them dragonfish. Those dragonfish look crazy. Oh, is this the smaller catfish? Is this like the bumblebee cat or whatever? I forget. Mocochelia payme. Is he just saying pay me? Yo, Jesse's getting money hungry, man. He's just naming the fish pay me. Guy at the store told me they get 4 inches, but I've read that they only get to 2. That might be the one I was looking for, or that I've just been looking at. Red hump geophagus, giant Daniels, marblewood shrimp. Oh, you've listed a good amount of shrimp on here. Butterfly plecos, those look nice. Red-eyed tetras. The moon crabs do look pretty cool. I don't have the ability to care for them, but these moon crabs, man, they're pretty dope. They're pretty dope. Yeah, I do need to. I'm with you. Same fish capades. Like I need to clear out some tanks and stuff before I keep purchasing. Ah, here we go. Ocean blue, the ocean blue shrimp, original line from Garden of Eden. Come on, man, that is quality, home bred. And then of course we got all the punks. But I already got the card I care about. I got 2 just one more fish cards. So basically, get wrecked. All right. Just one more fish. Or apparently he wants you to just message him instead of buying from his website. I see the Paradox Toothpick fish are here again. That's one day I would like to be interested in. But again, we're focusing. Tiger Goby, Wet Spot. Let's see. Their Goby pictures have been almost comically bad recently. Schismatogobius and Plovinculus. Let's see. Let's see what the photos of them out there look like. Yeah, they look a bit more alive in some of these, but this isn't as bad as their red flame goby or whatever the hell it was. It's not quite as bad, so they tried on that. And the Thai microcrabs, the spade tunes. All right, all right, all right. Time for some real scrutiny. Okay, real scrutiny. Let's see what Tropical Fish Co's website is looking like these days. Let's see what they got on there. That's right, Jody. The flaming arrow goby. That's right. That's what it was. It's hard to. How could I forget such a terrible photo? All right. Just give me one more second here. Get my camera set up. Just to have a little bit of a better view of the critters in the aquarium. Oh yeah. Okay. Autosynclus, Robocop. They've been munching on the different pellets. I just went through the green cuisine for the first time. That Jody sent me way back. I gotta say, I feel like the results were positive. I think I need to. I haven't done that many foods like that to compare it against because I've been doing that wafer. I'm hoping to make a big Kin's fish order soon. But the green cuisine seemed to work pretty decently. Beto said, bruv, what's up? Jerry said we'll be listing some new fish. On Monday, just, I mean, you can go to the website too, whatever you'll prefer, but I'm just saying. All right. Ignore Jesse and do what's right for you. That's kind of what we're going for. That's kind of what we're going for here. Yeah. I want more of the Robocops badly. I do. I do want more of the Robocops. But yeah, some of the pellet foods I've been trying, I've been seeing some interest. But I will say the Heraldi, they definitely do seem to have a varied diet. They've shown interest in many things. In many things. All right. Just as slightly. Okay. What food you looking to get from Ken's? Oh, well, when I'm in the position to make the order, we'll go through that. Because I want to try a lot of things, but I'm just not able to make that possible right now. But soon. I got an Amazon gift card for Christmas, so I'll probably use that to buy some aquatic foods on Amazon, although their eBay has a little bit more better options. But I do think aquatic foods is probably up there for me. Looking at like places to buy food from. All right. Tropical Fish Co. Let's check out this new arrivals listing. Now, the Super Schwartz Eye, Rio Puris. For all these are cute too. Yeah, they're cute. I really like the Paratosynclus currencies, honestly. Their behavior's so ridiculous. It's way more entertaining than the Heraldi and the Robocops, to some degree. The Super Schwartz Eye have been intriguing. They've been intriguing to me. No, stir by, of course. We got stir bys with locations. Sutton Rose said, I actually have Keeping Fish Simple coming in. I just landed in the USA, hoping it is as good as they say it is. Beto said those Corys are fire. Yeah. Because some people were talking about, I forget which Cory it was, but I was like, man, forget that. Forget that. I want a real Cory. Okay, I want a real Cory for a real luxury streamer. And I feel like the Super Schwartz side might just be that. They really might just be that. I'll also say, I've not forgotten, the albino redhead Tapajos. They're one that I've been thinking about recently. I'm still thinking about these. I think that they're very cool looking fish. I think they're very cool looking fish, and I'm into the Geophagus. That's something just a little bit different. So I gotta say. I may do the same. My fish love it. I'm branching out from Kins a little bit. You're branching out from Kins, eh? The white tips on those cores really stand out. Yeah. No, I think Kins is up there. I think aquatic foods is probably going to be my other one that I go for a lot. But between aquatic foods and Kins, I basically see no reason to buy foods from any other place at this point. You know what I mean? Like, I just said, there's almost no reason. We're going to be listing Geophagus finni Monday. Ooh, nice, nice. Yeah, that's a very Geophagus finni. That's another goated fish for me one day. But I got to do them when I can do them. I can do them right and have a really big tank. Especially now I've seen one a little bit bigger. Like I'd almost want to get like a 125 to fit them in. Like even a 75. I feel like I would want to. I spend 400 plus every 6 months at Kins. I love how fresh and shipping is fast. Well, that's nice. I would definitely like to experience some fast and fresh shipping. So, but you just want to branch out a bit. Location for this finni is Rio Argura, I believe. The black rams, the wire tails, angels, the pantanal cories. I know people have been liking those. The green lasers. Oh, the equus. Yes, the equus. The beloved equus. Oh, special eels. Dwarf white spot spiny eels. Man, no. Okay, so if I was gonna make a tropical fish co-order tomorrow, when I do eventually make a tropical fish co-order, I do have to. I gotta get the golden mono shrimp. 2026. I gotta join all these people trying to breed a mono shrimp. So I gotta get the golden mono shrimp. All right, then I put the pressure on Corey. Like, come on, Corey, let's go. Now I have to get the. So that would be in my order. Then I would have to. Well, they got some other stuff coming in, so I think my opinion might change. But excuse me, we don't even suit him again. Okay. What else was it that I wanted? The Boencazia is tempting, but I do think they said they had like the red Kogel tetras coming in, which would also be tempting. Also, the Manicapru redback angelfish. I don't have anywhere to put those, but shit, man, they are pretty. John has some of those, and they're really nice. But honestly, the golden mono shrimp, man. You got a bunch. What do you have a bunch growing up of, Sutton? Jody, you got many rainbows coming in with locations. Just Sue McGill. Okay, okay. Oh, I see. You're showing your. Ooh, what is this? I think I missed. I don't recall this. The dusky narrow hatchetfish. I'm probably just forgetting. Dusky narrow hatchetfish. A large river hatchetfish. 6 to 7 inches. Scientific records up to 9. Honestly, that is kind of cool. A bigger hatchetfish would make for a cool display. But they don't have this. Let me look at some photos of them because their body honestly it's not as hatchety. Like this is a this is a crazy build. This is a crazy build. They look solid. They look brolic. They look brolic. You know, brolic apparently isn't like a real word. I looked up brolic, and they just said they said AAVE, African American Vernacular English. I was like, damn, bro, I'm black as hell right now. I didn't even know this shit wasn't a real word. I look brolic. My cousin said that to me recently. I was like, I see. You're saying I look fat, don't you? Jody, Jacob asked, Jody, are you going to the swap in Davenport next Sunday? Nick's out here retracting messages. We should be listing the blue Venus minnows, geophagus finni, similis, and pearl shell dwellers, pea puffers, featherfin, and one other killie, and there's one other I forgot. Nice. That sounds nice. Keep me in mind, Chris. Keep me in mind. Arr. Yeah, I gotta figure out what's the first cool fish I can breed a lot of and sell to Tropical Fish Co. to help the agenda. What's the first one? We're gonna have to figure it out. I'm gonna have to breed a lot more fish, man. Let me tell you. I ain't got wholesale numbers of shit. Zebra said, I'm back. What did I miss? Everything. Everything. We were talking about you. Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about his caves. It's the caves that Zebra Aquatics makes. They fit too perfectly in my tanks. I can't stand it. Yeah, the pillows are too nice of a shape. Sutton Road Aquatics says, yeah, I definitely will. What size? Yeah, let's go, man. I love when the fish market's in the chat. Let's go. Let's get this going. Fish Cafe said, Jody and Christopher are absolutely killing it with Tropical Fish Co. Yo, Jody's been going crazy in the warehouse, man. Honestly, where's the rich fish people at? Can someone buy Johnny's house so he can get the hell over there? Like, come on, bro. What's this guy doing? What's this guy doing, man? We need to get you in the warehouse, man, and out the league of the legends. All right, let's out of the Taco Bell management, whatever's going on, man. Someone buy this house ASAP. You know you want to live out there in what is it, Wyoming, Wisconsin? It's one of those. It's kind of interchangeable to me. Yeah, I know one of you fish people want to go out there, right? Think about it. You could buy the house of Johnny at Tropical Fish Co. Doesn't get cooler than that. If you sniff the walls, oh man, oh man. Okay. No, Tropical Fish Co. doing their thing. The Stephadons. Look, I think we're gonna see 2026. The Stephadon. Anything with the larval salty stage. It's all gonna be people are gonna be breeding them more publicly. More public attempts. I think. I think that mono shrimp. It's just the canary in the coal mine. All right. Cheryl said, Nick, you're still going. Come on, man. Hardest working. They've been saying I fell off. They've been saying, where you been at? Now, I did stream yesterday, but the VOD isn't up. So some people didn't know I streamed yesterday. But, yeah, man, hardest working. Let's go. New local Asta said, changed my shampoo after talking to Johnny. Bro, what exactly occurred for this to be the thing? Like, what were you doing with your hair before? I need to know what your shampoo was before when you were talking to Johnny. Zebra Quack said, I'm currently building my larval invert rack. You know what? Let me take this moment. Listen, guys, we'll be at 2,000 subscribers shortly, okay? We've done this. Now, I'll be honest. The streams have been nice. Most of my subscribers come from the 3 videos I've made. But I would say the streams have been powering the channel in general, just as far as me being able to do more fish stuff, go to more events, meet more people, grow the collective knowledge. But look, Cheryl said, I seen your live earlier, but we're driving around. See, I'm always here for you, man. What can I say? But look, we got to get the clout up, the in my tanks clout up. This is the only thing I want for 2026. Besides my own house. All right. Sutton Road says 2,000 followers. Congrats on my hit 50 by the end of the year. If I dropped like videos regularly, you know, I need to. Well, you guys will see soon. You'll see soon. But all I want for 2026, I want some UNS products. Okay. I want some UNS products. I want some specific UNS products. I need these systems, okay? I need these systems. I'm not even into plants like that, but I can be. Okay? I can be. But besides that, the beta slash just whatever holding system, where is that thing at? Yeah. This is what this is what I need in 2026 for absolutely no reason. Okay? So I'm going to have to work very hard to somehow make this dream happen. But I don't even know why it's a dream. I just find it to be a fascinating thing. Okay? That's basically it. It's a fascinating thing. It's UNS. Okay, there's your link, Mick. God, Mick, you're so needy, bro. Come on. Come on, man. I don't want to work, but there's a link. I just want a holding system, man. I don't know. I'd use this for fry maybe, because I don't really like doing things. I don't really like keeping things like this, which is the funny part. But talking about larval systems and stuff, it would be fun to find a way to use this in a fish room. Because this configuration on the right, this is like humane betta holding system. You know what I mean? This configuration on the left would be more like just holding like some fish and things like that, which is what I could be using it for. So I feel like I'd probably use it for fry more than anything else, like growing out. Zebra said, looks like it would be hard to clean. Mix has some awesome close-up photos of Robocop since years ago. Zoom in on their noses and learn something new. Okay. Zebra said, looks like it would be hard to clean. Well, that's kind of why listen, UNS. Here's my pitch to UNS, okay? We got dedicated viewers in here, okay? Our community is small but mighty, okay? Some of the greatest minds in the aquarium world in this chat. Look, where they're buying fish in this chat wholesale, okay? The deals are slinging and stuff. So look, we got store owners that watch the stream, multiple. We got online retailers that watch the stream, multiple. So this is what I think. This is what UNS we should do. I should get one of these racks, okay? I'll put it behind me where I'm at the most streaming. And just via it being there for the hundreds of hours a month that we stream, and then me interacting it, we're going to see if it's any good. Is it hard to clean? All these things about it. And through that, much interest will be generated, okay? It'll be totally worth it for me. Now, for you, I know I just tried to make a pitch, but honestly, I don't care, bro. It's just cool. It's just a cool system. I appreciate things that look cool. So 2026, let's get this show going, okay? UNS, we gotta talk. I want my rimless tank only racked. Make it happen. My rimless fry system. Let's make that happen, okay? I feel like these are very reasonable, simple requests that show no forms of entitlement or delusion. Jody said we even have our own hashtag hardest working at Isopod Agenda. Yeah. Mix that I meant links to another YouTube channel. Share them before you end. Bro, look up their names. What do you want? You want links to everyone's name, and half the time the people you ask, they don't even post the videos. But yes, Jody has posted the link in there. But if you just say every single person's channel, you're going to have to be more specific. You have to be more specific. Yes, Jody is she probably is one of the more link ready people. You know what's funny? This just popped up. This just popped up. Like I saw a little notification thing on like the plus sign in the live stream. And it's this little thing saying since I post videos every week. Well, that's why you got the link in the chat, man. Come on. What's up, Tweet Aquatics? But it's this little like notification popped up. Switch your live stream to members only, guys. Dang, have you tried, Nick? YouTube is mad when searching channels, not gonna lie. Yeah, I have. It is pretty terrible. It is. Yeah, excuse me. Well, they changed though, like aren't the names in the chat the actual ats now though? So you could just copy the @ into youtube.com/ the @ you're looking for. Like for instance, youtube.com/ @310aquatics. And then you just go to 310 Aquatics. So you don't have to search at all, actually. So I don't know, Mick. I don't know. Maybe you're just maybe it's a skill issue. Comment on quick hello, then snoozy time. Big Steve, I'll hit you up. I need to buy a lot of Bamba. I think this comment is lost. What's going on here, buddy? What's going on here? Oh man, let's test let's test Aquahuna. Do they still got the new arrivals? The new arrivals thing. We still got the holiday deliveries going up. I guess we still got to get past New Year's. There's a new arrivals. I do think were the black neorites here before? We got the okay, yeah. No, I think that this is still functioning. They've added a couple. I'm excited, man. We're in the era of new arrival pages. Come on, let's go. Fancy Thailand Oranda goldfish, $100, and I think they got the photos of the actual fish here. Look at this, man. Look at this, like this graphic design going on right now, man. What in the world? They are developing a very specific aesthetic with the things going on here. But you guys know how I feel about goldfish. I look at them and I think they're disgusting. But I will say something very interesting with them doing the plants is they have kind of a nice plant system, it seems. I need to look more at it, but I think they might be transitioning them. Like they might be keeping them in water, similar to where you see some other places. I don't know, man. I'll never forget them coming into the chat so early in the streaming career. I'm rooting for Aquahuna and their reputation rehabilitation. Now, what's crazy is the crazy thing is, I think Johnny made a comment. He was like, "They're a wholesaler that charges more for retail." I was like, "All right, bet," because I think oh, did you see Aqua Imports has dwarf centipede knifefish? Oh, they got them in stock again? I'll have to check it out. Sutton said, yo, how much did that system cost? The UNS system? I haven't gotten a quote. I need to get a quote from them. I should do that. I'll do that by next stream. I'll send an email for a quote. How about that? Oh, so you know me. I'm relatively lazy these days. I'm relatively lazy, but I was like, I feel like Aquahuna's prices are like really low. So like wholesaler that charges more for retail, I mean, they're not charging more than most wholesalers for retail. Like we could talk about cyclic exchange. Like, come on. So I was like, let me do my work. I went and got a semi-recent wholesale list of G&H, which is Aquahuna's wholesaler. And guys, the shocking thing is some of their prices are so close to the wholesale. I just got distracted by something this fish was doing. What was I saying? Anyways, I'm rooting for the rehabilitation. I forgot what I was saying. Okay, dwarf centipede knifefish. Hypopygus CF lepturus. Jesus. This is cool. This is a cool one. $15. Not bad. Dwarf knifefish, adult size, 3 inches. They had them in stock earlier in the year. I feel like people have shown pretty decent interest in these. One showed up at a swap semi recently. I want to say it was was it the PVAS all day auction or the JRAS all day auction? One of those they showed up. But yeah, dwarf centipede knifefish, pretty cool. Feeds on small invertebrates in the wild, but usually accepts small frozen foods in the aquarium. So I want everyone that is actually, I kind of want to try to breed them. I think that would be a really cool one. It's something different for sure. A little bit newer. A little bit newer. I'm trying to find some other photos of them. I mean, they're kind of interesting looking. I would love to see them in person, or like, you know, in aquarium condition. Nick, do you see your boy Corey Aquarium Co-op drop their prices? Uh, I did. I'll be honest. I love hating on Aquarium Co-op, but I'm like worried that I'm worried that it's just been too bad of an influence. Like I think people take it too much to heart sometimes, more than I even more than I do. So I just like I just feel it's like beating a dead horse. But I did see he dropped some prices. I'd seen some plant prices drop. Some of them aren't real price drops. Like the brine shrimp, like they just used to be cheaper, and they've been $35 for a while. Now they're $25, which is what they used to be. It also matches exactly the beanie egg price for their like 4 something ounce, which initially is how one of the things that put me on to them having kind of the similar eggs is the beanie price used to be different, and then it went to match whatever the Aquarium Co-op price was when their eggs came out. So they've kind of been price matching each other, but the beanie eggs, of course, have been less expensive throughout this whole time. But yeah, the prices reverted. When they went up, it was tariffs, blah, blah. I'm curious. I didn't watch that stream, but I'm curious if when they went down, if you referenced like tariffs expiring or something, that's the reason they went down. The part I listened to, he just said, we looked at the price of this, so we looked at the price of that. I left Corey a comment asking why the LFS that sells product doesn't have to refrigerate. I mean, if they ask any more of their RPPs, then I mean they're just going to lose even more accounts. So, I don't think every single RPP can probably accommodate that. But also, from my reading of storage of brine shrimp eggs, the freezing and refrigeration, I'm not going to sit here and say it doesn't matter, but it kind of takes a while for the eggs to decline in quality. And I think the average fish store probably isn't like 90 degrees and in full sun. So I've actually bought some of these eggs from a store, Fish and Friends, that have them refrigerated. And I think I bought them for Aaron, and he used them, and they seem to be fine. You know what I mean? So I don't even really think that the LFSs refrigerating them really matters unless they're literally not selling them for like a year. You know, I don't think it's a big deal. I keep it in the freezer till I use it, then it goes in the fridge. Yeah, and even like if you read some of the lab stuff, like you're not supposed to like try and hatch it straight out the freezer either. So like, yeah, if you're using it, you probably shouldn't be keeping it in the freezer. I think the fridge probably makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, the brine shrimp eggs are back in. I think one of the things that initially started my main issue with the brine shrimp thing is when he talks about everything, the way he talks about it is like the excuse. It's such like bullshit. So like how he used to talk about the brine shrimp being out of stock was like, you know, they don't even make us that much money anyway. It's a terrible product for us. The margin's awful, but we do it for the love of the hobby. You know, then come to find out, you know, it's one of their highest volume products for a company that operates on cash. It's kind of nice to have a cash flow regardless of what the margin is. And you hear that, yeah, this is one of our most popular products, blah, blah, blah. Like they're doing a whole dedicated video to the brine shrimp being in stock. So when they went out of stock, it was kind of like, fuck you guys for complaining. We did this out of the goodness of our heart anyways. So I'm just kind of like agnostic to it. I don't care about brine shrimp that much. You know, I'm very happy for everyone that has their favorite brine shrimp in. I think it's fantastic. Hopefully it doesn't ever go out of stock this long again. It's now had 2 different prolonged out of stockness though. So we'll see. The price, I think the price had to come down because it was pretty high. And I think, look, live food culture for people like us, I think is more the wave anyway. So Daphnia and Moina, that's more where my head is at. And I don't use enough brine shrimp like to really worry about it too much. But yeah, so aren't the eggs supposed to last millions of years in the dirt? Yeah, I don't think it matters that much. I will say, guys, I like playing devil's advocate. So if I order, if everyone starts hating on Aquarium Co-op, I will have no choice but to defend them because I like to play devil's advocate. And like, too many people are starting to agree with me to the point where I'm just gonna have to like reverse. You know what I mean? Or it's just gonna get stale. Like I can't just sit here and, you know what I mean? It's like dead horse. I ordered cheap brine. I don't notice much of a difference. I believe the stuff I ordered is called California Blackworm. So here's the thing. What is different about the Aquarium Co-op brine shrimp eggs is and Jerry says off to sleep, have a good night. What's different about their eggs is they're physically different. It's from a different egg location. We got eggs in here from San Francisco Bay, et cetera, et cetera. Theirs come from China, like literally everything else they sell. They come from China. They come from Bohai Bay. They have different physical characteristics, which make them nice for egg separation and all those things. Now, there are other brands that sell the exact same Artemia cis. The question you have to ask yourself is, does the refrigeration and shipping and stuff make a big difference? For some people, you can talk to Bare Bottom Brenton. He uses the beanie brine shrimp eggs. It's the same cis as the Bohai Bay cis is my guess. I don't actually know, but it's some kind of Chinese Artemia cis. There's only a couple different locations. They seem to be function pretty identically for most people. Some people like Aaron have had pretty bad issues with consistency, but when he does have a good bag, he says that they're identical. And they do sell a 9-ounce pack for $40, where we got the 3.5-ounce pack for $25 at Co-op now, but up until recently, Co-op was $35 for 3.5 ounces, where the beanie was at 9 ounces. Cheryl says Nick just like controversy. He had enough to say to debate both sides. That's a talent. I do try to provide both sides. I think that regardless of what your opinion is, if you discuss something and only provide your perspective on it, then that's a pretty useless conversation. Now, recently, Aaron we've been testing a few other eggs where the location seems to come from China. And live food discussion. There's another brand on here of eggs. The price isn't as good as Beanie, but so far it seems like they might be a similar hatch rate. Nick, unless your mod is difficult to find some channels. Shall he debate himself if needed? I will. So here you see we got, well, actually, wait a second. This is 5 ounces. So that's not bad. So these eggs seem to be functioning the same so far. The tester and process. This is Capuca Artemia cis. So this is 5 ounces for $30. So not as good as the beanie eggs, but relatively similar. You can see the packaging is kind of similar. And for me, what is kind of like the catch if it's one of the Chinese eggs, because on Alibaba, if you go, all the brine shrimp eggs, they actually advertise like a 95% hatch rate. Like you'll see 95%. You'll see 90% in the title here. But if you look like in the pictures on the listing, usually somewhere in here there's a reference to hatching as high as 95%. Now, if I go to Great Salt Lake Artemia, you know what I mean? You're only going to see 90%. All right, 90% hatch rate. There's nothing else in these alternative photos that say 95%. Seems like mainly the Chinese origin Artemia cysts have some kind of reference to a 95% hatch rate from what I've seen myself so far. Things you analyze I'm all for. Mick, that may have happened a few times over. I'm willing to debate myself. I'm not interested in being right. I'm just interested in learning discussion. If I have to be wrong throughout the process, that's totally fine with me. No one can be right 100% of the time. So you may as well prepare yourself for being wrong. Okay. So like, see, like for instance, Brine Shrimp Direct, you'll see a 90% hatch rate. This is just from what I've seen so far. If you like kind of want to give hints as if to it's probably a similar type of cyst as to the co-op eggs, look for a 95% hatch rate being advertised. The company go now, Aquatic Blackworms and Food Company. They basically have, I've said this on stream multiple times, they like have all of Aquarium Co-op's foods, you know what I mean, or very similar. Cheryl says I occasionally like to push buttons. Oh, you guys are instigators. So like the one example is like the Co-op's original fry food is identical to the one fry food that Aquatic Foods and Blackworms sells, for instance. So this is a food I really like. And if you like the original Aquarium Co-op fry food, never buy it from their site because you can get 12 ounces of the same thing here for $17 and free shipping. And if we go to Aquarium Co-op, first of all, we got they're dissing the squeeze now in favor of the spoon that the Magic Small Feed comes with now. They don't even like this. They don't even rock with the food like this that much anymore. But you get 4 ounces for $14 here plus shipping, unless you want to go to $75 for the free shipping. You can get 12 ounces here of the exact same food for $17. Whew. I haven't done live brine yet, only frozen. No, live brine's good. I like the co-op eggs are good. If you're gonna make a co-op order, you should include. I feel like that's like one that should be in there. You know what I mean? Like, I'll make a co-op order right now. This is what I get. 16-ounce Magic Small. I thought they said they decreased the price on the Magic Small Feed big container. I hate the fry food Aquarium Co-op. That is, it clumps up in the water, it gets nasty. That fry food or the Magic Small Feed? I enjoyed the Magic Small Feed when I first used it, although the second can I used seemed a little bit different. The learning is important. I can't remember myself being wrong once. Come on, Vic. Come on. But like, I thought they decreased the price. Whatever. Magic Small Feed is still really expensive to me. So, but I do like the food. But I'm just gonna buy some other golden pearls on like Kin's Fish, for a lot cheaper and enjoy my life. But I'd get Magic Small Feed. I would get a fine sponge. I've never tried one of their fine sponges. You gotta put the airline tubing down the middle. Don't use the collar. Save yourself the trouble. But you can still use the easy flow. Just like put the airline tubing down the thing. I'll probably get some test strips. I don't like using the liquid kits. I get the test strips. I would skip the community pellets. Those kind of get mixed results. Although since they changed this, I think to me the size seems different. Maybe I'm imagining it, but I don't know. The community pellets, I think the small feed is superior, even though they're, I think, identical ingredients. I don't know anything about root tabs, so I have no idea if this is a good price on them. 20 capsules for $14. Yeah, I have no idea. Said it took them 18 to 24 years to figure out how to make the root tab sync. Just off that alone, my confidence is low. Now, if I can get this thing to roll. I like the weighted air stones. I like the air stones. The bubbles are pretty big, so they don't really do the air stone thing at all, really. So it's kind of just adding like a line with some resistance to make some bubbles. Like, the bubbles these make are pretty similar to a lot of sponge filters, like the Hygger sponge filter kind of has an air stone like this built into it, and the bubbles are pretty similar. They're not very air stony to me. Haven't tried the Zis adjustable air stone. I'm still waiting for the day that they remove the Never Clog moniker from the URL, because I think that's kind of hilarious. You could get the bulk airline tubing. They got a 300-foot spool. If it's true that these, if the airline is like, the airline's supposed to be like better or something, if that's true, then I feel like 300 feet for $50 is pretty good. But they still do a discount for members. That's pretty good. If you're gonna get a linear, I bought this air pump from them using the membership, so I got the discount. I think that's good. Yeah, don't buy a $4 air valve. Don't do that. Don't buy $5 straight airline connectors. Don't do that. Zebra Quark says the airline is tracked. I can't say anything negative about Aquahuna. I haven't had major issues. If there are any, they do good for you. Same, Jose. Ceramicron is a good fry food if not hatching in live BBS. It's a powder. Easiest to feed is to use a small paintbrush. I like the 50 to 100 micro golden pearls of McKinn's. All my rainbows start in that. Yeah, SVC made all these little jars of the different sizes. I was trying them all, and I do think like the 50 to 100 and the 100 to 200 seems the most worth it. Once you get bigger than that, it's like there's pellet foods that can kind of do that. I love the Magic small fish food. It's my all-time favorite. Okay. I think that kind of ends my list of, yeah, the $20 easy snail collector. Just burn your money. Just burn it. Just find some nerd with a 3D printer to print something for you, man. Please. Similar with the egg collector. Just use like a credit card or something. What are we doing? Easy spawning mop. Now this is a lazy thing I can kind of get behind. It's still kind of like, okay, like shout out to all the Etsy small businesses that do something like that. But like, I don't really like making spawning mops. I don't know that I'd pay $8 for one, but like I traded fish for some spawning mops before. New model includes removable suction cup. Interesting. I don't know what the best airline is, but I'm using co-op until someone points to something else. I mean, I'm not an airline snob. They all seem to do good. Nick, don't forget to do a vid live stream with shutting down the light for the Robocops. It's awesome to watch. Okay. We looked at, we did Aquahuna. Who else did we miss? Because what I want us to start talking about is who do you guys feel like was the best? You got to do different categories, right? Like, who is the best overall? Is there bad airline? It's like all the same. I'm not aware of. Well, no, wait. I've heard some people like Dean and stuff talking about different airline that like turns more brittle or something or whatever. So I do think there's different airlines, but like I'm not at the point where I'd have any credible opinion on that. The airline becomes hard and brittle and will disconnect after a month or two in water. Okay, well, I haven't experienced that, but I also don't remember which airline is the co-op airline. I have it in the room technically, but I have a lot of airline in here. I don't remember which. But no, I want us to figure out. It all turns brittle over time. My experience. Johnny says, okay. I want to figure out what do you guys think was the overall best online fish retailer for 2025? To me, the overall is going to have good customer service. It's going to have good selection. It's going to have good value. And yeah, I think like overall it's like good in all those categories. You know what I mean? And like consistently throughout, because I do feel like there are some people that struggle more during different periods of the year. Like who was the best at keeping cool stuff in stock? You know what I mean? And I'm curious who you think is like the overall. I haven't ordered from all of them, but we've looked at a lot of them. Okay, Fishcapade says the airline turns hard. Yeah, I thought the all airline did that, so I can't really say. I haven't actually ordered from Wet Spot Tropical, but I have looked at their stocking and talked about them almost every week for this year. So I would say for me, they're immediately in conversation just because of consistency. But also, do we have to do we have to consider those that also have a wholesale business on top of their online like, does that make a difference? Because part of the reason they have such cool stock is they're also a wholesaler at Cyclical Exchange, and all the stuff on their new fish list are also selling to stores all around the country. So does that kind of like detract a little bit from their, or does that just add to like, look, they built it up so they got two sides of the business, so or is that like a little bit cheating? Well, if they said they didn't do it and it did, then I guess you have a right to be disappointed. Johnny, I agree. I was gonna say Aqua Imports I did order from. They did pack the fish, in my opinion, pretty badly. It was those big half beaks, and it was like 4 per bag, and most of them arrived dead. And I do feel like that they were pretty big half beaks, and also after keeping them, turned out to be relatively aggressive half beaks that I definitely want to put forward a bag too. So, and then like Johnny said, they have a shipping fee on top of shipping. They have a box fee. Their customer service was nice. They gave me credit for the DOAs, you know, and they said they might send me some extra stuff next time I ordered. So like I got to give them the credit for that. You know, mistakes happen. So I'm not going to overly like go, they sent me terrible. Like it was well insulated and all that. Like I thought it was well packed. The amount per bag was not great. But it was like a weird fish. I don't know. I personally, I understand the volume. Giving credit back instead of actual money back is such a scam. Yeah, I mean, listen, I guess money would be better. Money would be better. But for me personally, it was something. You know what I mean? It was something. But it does affect it enough where I don't think I could put them in the best overall. But I will say, if we're talking, and that's why I said there are different categories. So first, I'm trying to think of best overall. But we're talking different categories. I think they are up there as far as having the coolest stocking. Johnny said we see you dead fish. Here's some credit so we could do it again. Oh my gosh, man. Maybe I'll have an infinite credit glitch. No, Aqua Imports consistently has some pretty cool stuff in. They have a few things that other people don't seem to get in, really. Like the dwarf centipede knife fish, I don't think other people seem to sell as often as I've seen on here. I'm trying to think. I have a friend who drives down to Colorado and says it's a cool place. Yeah. I need to look up what this store looks like, because I didn't even know it was actually a store too, which I do also think that could kind of affect my gracefulness on the online shipping part of it, just because, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was like a new employee or something. Like, I have no idea how much that complicates things as far as logistics. And I don't know how long they've been doing online and retail stores. But yeah, I'll say that they have not sure if it's a store too. I know he sells fish to them. Okay. But I will say that they have some cool stocking. DN Tropical on eBay, do not order from them ever. They sent me 3 boxes this summer. I wanted to venture into guppies, and every time they sent fish were dead. Okay. Well, mentioning eBay sellers is good too. That kind of does expand things slightly. But yeah, I would say Aqua Imports, they have some really cool stocking. So if we're talking about coolest stocking, they got to be up in the conversation for, ooh, these are the ones that I need more of. See, that's what I'm talking about. Wait a second. Damn, $12.99 for medium? Oh, Aqua Imports is the best online store ever. Guys, order from them today. Code in my tanks for 0% off. Did you increase the Robo Arby, or are they just being a little active? Well, I did buy more from you after the initial. I bought 4 from you initially. I think 2 got stuck in the tubing, and then I bought 2 more from you last time I saw. But if you're getting them in again, you know I need to increase the army. Also, Well, the bumblebee autos, I know were hiding from you. I haven't seen my bumblebee autos in a couple days. I'm wondering if I should be concerned, or they're in a tank that does have quite a few rock piles, so maybe maybe they go through periods of hiding in those. I mean, I don't have any reason to believe there's an issue in that tank, but I also know that you just found one that was hiding in there for a while. So, Ron Sickles did a good job on shipping my green dragon flecos. Okay. They hide, drives me nuts. Okay. Well, then they're probably in there. But no, just for, I need to actually, I don't have any money, so it's not going to happen. But if this is still in stock, like $4, yeah, the CWO 27s, I need more of these. But yeah, $12.99 for medium is good. No, Louise, I don't know if you heard. We're trying to figure out who was the best overall online retailer of 2025. Ron Sicklets. I feel like I don't know Ron Sicklets too well. Ooh, look at that food, man. That's a big bag. Look, it's got a big handle. Man, I need more of those CWO 27 cores too. Yeah, I like them. I think they're real nice. Ron stock outside African cichlids is the best. Okay. So this is the African cichlid situation. Specialty. I'm like one of those sick people. I love reading bad reviews, even if look, he's got overwhelmingly good reviews, but like I just love reading bad reviews. They make me laugh for some reason. Like my experience overall horrible. I expected better, even planning to patronize more, but with the first experience, I'm not doing another. Complete trash. As of two very beautiful looking dead fish that don't even look like they've been dead quite that long. They look pretty good for a dead fish. I'm not gonna lie. Ship me yours, Nick. You ship me yours. I'll ship them to you. 300. Let me name the most outrageous price. He's only got 13 one-star reviews. Food will cloud your tank. Stay away from this. Wasted 100 on 5 pounds. Well, you put the $ after the 100, so I don't know, man. It's getting devious right now. He's got the illiterates coming after him. If I could, this is my favorite way. If I could give a 0, I would. Elite Menagerie said that's a tough answer. It'll be Tropical Fish Co. for 2026, though. Oh my gosh, we got the sponsored comment in the chat. No, I do think Tropical Fish Co. has a shot at the 2026 title. I do. I think off of unique stocking and stuff, they're gonna have a good shot at it. If I could give a 0, I would. These stupid people shipped weak fishes out. By the time you add to water, they die. Call multiple times, no answer. Straight garbage and robbery. I don't know why I love this so. I love reading good. Like even if it's someone that I like, I just find negative reviews so fun to read. Oh man, the illiterates. Definitely, my bad. Don't mean to be a bad influence. Would consider myself, yeah. And by the way, on the RoboCops, they seem to be liking some of these pellet foods I've been throwing in there, so that's somewhat to blame for the activity. Would consider myself a long-term customer over the years, but it's been some months I decided to part ways with rods. Yo, is this a chick writing this? No, this is a man. I was gonna say this sounds like a chick making a breakup letter or something, but this is from Big D. Okay, Big D is trying to get some feelings off his chest. They unload fish vids about their new shipments and allow them to sell out in an unorganized fashion. Sometimes they show the fish before they have a link up for them, then pick and choose who can reserve them privately before a normal customer can buy it to say, okay, well it sounds like you're just kind of salty that no one likes you. You don't get the advanced reserve on the fish. Well, what's the problem? They bought the fish. They paid money for it. They placed a special order. Come on. No, this isn't Big Steve. This is Big D. Okay, Tristan. Oh man, the whole process needs to be revamped. I messaged them about one of the fish as the video was posted. You have to be fast, unfortunately. So they're mad. They're mad that they're not getting the fish before other people at this point. I mentioned I was interested in buying a specific fish in the video. I was told yes, it's available and just being put up on the site. I finally went to check the site. It said it was sold out. I messaged back and was told someone else showed interest during the checkout. But I would have said I wanted him for sure. It would have been held. Okay, this I'm not even reading any more of this. This person is just an idiot. I'm sorry, bro. Too slow. Like send them an email. It shouldn't even be a review. Come on. Hearing horror stories, working customer service. Imperial Tropicals was the one that seemed to consistently do the best. Well, here's the thing. I haven't ordered for Imperial Tropicals. The thing with Imperial Tropicals for me, I have a personal bias. Their stocking isn't to my personal taste most of the time. However, as I'm learning more about their operation, they do have an extremely impressive operation going on. Like that video that was just made showing the facility, they're breeding a lot of fish they have. They really are cooking up something crazy there. I think 2026 could be Imperial Tropicals' overall best. If I was competing in the space, I feel like they're definitely one of the people to either watch for examples or watch to be competition, because I feel like they are doing a lot of good things, a lot of things that require much labor, much work. They clearly have a lot of investment going into this. They got a big facility, breed a bunch of stuff, tons of employees, like even things like these weekly sales. Like they have weekly sales rotating. They had the Black Friday thing where they had like a new sale announced every hour. This stuff takes a lot of work, okay? Like constant updating pages and things like that. I don't think there's not a single other online retailer that I think would even be able to keep up with something like this. It's like they constantly have to buy one, get one sales rotating. There's always a new reason to check out their site. There's always a deal or something going on. And I think for some of the stuff they are breeding, it probably helps them be able to do things like that. And they're breeding some cool fish too. So it's not like, you know, they've done the Gymnogeophagus Terra Pura buy one, get one multiple times this year. You know, that's a fantastic fish. I'd love to pick up a school of 6 of those for the price of 3. Nice. And again, I kind of like am in my own corner. So it could be they're more well-known in general, but they're doing the live streams. I don't know. I see them doing a lot of things that I think is very compelling. Right now, for me, I just want to say best overall because I feel like they have a limited stocking. But like Louise is saying, they're starting to expand their farms to get a more well-rounded variety. And I think if they do that, then, you know, it's going to be, yeah, they're giving Dan's Fish and Aquatic Arts a run for their money. Yeah, I think that they're one to watch for 2026. Just off of pure activity is kind of impressive. And then Johnny said that he hasn't heard anyone having a terrible experience with them. So good customer service. None of the people here have given me cult vibes. I watched like 30 seconds of a Flip Aquatic stream and I was like, who the hell is this weirdo? I was like, what the heck's going on with this guy? It gave me bad vibes. So, you know, I get decent vibes from these guys. Imperial Tropicals live stream. Aquatic Arts has definitely dropped in quality this year. Yeah, I don't know, like, if they never just recovered from the ownership changes or what was going on. But Aquatic Arts, I do feel like has quite diminished. But yeah, they look at this. They streamed a day ago. What do you want to see in 2026?
Them, if not, maybe I've inspired one of you guys to try doing that yourself.
Okay, that's 1 day ago. They streamed 3 days ago, cleaning tanks and talking fish, 45 minutes. So they're keeping it to an hour, but it's consistent. So it's something they're able to do 3 days ago, 8 days ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So at least once a week, we got someone going live. I don't know what this guy's role in the company is, but we got a face of the company walking through the facility, showing fish, giving updates on a holiday schedule. I don't know what the hell he's doing over here. This is a giveaway. Oh yeah, they do a giveaway every time. So, I mean, this is active. It's not getting a ton of views right now, but this is like high quality, you know what I mean? Like grassroots stuff. You got to do this kind of thing. I think it makes a big difference. You could have 10 people in there, but maybe 2 of them buy like $1,000 of fish. You have no idea. They do giveaways every Friday. Yeah. So I have to watch one of these fully, but I mean, I get good vibes from these guys from what I've seen so far.
I have a whole bunch of different sources I use. I have a degree in marine biology, so I'm used to looking for those sort of things.
Wow, a degree in marine biology. Let's go, man. Let's go. Looks like their YouTube is bombing though. I mean, their views aren't doing great, but here's the thing. Like, when you were for me, I think these videos probably help drive more sales than you would think, even with the low views. And as they don't now, I think they will in the future. Like, you do have to build this kind of thing over a long period of time. Now, I will say they have been posting for long enough that clearly there should be seeing some better views on some of these. So there is something going wrong here. I would say the thumbnail probably could be optimized. I see it looks like it's changing a little bit. These are 1 minute 40 videos here. Now everything drives sales. Trust me. Well, you've been over at an online place, so I know you have plenty of experience in this. But I think that it's hard to tell whether something does or not zero. Like, I'd have a hard time believing that this drives 0 sales. They're doing a live stream every week. They got to have some regulars in there at this point. They've been doing it long enough. They got to at least have, like, let's say 10 regular people that always watch, right? So maybe they're driving the sales of whatever fish addicts they've picked up and always come into the stream and are always looking at what they're showing on stream and stuff like that. And maybe it's only driving the sales to those 10 people. But like, I think stuff like that does matter. I mean, they're still doing it every week, so they clearly think that it's doing something positive for them. I would probably make all these 1 minute 40 videos shorts or something. I think that 1 minute videos on the main video section is probably part of why they're not doing well. Like, the YouTube's bombing, but then at the same time, when you actually look, all these videos are under 2 minutes long. So then now it kind of makes sense why it's not doing very well. These should all be shorts. Looks like they post some shorts. Or they post some species things as shorts, and some of these are doing better, but I don't think any, like a 30-second video on the main page, like that's not gonna do well. You gotta have longer videos on here. I'm not seeing one above 2 minutes, so I would look at that as the first suspect for why it's doing poorly. Fish of the week. Yeah, we need a more distinct thumbnail. Like, this fish of the week thing should have its own kind of branding situation with this thumbnail that's kind of more recognizable. It's a little bit busy, but that doesn't even matter. I think posting a 1 minute 40 video over and over and over again probably isn't the best. Just make them shorts. Let's see. Honestly, I didn't know they had a YouTube channel till just now. Well, that's honestly, like, what was the wholesaler? We're looking at some wholesaler that has some really nice footage. But it got no views, so it's kind of confusing why I didn't get any views. Now, we're looking at live stream views. I think over 500 views on a live stream is actually good. I think it's pretty good, honestly. I actually don't see that as a failure. I think 400 or 500 views on a live stream, to me, it's actually not that bad. Now, it does look like they were getting closer to 1,000 per live stream during a period. Like this one's got 2.6, this one's got 1.1. But I'm sure they'll figure it out. I'm sure they'll figure it out. But even if your YouTube is bombing, you gotta have one, you know? Like, I think it's part of being we get 400 to 500 views with almost no following. Okay, that's not true. You guys do have a following. You've got the whole entire engagement pod. You got the whole engagement pod, man. Hey, you guys got a lot of friends that are gonna check it out. I don't think any company wants to invest into marketing into this industry. You know who I get? I do get ads from like if I'm scrolling aquarium fish. So I get ads from, I'm just trying to see if they pop up naturally. I want to say it's either Flip Aquatics or Aquatic Arts. I get YouTube ads from them. What's the other people I get ads from? On Facebook, I get a lot of ads. There's ads from like Dustin's Fish Tanks. I think I get a lot of ads from. Lima says some wholesalers use YouTube to send private links to new inventory facility walkthroughs for retailers. Sometimes they forget to privatize the link and they pop up on YouTube for the public. That's hilarious. Flip does Facebook ads to get roasted in the comments. Always felt really? Okay, that's words to get roasted for. I haven't gotten the Flip ads. I've gotten the Dustin's Fish Tanks. Like I think some of the people that their sites do a ton of revenue, but not a lot of us on YouTube necessarily knows about them. I think they do a lot of advertising on other platforms like Facebook. I get a lot of ads for random people, aquarium related. And in the YouTube like search, when I'm searching like videos and stuff, I'll get ads for different things. Shrimp. Aquarium shrimp. Trying to get an ad to pop. Carolina does it. Corey used to do it for RTP stores. Nautilus does it. Okay. I see you guys in all the lives trying to respect that. Yeah, I don't think it's fair to say you don't have a following. I think you got a lot of, like, Jody's been in every single stream ever, 24/7. Like, that's some grassroots support stuff, man. Yeah. We're all rooting for you. You better be including me in the following. How does a hardest working fish stream not have premium? I don't have premium on this account. I'm on the My Tanks account. Seeing if an ad pops up. Nope. No ads, man. Oh. Wait. Oh, I thought this might have been an ad. YouTube just doesn't want to show me the in-search ads. Okay, I'm getting so distracted anyway from the mission. Okay. Aquatic Arts. That's not even in the conversation. Like they're not the best overall online retailer. I still think I think Imperial Tropicals that is one that could be seriously considered. I think Wet Spot you got to seriously consider. Anyone else you think is like actually in contention for best online retailer 2025? Like stocking, pricing, consistency, customer service. What's Aquatic Arts even have in? They got the Dr. Fish, new arrivals. Betas, what you see is what you get. Yo, another reason for my for the why I think UNS should send me their beta display. Okay, guy, you and me both know betta fish are only going to be getting more popular. Okay, none of these LFSs want their stores burned down by the pitchfork folks. Okay, the betta pitchfork folks. So we got to save all these stores with your fancy betta fish installation. The only way to do that is to send me one for free. I'll put it behind me in every single stream, and we're going to improve betta fish welfare throughout the entire world. Okay, us together. Me and you and us were the only ones that could do it. No, but seriously, I do think betta fish, I think prices will continue to rise. I think that they're going to continue to be more popular. Um, that's why I think they're just they're as I like try and branch out with the content I'm consuming, they're so overwhelmingly like the most talked about fish, like of people outside of the sphere of like those that are really into fish. There's just so many people that they just have betta fish. That's it. They're not interested really in anything else fish wise. They got a betta fish. Maybe they're trying to figure out what fish or snail or something they could put with their betta fish, but they got betta fish. That's all they care about. I think they're just going to continue to be super popular, and I think it's going to grow because of. And I hate this. I hate to be this. Social media. I listen. I know one day on TikTok, I just know everything. But seriously, I think betta fish. It just works so well for like trends and being on screen and a vertical. Like, I just think it's going to continue to be a lot of people's first fish, and they're going to keep buying them over and over and over again, and they're going to try and make these betta sororities, and after they those work or don't work out and they slaughter those, they're going to try the next thing. Like, I'm telling you. And as the stores continue to get these installations and stuff, the price are going to go up. Demand will make the price go up just because they can. Oh, it's going to be beautiful. Elite Mastery said, if you don't start the hobby with a carnival feeder goldfish, then it's a betta. Yep. And so this is what I've liked about being on the TikTok. And I think this is why I said companies need to hire someone like Jorge's on every single social media, because if someone posts a video of a fish tank on TikTok, but they're not like a fish content person. They could have 1,000 videos about anything else, but they post one video about a fish tank. That will show up. Now I'm looking at what someone who has zero connection to anything fish content related, what they are posting a fish of. And it's almost always a betta fish, like Luis said, a goldfish. Now, this isn't really new information because I think we all kind of know that. But you kind of get to see like what it actually looks like, how people react to it, and then the other people who then who might defend them and relate to them. But also, you could be super creepy and scroll through their profile and see like, okay, what is the profile of someone that owns a goldfish that's in a bowl by their sink? They're posting a TikTok of them cleaning out the bowl and then taking the goldfish by hand and chucking them back in. And they do really care about this goldfish, but they either don't care, have no idea about these care requirement controversies, because they're posting this and then blindsided by how much hate they get because they just now gotten their content pushed onto the fish police page, and they're about to have a bad evening. And the thing is, so what Johnny's saying, there's overwhelming amounts of content for beginners already. I think the big thing is going to be taking those beginners to the next level. So the thing is, what's interesting is, I don't think that all of these people see any kind of content related to fish. So you could make all the content you have all day, but like they don't interact or do anything with fish general content on some of these platforms. So like they're just never going to see it, And you can tell in some of these that they're never, because they'll randomly, it'll be the only time they've ever posted anything of their fish on their personal page, and then all of a sudden they discover this whole world of care guides being posted under there with the pic, because that's on TikTok you can post the pictures on its comments, so they post the care guides and things like that. And that's what makes it so interesting, is because for me it's hard to imagine having a fish and never coming across any of this content. But then you kind of sometimes get a glimpse of what it looks like when someone that has maybe had a fish for a long time suddenly discovered this whole different world. So it's kind of fun. I think Tristan's is cool. Obviously a bit of a smaller store. Does he have like an in-person? I see he has an in-person store now or something. I did notice that he's bringing in more. It seems like he's bringing in more stuff. I do like he's leaning into the cat thing. I think I saw like there's like hours where the cat is going to be in the store, like on the weekends, which I think is fun. Okay, he's open on the weekends. Yeah, so I think that's cool. So this could be one to watch for 2016. We got some rainbow shiners in here. Remember Tetris, got the CPDs. We got the 1250 Everglade. Come on, man. You don't need the $40. You don't need the $40. I have sent people to Tristan's for those before. We got South American leaf fish. So yeah, I think he does bring in some cool stuff. Of course, got some cool pistos. I think he does tank maintenance mostly, but sales have been growing. He's been trying to put out more media content. Okay. Next level equals one to two things. Customer that praise you for keeping your bettas in larger tanks to sell to customers that spray at you because you can't let bettas live with other fish. Betta please suck. Yeah. I think that, and this is why I say buying bettas out of cups is always a net negative. But like, if companies could keep selling betta fish in cups and not have any problems and people would still love their stores and stuff, it'd be fine. But like, especially smaller LFSs, like you can't afford to have people come in and see bettas in cups and then post about how terrible your store is every day and then never come back. Where now it's actually worth it to give bettas a bigger tank. Now I'm not saying you can't just automatically you're a good store owner and you care about the fish's health, so you never put them in cups anyway. But now it's actually kind of a benefit to give the bettas extra tank space, because not only do you not miss out on these crazy betta people sales and avoid them trashing you online all the time, you actually get positive posts. You actually get positive posts and people just glaze the hell out of your store because you put bettas in something that wasn't a cup. Honestly, it don't even need to be something crazy. Some of those betta overflows, I think London Town has ones, they don't really take up that much space. It's a pyramid. No, it's not a pyramid one. Maybe it is, where it goes layer by layer. I don't know, but it doesn't take up that much space. It is still pretty small, but it's overflow water. It's a little bit bigger. And it's kind of hard for someone to complain about that because you got a water overflow system. It looks nice. They got lights. Like when you're going from a cup, Mexicali says the problem is the cup, lack of water change. It's not the cups, but lack of water changes the cup. Well, I think unfortunately, Jorge, half these people are doing their best to figure out a way they could never do another water change in their fucking life again. So honestly, I don't think they care about I don't think they even think about the water changes in the cup. They just see the cup. Oh, it's not enough space. It's like fish abuse or whatever. Because I agree with you. If they're doing water changes in the cups, you would not see as many issues with the betta fish in the cups, for sure. Because clearly they're kept and bred in very small containers quite regularly. So obviously it's possible. I still don't advocate for it, but yes, the water changes are a big issue and reason behind all the sick betta fish. Johnny says, if you're selling bettas, invest in a betta rack. That's what I'm saying. I think the betta rack will pay for itself so much. Not only because it's going to win you over some customers, maybe some loyal customers, but also I do think it helps sell the bettas. If you got a nice rack that shows them, it's going to help sell them a lot more. Some of these bettas you can charge more for now, especially if you have them not in cups. Okay, they look a lot better. And also you could say, look, I've invested this money into this betta rack, blah, blah. Like, we care about them so much. The price of them is higher. You know what I mean? You got so many ways to make more money off of them when they're in the racks, I feel like. And they don't have to take up that much space. I heard from Tristan's, I wasn't gung-ho on a shipping method, dead fish, but he did refund. Maybe it was a freak thing. I ordered rainbow shiners. They were healthy. I did order a pisto, Borelli, and they... Okay, we haven't gotten the second half yet. I'm curious what the shipping method was. I've had people scream at me for having them in 10-gallon community tanks. I laughed my ass off at that one. I do think, look, the betta people desperately need some education, okay? I'm not interacting with every single niche community. I've not been in the hobby that long, but I can say without a doubt, the betta fish people are the most brain dead, uneducated, uncouth, uncivilized individuals on the internet. Okay, they just be saying anything, saying anything, talking out their ass, repeating whatever they heard the last person. I mean, you would talk about they'll just stereotype all betta fish for being aggressive, like talking about yelling at them for having them in community tanks. Like, bro, yes, you can have some betta fish in community tanks. You want to talk all the time about how they're creatures with, personalities and deserve to be treated. Well, why don't you just accept the fact that some of them aren't, the results of thousands of years of inbreeding, and maybe they lucked out in the genetic lottery and they actually can be civilized citizens. Now, I've been saying, I think these cub betta fish, when you buy one of them, you're not rescuing a betta fish. You're basically adopting an uncivilized hospice patient. That's been what my light bulb moment is, that I realized, like, you're not really rescuing a fish. You've now paid someone, funding the next few cups of betta fish, so you can take in the most uncivilized, ungrateful hospice patient of all time. Okay, they're gonna be a pain in the ass. According to you, they're gonna kill everything else in the tank, and then they're gonna just die a brutal death, probably by you, because the next thing these people are into is euthanizing their fish. Oh my gosh, these people talk about killing their betta fish all the time. But, and then it'll be like a 20-part series on TikTok, like, looks like Georgie has developed a little bit of a tumor. Okay, part 6. Georgie's laying down, he's sad, my baby. Part 20. Okay, I just dropped a brick on Georgie's head. Rest in peace. Going to Petco now to get another one. Like, oh my gosh. Betta and goldfish people, some people have no clue, same for cichlid beginners. I mean, look, it probably applies to like a lot of the niche fish groups, but yeah, the betta fish people are definitely some of the loudest. And they're also just so wrong. I still laugh at that paper that they're like, finally, we have a paper to post about fish tank minimum size. It's like the most laughable thing we've read. My favorite customer, I won an African cichlid. Me, from which body of water? For all the same. I said, no, not even close. Yeah. People definitely also have a narrow view of African cichlids. For sure. But yeah, Johnny, presentation is really good. A store in Daytona had a betta rack that was half bettas and half crayfish. That's pretty dope. That's dope. I like that a lot. I think presentation on a lot of fish could be improved to increase sales on them, but it is difficult. I think if you have a display tank, I think you should just think super strategically about what fish you put in that display tank, and just make it something that you're going to have in stock all the time, and that doesn't come in at that size or look as good all the time, but you can point to the display. Like, I think Congo tetras are a great example. I think if you had a great display tank with Congo tetras, I think people sell Congo tetras pretty well already. Because when they come in the stores around me, I do think they seem to not stick around that long. But I do think it's a good example of a fish that if you had in a display tank, yeah, like see, John just said, Congos are already one of the best sellers. Yeah, Congos already sell well, but it's just an example of a fish that in a display tank, they're going to look great. You could sell them all day, even more so, because I feel like they don't look that good in the way that they come in all the time. Well, sometimes they come all right, but yeah, they already sell pretty good. Maybe some of the other Congos, like, yeah, the yellowtail Congos would be going. So end the Pearl Daniels, okay. Yeah, so some of these other ones you have in stock a lot, or could have in stock a lot. Some of these newer Congo tetras or something that has a Congo tetra appeal. I think that would be probably great. One thing, like Louise, when you walk in the store, the first tank you see when you walk in is the discus. The discus are right there, and that's already a fish that you still probably sell a lot of. But I think it is smart. It's smart to have a fish like that be something people see when they first walk in. Lamp-eyed Congos, yep, those could be cool. Those could be cool for sure. Those are on my breeding list. This are always a good display and have a good price point. Yeah. I think that is like the challenge with some of the new like the lampi Congos is like they still are expensive. You know what I mean? And it's a fish you got to get more than one of for them. So let's see, predatory fins we got $28. That's plus shipping, and then wet spot we got $45. So I don't know what their wholesale is, but probably if your store you have to at least match them at 45. Johnny said expensive is good. I do think. I mean, I think expensive is good if you have enough space, like, and if you're gonna sell them. But I think expensive is good more for online stores. Maybe I don't know. What is your opinion? But I feel like it's easier to sell expensive stuff online. I feel like I hear a lot of complaints from people locally about the prices of some stores, and usually when I look at what they're talking about and complaining about, it's not even expensive for what the thing is. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I just feel like the people like shopping locally and stuff, like sometimes like a $45 tetra is a lot to ask for the average person. But of course, there are people that do spend a lot of money on fish and have no problem with it. But I just feel like there's more of those people online. People pay thousands of dollars for dogs and cats, spend $300 on a nice school of Tetris. I agree. Now, this is back to what we were reading earlier. Fish are still only 1% of the pet industry spending. So, yeah, we're not quite there yet where that many people are willing to spend cat and dog money on them. But I do think there's lots of room for growth there. So we just need to get more people addicted to fish, man. But I mean, I buy a lot of fish all the time. The only reason I haven't bought these tetras is because they're $45 each. I spend plenty of money on fish, but that's a lot. If fish get too cheap, people start treating them like shit. Can always buy new ones. Yeah. I definitely, I'm not an advocate for the cheapest fish possible. I'm not. Okay. Come on, guys. We can't just give it to. Wet spot is so boring. Wet spot or impure tropicals like that's kind of that's just like safe picks, but maybe it's the obvious ones. Now in the past, I feel like if I was streaming like not last year but the year before, I think we'd get a lot of Dan's fish choices. He's definitely someone that despite price speculation seems to not slow down that much. Oh look, we got it's female. I was gonna say, look, we got Everglades pygmy sunfish, not at $40, but it's at 20, and it's because it's for a female. Nah, we still got the Velvet Chromas trio at $150. God damn, I don't even know why I came up with this site. Okay, right now, Imperial Tropicals and Wet Spots have the most credible claim to best online retailer overall of 2025. Okay, now if I had to choose between the two of them, when I was there, he struggled to sell those for $25 each. Yeah, that's an expensive one. Also, that's one like if you look hard enough, there are people like Tristan's and stuff who do have them for like $12.50. And some LFS are starting to get them. Or is it Jonah's Aquariums? I feel like Wild, I don't know what happened there. Yeah. Wild Fish Tanks. I feel like he had them, but I feel like every time I've looked at the native fish section, it's out of stock. So, yeah, Jonah does sell fish. I know people have bought fish from him. I kind of assumed Jonah's Aquarium. I kind of assumed that he mostly sells wholesale because everything says wholesale quantities. So like I kind of assumed that maybe the places I see that some of these fish do actually pop up in a decent price is because they're buying them from someone like him wholesale. But I know people that have ordered from Jonah's Aquarium. My other assumption is anyone that has a site that looks this shit and they haven't updated it is because it just still works for what they need and they have no reason to. That's usually my assumption. You know what I mean? Now, if we go on Facebook, like maybe he like hasn't posted it. No, he's posted 3 days ago. He posted every now and then. So he's still alive. But yeah, to order, you have to email or text to ask for the latest list. And that seems to be how he sells fish primarily. So yeah. But people do buy stuff from him. Is there anything on here? I've been tempted by some of the darters and stuff, but I just don't have the space. Well, I'm not willing to provide the space. Ooh, this Fungulus kind of looks cool. Fungulus notatus. Kind of like that. All right. Who am I forgetting? So Aqua Imports. I feel like Aqua Imports could have a credible attempt, but I think they're held back by their shipping pricing, maybe, and then maybe just I don't know their shipping methods, perhaps. Almost anything with location code can be sold for a decent price. Cribs with or without code still matters, I say. There's no fucking Pelvicochromis culture that would be reasonable to sell at $150 for a trio. I have Pelvicochromis Dracophyllus. I think they're extremely nice crib. I think they're much nicer than a random blue culture. I think selling them for $150 for a trio would be kind of wild. But also, like Johnny said, the impression of cribs is that they don't sell well. That's like the reputation that they have. So it also is just kind of would be weird to even try. But that being said, Super Reds 2 years ago would sell like crazy for $150 a trio, but not anymore. Yeah. That being said, the store near me, London Town, he brings in cribs relatively regularly, and some of the cribs he brings in sell out pretty well. That's because some of the Pelvicochromis crebensis, formerly Tiniatus, some of them, they can look really nice. If they look really nice in the display in the tank, then they sell like crazy. And I think in London Town, they don't have a crazy display for them. But why I think that some of these cribs are very slept on. I think you could sell them all day if people realized how fantastic that they were. And I do think that will happen eventually because they're great fish. I believe in good fish. I think good fish eventually have their time being a craze. Like you said, the Super Reds were a craze. Some of the cribs, the males look really pretty. They got the purple on them and stuff. And then the females just look absolutely incredible. Like I think the Drachenfelsi are really, really pretty. And I think, what is it? Lobe that I like. One of the ones I like. I should pull up the paper we were looking at the other day because they had some nice pictures of them. But I think the females of some of the locations are really, really pretty. So overall, what sells nicely is fish that are pretty. If people walk in the store and they see a super pretty fish, they're not going to think, that's a crib, I don't want it. They're going to think, wow, that fish looks great. I'm going to buy it. So I do think maybe cribs it could be a good opportunity for an LFS willing to make them look nice, and they kind of could be known for having nice cribs. Because cribs do have like every fish, they have a fan club, you know? I like Bupindi. Are those the ones that stay? I forget. Bupindi. Yeah. It's a nice fish. West Africans. Let me see. Does Dave's Rare Fish have any cribs right now? I just what is it? Halfway through the year, I started looking at Dave's Rare Fish. I do think he's a nice sight. Only cribs I have, suppose, crossbred by you. Did those ever start looking any better? Because I gotta show you what they're actually supposed to look like if they didn't. Because they were not looking how they were supposed to be. I felt bad about that. But Jesse, you did bring the cribs you did bring to the clash and stuff. Like people bought those, right? I think you sold all of them. because those are the only cribs you have now. But cribs have done decently for you, right? Come on, man. They look decent, actually. I'll send a video tomorrow. Okay, good. Well, I'm asking because I'm trying to get rid of all of them. I have more, and some of them they look better, but I only want to give you fish that look good. So those went decently quick. Yeah, I still think cribs are slept on. I think they'll have their moment. Yeah, I might. This is one that's tempted me from Dave's many times. Philochroma subsalatus matati, and it's just because of these photos of them, where the female has the black and the white on the dorsal. I think the contrast here to me is super appealing. That's on my list. Compared to 20 years ago, people keep smaller things in general, so leeways, and tangs probably got an increase in price. Some are being thrown by extinction soon. Yeah. But cribs, I think they got everything you need in a dwarf cichlid. A lot of them very pretty. Stay relatively small. Pretty easy to fit in community. And, you know, they're good parents to do the breeding thing. And that's honestly true of a lot of cichlids. So some of the people are like, but you'll have 100 of them. Well, actually, some of the cribs, like they can take a while. They may not breed some of these different ones. There's some I've had issues with, or I have known people that have not yet bred them and that they've kept them a while. So you don't necessarily know, but that's not necessarily unique to them. If you have the right water and stuff, some people had that problems with, like Apistos and rams. Like SVC, he's already got more rams than he knows what to deal with. And he's just breeding them all the time. So you just never really know. Some of these cichlids that do parental care, maybe they don't have a reputation for being like super prolific, but you might just happen to feed them really well and take good care of them, and you might be saying, these are worse than cribs. Okay. You know who's the other contender for best online retailer? Come on, Aquabid. Best ads. Okay, look, their hot list has one listing on it. Let's go. We're live. Yeah, it's a bad time to be on Aquabid. It's when the weather's like this. Ain't nothing on here, man. Ain't nothing on here. A lot of Spectralibrius recently, though, in general. A lot of Brazilian killies all over the place now. Okay. I just don't want to give it to this like wet spot. It's just so boring. But I mean, who else am I supposed to say right now? I even still like their website quite a bit. It's not overstimulating. Sutton said Def is not. You an Aquafinder hater, Sutton? Sutton, I don't actually. Some people in here, like I know them well enough. I know like the streams and stuff they hang out in. I know that Aquafinder, like there's like a group of people that do really rock with Aquafinder. I don't know who all of them are, but sometimes I'm hesitant to even like critique Aquafinder too much because I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. But you're an Aquafinder hater. Now, I will say for Aquafinder, there's a lot more stuff on here than when I last looked. It's been out to set up a listing, so if it's not needed. Have you provided that feedback? Maybe they'll change it. Ooh, I like that it shows the sales, how many sales they've had of something. $15, bulk duckweed. Perfect for shrimp, snails, guppies, goldfish, and tubs. More people need to just sell duckweed, man. This claims 92 sales. Like, people buy duckweed. Like, I got a thumbs up. Okay, there you go. Albino, platinum, eureka, electric booer car. $35. How big are these? 2 to 3 inches. Okay. It's not the worst, I guess. We got shrimp. This is on eBay, but yeah, if this is on eBay, like, then he should just like suck a giant cock, because This site's got a long ways to go before it even tempts me from using eBay. And I don't really like eBay that much either, but I don't even need to go into much more detail to explain that eBay is a lot easier and it has a lot more people available for you to sell to. Wait, you said one of the betas is in a cup? Where? Did I miss that? One of these betas? That would be funny. Oh, oh man. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anyone with a site like this should be trashing on eBay. I mean, last time I checked, it didn't even tell me how much percentage you wanted to take for me to sell on here. It was from All About Betas. Okay, okay, sell an Aquafinder. Has it yet told me what I gotta give them for me to sell? So there's a free plan available. Platform commission only applies to sales. Paid plans. But like, what are these plans? You see what I'm saying? Where's the details? Like, this is a red flag. I could never ever even consider creating an account or supporting a site where it states there's a paid plan and I don't even know what that plan is. Where is it? Configure, start with flat rate shipping. Like, lower commission rates and additional features available if you do the paid plan. So what's the commission rate for the free plan? It's too much BS. I get heated even talking about it. Okay, I don't want to get you frustrated, but like, I agree. Like, I don't know the person at all. I just know that the way the site is set up is like horrendous as far as me feeling like this is a credible place for me to sell and trust that I'm not going to get totally violated. Okay. Aquafinder does a sliding scale depending on what membership is. eBay is like 15% and makes communication near impossible. 15% makes communication impossible. I don't know. Well, first of all, I don't know what the percentage is here, so I can't really say what I can't really compare. eBay, you can sell 1 billion things instantly, so 15%, that's fine. Increase your prices. You're still going to sell it because there's like a gazillion customers. I mean, I accidentally once had my shipping set to an unbelievable price, and someone bought 6 quantities of it at that shipping price. Before I could even catch the set at the wrong price, because there's so many people just buying shit on there all the time. So the 15% on there really doesn't matter because you can just set your prices to overcome that if that's really a problem, which could be the case here too. But, you know, also you can purchase, let's see, purchasing labels is relatively easy on eBay. Here it says live shipping rates, label printing, weather forecasting. So look, looks like that could be in there too. I don't know if that's underneath the plan. But there's no way that this can compete with eBay any credible way possible. He's going to have to work on it for like a lot longer before you even get anywhere close to there. In fact, eBay, I'm so lazy and bad at keeping up with orders. First of all, I don't sell on eBay because I'm terrible with customer service. And you do need to do a little bit of customer service selling on eBay. But two, I just can't keep up. If I listed a bunch of mystery snails on there, they would sell out within a week. Okay, the volume on eBay is like insane. It's absolutely insane. So I just think it's kind of hard to compete with that. Now, can he compete with Aquabid? Perhaps. The worst part about this site is scrolling things. It takes forever. This whole page thing, I just never would do it. What's nice about Aquabid is I can read like 1 billion listings at once. What's nice about Wet Spit Tropical Fish, go here. All right, let's compare searcher. Okay, new fish. Let's see, livestock. Here's our categories. Here's how many listings we can scroll through at once. Now, what Louise is saying is true. eBay always sides with the buyers and will fuck you so hard. That's another reason I don't like selling on eBay. They will fuck you so hard. Now, based off how the site is set up, I have no reason to believe they would do anything different, honestly. The rates are trying and they take commission off of shipping. That's so wrong. I miss Get Gills. Yeah. Now I'm not saying that eBay is perfect or anything, but I'm just saying that it's far superior to whatever this is. Just off of how much money you can make off of it. Yeah, for sure. But they definitely, they'll always side with the buyer. You'll get scammed regularly. If you sell enough, someone will try and scam you, get a free thing. And yeah, I mean, the rates and stuff, whatever. I mean, personally, eBay is great for volume. If you want to just make a little bit of money off your hobby to pay for food, I say set up your own site. And damn, you're so adamant on the fucking eBay. Tell us how you really wait. No, I mean, look, eBay is like, look, I don't sell very often on eBay because they burned me, okay? But also, I'm bad because I'm lazy, so I just don't want to deal with anything in general. But the main issue with Aquafinder is like, if you go on any other site, we got WetSpot, we got Dan's Fish, okay? All of the things that all of these have in common is I can look through. This is 100 fish in one scroll, okay? I can look at 100 fish in one scroll. Now, let's go to Aquafinder and see if there's a setting to set the numbers to higher for when you're scrolling for fish. Because maybe there is. All right, here we go. So we got 48, okay? 48 were one scroll. Then, of course, they're all from different, we got different stores, we got different fish and things like that. But we got 48 for one scroll. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. But I would like to see 100. I would like to be able to just scroll more. I think that the site is relatively cluttered. I think it's very visually busy. I got pop-ups everywhere. Got some CAPTCHA thing protected by CAPTCHA over here. There's something over here that keeps popping up. Got recent articles over here. We got FAQs over here. On the front page, like he's selling sponsored spots for a new site already. Like, I don't know. This is not my vibe. This is not my vibe, basically. I don't even have to come up with a real reason. I don't even have to come up with a real reason to dislike this store. The real honest truth is, I just don't vibe with it. It's just that simple. This doesn't have to be a logical thing. You can patronize whatever site you want. For me, I don't enjoy going to the site. And I agree with Johnny. I don't think there's really that much space. I don't think there's that much space for Aquabid really anymore. Like, everyone can make their own website. I think, again, eBay and things like eBay, a lot of people find a way to sell fish on Marketplace still. Etsy is really huge for plants. I haven't really explored it much, but like Etsy is pretty big. I just don't think there's a lot of benefit. I really don't think there is. I think Aquabid kind of fills whatever niche this does for me personally, and I think that most people are fine with buying things off of eBay and stuff. This kind of site is like, who does this service? What is the average person looking for a site that's a collage of multiple different stores selling fish? Well, besides something like eBay and stuff, I just don't think there's a lot of people looking for something like this. Now, yeah, the people that would be looking for something like this, I think, would be people like us, where we're like hobbyists trying to buy from other hobbyists. We'd be, sellers looking for a fish specific place to sell fish. And if you get enough of those people on here, you could regularly sell enough stuff to make it worth it. I do agree with Johnny. Like, it's kind of hard to differentiate the store scrolling, which I think is even if you can go through more fish than there's 24 at once. Let's see. Are there... So... Also, this is another view you have, apparently. Johnny said, cool, 5 fish I want, but from 4 different stores, so 4 shipping costs. Yeah. Like, I think it's cool if you're a Jesse, a just one more fish type. I think you could probably sell enough fish on here for it to be worth it for you, if there's enough hardcore fish people on here. But, like, do I think this is gonna, like, be able to support and grow to, like, something to compete with whatever? Probably not. But I don't know. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. I will say, on a positive note, I like the recent articles here, although it does add to the visual clutter. I think this FAQ, like, is kind of annoying too, but this might be just a phone forward site, and that's also could be part of it. So honestly, let me see. Jesus Christ, dude. What was I doing? Inspect. Where's the freaking... I forget where the freaking phone view thing is every time, bro. And it's embarrassing. Here we go. Let's look at this through the phone. All right. The check supply that everyone uses collects from several different sources and sells them. I feel like you could probably have regional co-ops like that in the U.S. Yeah. Well, I think so that's an interesting thing. Right now with fish, I feel like there's a lot of people bringing in fish and selling them retail. A couple people starting business doing that. KG Tropicals even is gearing up to do that. And I do think if enough people start doing it, you do start to wonder, like, would it be better to have some kind of situation like what you're describing there? Because I do think, in a way, that kind of is happening just because of how many people all order from the same place. I think it's going to happen with fish foods more. I think all this white labels fish food stuff is going to grow exponentially. I know the one paper we read earlier, just pet products in general, white labels, store brands, is like been really successful and been really growing. So I think that's just like a pet industry thing in general. So more and more stuff I think will be kind of from the same place, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. So yeah, looking at this on the phone, okay, we lose some of the side things, so not as visually cluttery. Now I can't see the recent. The KG thing is funny. Plants and dry goods are so much easier, more profitable than fish. I mean, you would know better than me. It does seem like plants have some great margins, and dry goods in general seem like pretty nice. So that makes sense. But I do think dry goods, like more store brands of white label dry goods, I think is the move. I think every store should have their own. And I think every online retailer that doesn't already sell some kind of food should. Aquatic Arts has their own white labeled, some of their own white labeled foods from Ziegler. I think that's one of the few ones I've taken the time to actually identify. A lot of them are Ziegler, though, because that's like the US one. But like the Tropical Flakes, I think was the one specifically. But yeah, I think every online retailer should have their own white label fish food, or if you can, if there is a brand that actually has a legitimately unique food, then yes, it does make sense to buy wholesale from that brand already and sell their food, for sure. For sure. KG should be white labeling their own stuff. I agree. I agree. Like, bro, you have something like Aqua Funk. Funk is white labeling some foods, and you got no there's no like hiddenness about it, no shame about it. And he's selling foods. The thing is like some of them you can have some pretty decent pricing on. People are, expanding the fish before then is absurd. But didn't they do fish before? Okay, do tropicals. I thought they did fish before, anyways. Maybe they just enjoy working with the fish. They sell live snails. Well, I do think kins and aquatic foods and blackworms, I think, is really the only two places that make sense for me to buy food for the most part going forward. But both of those places are buying, well, kins for sure are buying, they're white labeling foods. And you know what I mean? So Kin probably just has so much warehouse space he can buy an absurd quantity, whereas profit share is still pretty decent at the low prices. So not everyone probably has that much space where the price is going to be that low, but like you could have the same foods as Kin relatively easily, and the minimums are not as high as you would think. They were doing betas and stopped, I think. Interesting. Honestly, I thought he just sold hang on back filters. Germany does what Czech Republic does. I love the co-op part. I want to do that with Nick, Aaron, Ross group, Breeders Buy. Bro, you're cooking with that. You're cooking with that, Luis. Okay? You already know that we'd be down. We already know we'd be down. I'll be honest, like, for me, and this is not even, like, blazing because I'm cool with Louise, but, like, Louise does really complicate my life, okay? Because, for instance, there are a lot of fish stores and stuff I want to support. This is a great thing about competition, though, right? To think about. There are a lot of fish stores and things I want to support. Louise has randomly entered the scene, and she can overnight me stuff for a very affordable price. And she happens to have almost every single fish that I'm into at a decent price. And she's regularly bringing in stock. She posts the new arrival things all the time. Basically, everything I've said on stream that I like, Louise does do. So you guys can see I'm not just being biased because Louise is in the chat. We're cool. If you go back all the streams, all the things I've said that I really like when people do, Louise does. So when it comes to like a regional thing, I think if you're a store that develops that kind of a relationship and people are doing these special orders and stuff, that's when like this kind of more co-op thing could begin. The issue is, I think a lot of stores, it's impossible to special order for them, really. You know what I mean? Like, they'll say they'll special order for you, but then it never happens. You know what I mean? Like, they'll say a special order for you, but it never happens. You'll tell them that you're looking for a specific fish, but when they do order it, they're not necessarily going to remember that you're looking for it, or they don't post their stocking. So I do think on the other hand, there's probably a lot of people that say they want you to special order a fish, and then you do, and then they're kind of flip floppy on it, or you don't lock it in with them for sure, and you go ahead and order it like proactively, and then they change your mind. So like it's not a simple thing, but if there's stuff you wouldn't order because you don't know if anyone wants it, but now you have a group of people that know, oh, if I want this thing and it pops up on one of the store's lists, I ask them to order, they can make a sale to me. And maybe it is a more affordable price, or maybe it is just a normal retail price and the store wins even more on that front. I don't think anyone would really particularly care. But now it kind of could be nice because it removes that like risk factor of ordering it. Man, how long have I been streaming? Because now I'm just really just saying idiot. Have I said anything that makes sense for the last hour? I feel like I've totally disassociated and I don't know what I've been talking about for like the last hour. I'll be honest. I apologize. I apologize for anyone that's still watching this. Holy shit, 5 hours and 30 minutes? God damn. The trouble in creating such a group stable and reliable enough long-term can be a problem if all one-man shows / readers. Yeah. But I mean, like, well, what we're doing with the Discord and stuff, I tried to be intentional about it. You know what I mean? So it wasn't just like add random people. So, and like with the club stuff, like you accumulate great people. This is where the club comes in. So you talk about, yeah, that could be a problem. What if, you know, the clubs have become more of a good community thing, bringing in newer people, some different people, and now they have closer relationships with stores. Maybe that is now a more sustainable thing. Now, a lot of clubs do support stores a decent amount. They do group orders and things like that. And I think that's good. But I think there's still, there's still more stuff there. There's still more stuff there. So I'm kind of, one thing that would be nice to do, I would love to travel to more stores. I'd love to travel to more stores. I'd love to travel to more fish clubs. I'd love to travel to more of these events because I'm so limited, right? Like, I haven't been in the hobby that long. I haven't been that many places, so any opinion I have is a really narrow scope. So I'd like to widen that. Go for 24 hours? No, no. Being able to, once we get up and running, reaching out to clubs and getting them set up as an affiliate is on the to-do list. Being able to buy fish and support your club is huge. It was interesting. I've heard of clubs kind of demanding that stores do the affiliate thing. I never heard of them clubs actually getting money from people ordering. I think that definitely could make sense, especially with group buys. With group buys, you could get enough regularly. Now the thing is, see, Louis said the thing with clubs, they trade amongst themselves. Whereas because of my distance, when you guys are trading all your popular stuff, I can buy what's less. Move on to the next project. Yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh man, it's a lot to think about there. What hey. Yeah, because one of my goals for 2026, well, I want to be a better. My biggest goal is I want to be a better fish keeper. I want to have overall nicer tanks, overall healthier fish, and I'm not necessarily saying like my fish are all dying and all over the place. I think they're doing pretty decent, and if they're not, I have hours and hours of the stream. I'm sure you guys have seen every single one-eyed fish that I have. But I would overall be a better fish keeper, better YouTuber, better everything. But one part of being a better breeder is I would like to be able to produce enough fish that I can give them to or sell them or trade them or whatever to like a Jesse, because then I feel like I'm contributing now in an additional way that I wasn't already. I got the isopod agenda. We're doing that. We're pushing aquatic isopods. There's still way more information that I need to condense and put out in a digestible way to continue doing my part in that. But I'd also like to some of these niche fish. That's part of what the procatopus is. I'd like to help the procatopus become a bit more appreciated, and my part in doing that could be breeding a bunch of them and getting them out to some stores. So that could potentially one day, maybe with the cribs, maybe I'll make people realize how great cribs are eventually. Maybe I'll make people realize how great some other fish are. I'd love to breed some licorice gourami next year. So I would say as far as breeding goes, yeah, I'd love to have wholesale amounts of fish, just so I can feel like I'm actually contributing something to as many different places as once, contributing useful content with good information, if not at least entertaining, doing what I get from content that I consume, which is helping me get through my day as I'm doing menial tasks or as I'm just trying to relax. And then, yeah, there's the educational content and stuff that is supposed to be good information. And then, yeah, let's get out some fish out there. Let's breed some endangered fish. Let's do some, take some great photos. Let's get a microscope. Let's add to the data pool. And that way, there's a lot of ways we can contribute next year. I want to do more of them than I did this year. So almost gone. A few are still in business as far as mom and pops. Yeah. Well, I think it takes like a lot of work. Johnny says, I'm off the bed. It's been fun. I appreciate you hanging out in the chat, Johnny. It's definitely been a good time. Always appreciate the insight. You know, we've had some good discussions. I should probably get off the bed too. I didn't realize I've been streaming so long. Honestly, once I hit a certain point, I did hit a certain point. It was kind of like a fugue state. I don't remember the last 2 hours. I remember checking when it was like 3 hours. We just hit 3 hours. And after that, it's just been a blur. I think we got to give, just to conclude before I get off, I think for now, best online fish retailer 2025, we probably got to give to Wet Spot Tropical Fish, just as an overall. I think that their cichlid exchange is carrying them a little bit, like definitely helps out. It comes so natural. Oh, JP's that you're just saying that because you want me to go for 24 hours. Because they know what they're doing. Chain stores start minimized fish section, just selling products that are all in one kits only. Okay, I can see. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So, Wet Spot, I would probably give best overall. I wouldn't say it was necessarily by much. Gonna head to bed. Have a good night, all y'all. Happy fishy blessings for 2026. Good night. Still open up for nerds in new ways. The nerds will rise. Yeah, but I would say just overall selection, quality of service, and all that. I think they maintain a better reputation than some of the other people still in those areas. So, but for 2026, okay, I would say the closest people to Wet Spot Tropicals, Imperial Tropicals, I think it's just selection. They still got a bit of reputation to build up, but I think that's growing pretty rapidly. I think Aquahuna has a pretty bad reputation for as far as people in my chat. Okay, it's mixed. There are some people like them. It's a bad reputation, but I think they have a lot of things going for them that if they improve a few things, then they would immediately be in the running. One thing they have going for them, their pricing is basically unmatched as far as shipping, as far as pricing of the fish. They actually have a relatively decent selection. Like some of my licorice gouramis I got from them, and they always could prove that. Now they have live plants. They didn't have live plants before. Now they have live plants. They're a very beginner-friendly situation is what I'm saying here, basically. Like, I think if you're a new person, there's a decent chance you come across them. They have a lot of the fish you'd be into, and compared to a lot of competition, the price is very swallowable. Now, they have a reputation issue, at least with some of the people that I know. That's really the only thing holding them back. If you fixed where people think they just send out sick and dead fish, if they somehow were able to change that, which it might not be able to for their business model. I don't know exactly what it is, but if they change that, then I would immediately put them into top 3. You know what I mean? But right now, their reputation is kind of like they're affordable, but you should be prepared to deal with sick fish. That's like the reputation. You know what I mean? Imperial Tropicals, yeah, I think they're coming up. Tropical Fish Co. I think selection wise, just a couple of the right fish. A lot of people on here are ready to rock, go full shill for them. 2026 could be a big year. I could easily see them making their way up there, especially with some of the less common stuff, especially the loaches kind of being known for some specific things, some rarer stuff. Because even some things like, for instance, bitterlings, I think Aquatic Arts has some bitterlings for sale. I don't know, but there are some rare fish you can buy right now, but you might not necessarily find them where they're at. But for a place like Dan's Fish, who had a reputation for rare fish, you would just go there to look for the rare stuff you're looking for, and you might actually be able to find it. So I think Tropical Fish Co., they get the reputation for a few things, and that's where you're going to look to find it. That could be pretty cool. especially things like killifish, like the galars, things like that. Who else could work their way up to the top in 2026? I don't think, no, aquatic arts, not going to do it. Flips Aquatics, I don't believe in that. AZ Gardens, Arizona Gardens. If they make a comeback, can they fix their reputation? Arizona Aquatic Gardens. What do you guys think? Oh man. Oh my. Who knows, man? Maybe Louise will hire some employees. Louise hire some employees, man. Don't discount a small retail store. Her biggest issue, if she became a popular online store, she don't have enough space to keep things in stock all the time. I think that'd be she needs some more space. She had to clear out that basement. But if you imagine a world where she had some more employees and more people found the site a bit more discoverable and stuff, just off the stocking, you know what I mean? But she also a retail store, so it doesn't necessarily need to do that. Okay, Tristan. I don't think he's gonna go that hard where he'll grow that much in 2026. That would be a lot. That's like more growth than even needed to be happy. Moonlight Aquatics. I didn't even mention Moonlight Aquatics. Maybe a fishery can carry him to the top. Mick said you have to give Dan a lot of credit for raising standard plus knowledge. For me, I'd be surprised if co-op plus Dan aren't planning new things. I think like especially some of the videos they did with like trimming the beaks of certain things. His video on shipping methods, I think he should get a lot of credit for. There are other people that made good videos on shipping methods I also watched, but he definitely had a good one. I would say I would encourage Dan to do more stuff like that. I think that would be useful. Guy adapt plus develop you ready to survive. I agree. Yeah, aquarium co-op plus Dan's fish could be a thing for sure. I think I don't know. Do the personalities mesh well enough? I'm not sure. I feel like Dan's life priorities are outside of Dan's fish right now, so I don't know if that's gonna happen. Moonlight Aquatics. See, the thing is, the scale at what some of these businesses are to be best of 2026, it had to be someone that's trying to go to that scale, and I just don't think everyone needs to really grow to that scale to be happy and make money and whatnot. Moonlight Aquatics has an in-person store, which I didn't realize. So he probably sells stuff there, and probably isn't. I don't know if he has that much pressure to increase the. They keep this. This is like, this might be the only validating thing I've ever said on the stream. Like, do you remember all the way back? I said I did not believe in these purple sailfin gudgeons. I do not believe in these. I don't. I think they will be dropping in price continuously. And man, they've gone from like 250 a pair to like 199 a pair to 120 a pair. You know what I mean? That's kind of where we're at now. Now he just discounted them from $89.99 to $69.99. Let's get them all the way down to 50. Come on, Moonlight. Come on. Maybe I'll think about it again. That's validation for me. It might be the only time that it ever happens. No, I keep burping. It's not that much about personalities. When reaching a certain size, other people can help sharing a burp profit too. Yeah, they're not the size where personalities don't matter yet. They're not. The Dance Fish doesn't have that many employees. Aquarium Co-op, like they got a warehouse. They definitely got some employees and stuff. But no, they're not big enough for personalities. Don't matter. You got to be able to feel like you're getting in business with someone who you can rely on and that you feel like is competent. Yeah. What Aaron's conspiracy theory, he was like, maybe it'll be like, yeah, order Dan's Fish will become the wholesaler for RPP stores. That's what Aaron's conspiracy theory was. He was like, well, and Dan's Fish got the reputation for like the great fish, you know, they quarantine them and stuff for everyone. So then the stores order wholesale from him, and he quarantines the fish for them. So now you got like the Dan's Fish branded wholesale, and the RPPs will be happy because they'll get these great quarantine fish, and Dan's will be like the new wholesaler for all this stuff for the RPP stores. Now, I thought it was kind of I kind of thought it was ridiculous when he told me that at first. The situation that things are in now, I feel like Aquarium Co-op could benefit from more reasons to become an RPP store. Not everyone has access to every single list. Like, just because you have a brick and mortar store and you sell fish doesn't mean that you're going to get accepted into every single wholesaler list. Like, some places do reject people. They do check you out and see if you're a store that they vibe with and things like that. So it could be a benefit to have access to some kind of nice, high quality list as an RPP store, just because maybe you don't have all the lists you want, or maybe you're a newer store. I don't know what the situation is, but now that I think about it, like, it's not like the most insane conspiracy theory I ever heard. I could definitely see that being something, because I do feel like right now the benefit for being an RPP store is just not that it's not incredibly high. I think if they wanted to increase, then some more incentives would be great, I think. But I've never built a multi-million-dollar business, so I don't really know. Remain quality in products, plus be one of the larger players. 1 to 2 years, everything might have changed, new opportunities arriving. If then having money to invest in new business or business models, small ones will be forced to cave or join. Yeah. I mean, just in the grand scheme of things, they're still pretty small players, both of them. So I think that's the thing in the grand scheme of things. Okay, Mick, you're not gonna keep me up. I got a tip. It's been 3 billion hours. It's been 3 billion hours. I'm gonna send Jessica a text. I'm alive. It was trying to make me send a Genmoji text. I was just trying to send a damn normal emoji. I don't even know what a Genmoji is. Leave me alone. Get this AI slop out of my face. All right. I feel like Johnny said, growing is needed. Yeah, I feel like I apologize. I got a little bit ranty at the end of the stream. I feel like I've been ranting for 3 hours just saying absolute bullshit. But it is what it is, okay? I think we had a good, solid beginning to the stream. A good, solid Buce bonanza. We stayed relatively behaved. And some good people stopped by, some good conversations. So I appreciate you all. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go to sleep. Mick said, take care, everybody. Plus 6 a.m. here now. JP Jeffries, hardest working fish stream. Credits achieved. Appreciate you. Let's see how far we can take this next year. Not that I won't be. No, Nick, you shared views on several different things. Interesting. Okay. Well, with that being said, Mick is pleased. So therefore, I couldn't have done that poorly. I think Mick is a distinguished individual with fantastic taste. So if I was out of line, you'll let me know. But This has been In My Tank's Human Cyborg Relations. And I'm actually about to be out. All right. All right. And after all's been said and done, who said it best? The stream is done.